English verb tense structures. This video is a summary of the English verb tenses. It's probably the most important lesson or one of the most important lessons to learn. So please pay attention and replay this video as many times as you need. In English, there are three main structures: the simple tenses, the continuous tenses, and the perfect tenses. You know the present simple and present continuous. Let's start with the simple tenses. All simple tenses are created the same way. There are three groups. 1. The verb to be. 2. The verb to have got. And 3. The rest of the verbs. We know that when there is the verb to be, we always use it to make the negative sentences and questions. We also know that when there is the verb to have got, we always use it to make the negative and questions. And when there is another verb that is not to be or have got, we need another word or auxiliary to create a negative sentence or question. In present simple, the word or auxiliary is do or does. In past simple, it's did, and in the future, it is will, but the structure is the same. Now let's take a look at the continuous tenses. They are all created the same way. A continuous tense is always made with the verb to be plus the verb ending in ing or gerund form. The only difference is the time of the tense. In present continuous, the verb to be goes in the present. In the past continuous, the verb to be goes in the past. And in the future continuous, the verb to be goes in the future. As we have a verb to be in the structure, we use the verb to be to make the negative sentences and questions. The other structure is the perfect tense. They are used with the third column of the irregular verbs or plus ed of the regular verbs. It only changes the time of the verb to have. For example, in present perfect, the verb have goes in present. Have or has. In past perfect, the verb have goes in the past. Had. In future, the verb have goes in the future. Will have. To create the negative sentences or questions, we use the auxiliary have and put it in negative or at the beginning of the sentence in the A position of the formula WASV. Just remember the three structures when you learn the different verb tenses.
Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. Choose the correct answer for the following sentence. If you heat up water, it at 100 Celsius. Boils, boil, or boiled. correct answer is boils, and as you can see, this is a zero conditional because it's a fact. The first sentence is in present simple, so the second sentence after the comma should go in present simple as well. Let's see another one. For the following sentence, the contest before I arrived there had started, has started, or started. The correct answer is had started in past participle or past perfect, as the action happens before the second action that is in past simple. So the correct one should be in past perfect, as we could say that past perfect is the past of the past simple. Another one. Choose the correct answer. The police, the thief in the store last Wednesday. The correct answer is a past simple, just caught. Police caught the thief in the store last Wednesday. We don't have two actions in the past, so we're gonna use past simple. Next one. For the following sentence, if we run out of gasoline, we should avoid getting nervous. Which tense would you use here? Of course, that's the first conditional sentence. So it should be, if we run out of gasoline, we should avoid getting nervous. It's a conditional situation, and we have to use the first conditional. Let's see another one. I think he recovers soon from surgery. The correct answer is, I think he will recover. As it's a thought, it's something we're thinking it's gonna happen, we're gonna use will. Choose the correct answer for the following sentence. There, always a reasonable solution for any problem. The correct answer is there. There is always a reasonable solution for any problem. It's a fact, it's a truth. For the following sentence, the thief is surrounded by at least 10 police officers. The correct answer is was surrounded by at least 10 police officers. This is a passive sentence. So in the first two options would have been an active sentence. Next one. I not help you anymore if you refuse my help now. Check, because you have an if clause, so it's a conditional sentence. So choose wisely. In this case, it's I won't help you if you refuse. It's a first conditional sentence where you have a present simple after the if clause, so you have to use future simple in the other sentence. For the following sentence, never feel safe in this house. The correct one is I have never felt safe in this house. If you would have used the first one, never felt, that's in the past, you should have used that instead of this house, because you were referring to something in the past. So you're going to use that. For the following sentence, had you tasted the sauce before you eat it? The correct answer is in past simple, as had you tasted is the past of the past, is the action that should have happened before. The past simple action, before eating, if you have tasted it. That's the past of the past, is the past perfect. And the past simple is the most recent past. Remember that. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson.
Present perfect continuous. Hello, I'm going to tell you about how to create a present perfect continuous tense, when to use it. This is your first perfect continuous tense, so please pay attention. Again, remember that in each verb tense we must know three things. 1. When we use this verb tense. We use the present perfect continuous in the same way as we use the present perfect simple. That is, to talk about actions that started in the past but didn't finish, or we don't know if they finished. But the difference is we want to put emphasis in the duration of the action. Look at these examples. I have been studying for the exam for 2 hours. 2. Now let's see how we create a sentence in present perfect continuous. As we saw in the English tense structures, to create a verb in present perfect continuous, we need a verb in the continuous structure for this tense. That is, be plus ing. Then, we need the verb to be in present perfect. That is, have been. Then we add the verb in ing form. Let's see some examples. I have been doing exercise for 3 hours. You have been watching TV all morning. She has been working in her office since 8 a.m. Or in negative. I haven't been doing any exercise since last week. She hasn't been working hard since she got sick. 3. Which are the typical words from this verb tense? As we use this tense to emphasize the duration of the action, the typical words are since, for, or during, as they express a duration.
Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. Let's go. Choose the correct answer for the following sentence. They football for 2 hours. Have been playing football, has been playing football, or have been playing football. The correct answer is have been playing football, as when creating a present perfect continuous tense, we have to use the auxiliary have, the verb to be in the third column, and add a verb in ing or gerund form. Let's see another one. For the following sentence, I do my homework for an hour. And the correct sentence is I have been doing homework for an hour. Have plus the verb to be in the third column. For the following sentence, my mom watched TV since I got home. The correct answer is has been watching. As my mom is a she, so the verb to have should be has, and then been in the third column, and the verb to watch in ing form. Mike ran for 45 minutes. The correct answer is has been running. Should be a has, verb to be in the third column, and running, adding just ing in the present form. Next one. I traveled since yesterday. The correct one is I have been traveling. As the verb to be is in the third column or the perfect form. Next one. For the following sentence, they paint the house for 3 days. Remember to create a present perfect continuous form, that is, have been painting. The verb to be is in the third column and paint is in ing or gerund form. The driver drive for 2 hours. Again, match the subject with the verb, the third column of the verb to be, and the verb in ing form. So the correct one is has been driving. Next one. How long you wait for me? Watch for the order and use the WASV formula that I taught you. The correct answer is have you been waiting for me? Another question. How long it rained? It has been raining, has it been raining, or has it been raining? Again, use the WASV formula and you will have that. The correct one is has it been raining? Next one. They talk on the phone for the last hour. The correct answer is have been talking on the phone. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson.
Past perfect continuous. This tense is very similar to the present perfect continuous, but it's used for the past. Okay, let's start. Again, remember that in each verb tense we must know 3 things. 1. When we use this verb tense, we use the past perfect continuous in the same way as we use the past perfect simple. That is, when we want to say that an action in the past happened before another action, both in the past. So, we can say it's the past of the past simple. The difference is that we want to put emphasis in the duration of the action. 2. How we create a sentence in past perfect continuous. As we saw in the English tense structures, to create a verb in the past perfect continuous, we need a verb in the continuous structure for this tense. That is be plus ing. Then we need the verb to be in the past perfect. That is, had been. Then we add the verb in ing form. Let's see some examples. When my dad arrived home, we had been cooking for 1 hour. I had been watching TV before the TV broke. She had been working in her office before she got sick. 3. The typical words from this verb tense are the same as the ones in the present perfect continuous tense. As we want to emphasize the duration of the action, the typical words are since, for, or during, as they express a duration.
Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. Choose the correct answer for the following sentence. It rained before. Had been rained, had been raining, or had been raining. The correct answer is it had been raining before. Next one. For the following sentence, we danced all night last night. We had been dancing, we had been dancing, or we had been dancing. The correct answer is we had been dancing, and it's the only one in past perfect continuous. The first option is nothing, the second option is a present perfect continuous, and the third option is the correct one. Have in past, the verb to be in the third column, and the verb ending in ing or gerund form. Next one. For the following sentence, when the train arrived, they wait for 45 minutes. Look at the options. This example is a clear one to understand when to use a past perfect in the continuous form. The correct answer is had been waiting. And the reason why we use past perfect continuous is because there are two actions happening in the past. One is when the train arrived, and the other action is that they had been waiting for the train. And we want to emphasize the duration of the action. In this example, that they've been waiting for 45 minutes before the train arrived. So the combination of these two factors make the past perfect continuous tense necessary in this situation. Let's see another one. For the following sentence, my dad worked all day yesterday. Look at the different options we have. Of course, the correct answer is had been working, as it's the only one properly constructed, with the verb have in the past, the verb to be in the third column, and the verb to work in ing form. Let's see another one. For the following sentence, the police finally arrested the thief. He stole a lot for the last few months. In here, the correct answer is he had been stealing a lot for the last few months. Again, we want to emphasize the duration of the action and also point out that the action happened before the other action in the past. In this case, that the thief got arrested. That's the action in the past. But he had been stealing before getting arrested. This is why we are using the past perfect. And as we want to highlight or emphasize the duration of the stealing action, we use the continuous form of the past perfect. Let's see another one. For the following sentence, before you got home, I paint for 4 hours. The correct option is had been painting. Had in past been in third column and paint in ing form. Another one. He got fired because he anything at work for the last 6 months. Please construct the past perfect continuous properly. In this case, the correct one is hadn't been doing, as it's the only option properly constructed. For the following sentence, we were really scared last night because we watched horror movies for too many hours. Again, have in past, verb to be in the third column and verb watch in ing form. Had been watching. Next one. We were really tired because we ran for many hours. We had been running, or we had been running. The correct one is we had been running, as the verb run just add ing plus double the consonant. For the following sentence, the snow covered everything. It snowed all week long. The snow covered everything is the first action in the past. So for the second action happening before the snow, we have to use a past perfect and emphasizing the duration. So had been snowing. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson. Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the present perfect simple or the present perfect continuous. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. This is the best film I ever seen. That I have ever seen, that I have been seeing. The correct answer is that I have ever seen. But we have the word ever, so then we have to use it in present perfect simple. Remember that we use the present perfect simple to express how many times an action happened. In this case, we're asking if this action had ever happened or how many times this action happened. Okay, let's see another one. I tried to find a job since I graduated from college. I have tried or have been trying. Please think if we want to emphasize the duration of the action here or not. In this case, we want to emphasize it, so we have to use I have been trying to find a job since I graduated from college. We want to highlight that we are doing this action since a moment in time. Next one. I just buy a new computer. Is it present perfect simple or present perfect continuous? In this case, we have the word just. That means that something recently happened. So we're gonna use present perfect simple. I have just bought a new computer. Let's see another one. I work all morning. Again, do we want to emphasize the duration of the action or not? In this case, we want to emphasize it. So we're going to say, I have been working all morning. Present perfect continuous. Another one. I know them for years. I've known them for years or have been knowing them for years. We want to emphasize the duration or not. We do want to emphasize the duration, but in this case, the verb to know is a static or state verb that we're not going to use it in a continuous form. Remember that. So we're going to say, I have known them for years. For the following one, how often you visit your doctor. We're asking for how many times we're doing something. We don't want to emphasize any duration here. So we're going to use a present perfect simple. Have you visited your doctor? For the following one, she travels since she graduated from college. Again, think we want to emphasize duration or not. As we have since she graduated from college, we do want to emphasize the duration. So we're going to use the present perfect continuous. She has been traveling since she graduated from college. I study English since I was 10 years old. Again, the same. Emphasizing duration or not? Yes, of course. We have since I was 10 years old, so we're going to use present perfect continuous. Another one. He slept for an hour. We can say it in present perfect simple or present perfect continuous. In this case, we want to emphasize the duration, so we're gonna use present perfect continuous. He has been sleeping for an hour. Another one. How often you go to cinema? In here, check if we want to emphasize duration or we're just asking for how many times we've done something. If that's the case, we're going to use the present perfect simple. If we want to emphasize duration, we will use the present perfect continuous. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson. Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the present perfect simple or the present perfect continuous. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. For the following sentence, we not been to a theater for a long time. Again, do we want to emphasize time or asking for how many times something happened? In this case, we do want to emphasize the duration because the verb to be is a static verb, is a state verb. We're not going to use it in present perfect continuous, so it's going to finish in present perfect simple. So we haven't been to the theater for a long time. Next one. How long you have this bike? How long have you been having? Had you had or have you had? The correct answer is have you had. Again, the verb to have is a state verb. We're not going to use it in a continuous form. Next one. You ever drive a car before? Are we asking for the duration? Are we asking for how many times? Again, we have ever. The tip word is ever, the hint word, so we're going to use the present perfect simple. Next one. Not see him today. Is it a perfect simple or present perfect continuous? It's a present perfect simple, something that started in the past and we don't know if this action has finished or not. So it's just simple, present perfect simple. Next one. For the following sentence, Susan read books for the last 5 years. Do we want to emphasize duration? Is this a state verb? Ask these two questions to yourself. So the answer is has been writing in present perfect continuous, emphasizing the duration, 5 years. Next one. We wait for a table for 20 minutes. We have waited, we have been waiting, or we had waited. Again, we want to emphasize the duration of the action that we've been waiting, so we're going to say it in present perfect continuous. I not have a job since last summer. Again, ask yourself if you want to emphasize duration and if the verb is a state verb or not. We do want to emphasize duration, but it's a state verb, so we're not going to use it in present perfect continuous form. We're going to use it in the present perfect simple form. So haven't had is the correct answer in present perfect simple. Next one. My boss just called me to tell me some news. Has just called, has just been calling, or had just called. Again, we have the hint word just, so then we're going to use it in present perfect simple. So it's going to be has just called me. For the following sentence, I think about what you told me, but I don't know what to do yet. Again, think if we want to emphasize the duration of the action and if this is a state verb. In this case, we do want to emphasize duration, so you're going to use have been thinking. You're going to use present perfect continuous. Last one. For the following sentence, how long you work today? Do you want to emphasize duration or not? The correct answer is that have you been working, because you want to emphasize the duration, and this is why you are asking how long have you been working. I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson, and thank you for watching. Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the past simple, past perfect, or past perfect continuous. You will have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. Choose the correct answer for the following sentence. How long your glasses before you find them? The correct answer is, had you been looking for your glasses before you found them? The reason is because the action of looking for the glasses happens before finding the glasses, so it should be in past perfect. But as we are asking for how long this action happened, how long they had been looking for the glasses, we have to use the past perfect continuous. So the second action is finding the glasses. That's the last action that's gonna be in past simple. Remember, when you have two actions happening in the past, the oldest action, the first action to happen, it's gonna go in past perfect, and the second action or the most recent action in the past, it's gonna be in past simple. Next one. The following sentence. Ever you hear of this movie before you go to the cinema? Again, think which action happens before the other action, and that's gonna go in past perfect. The second action, so the most recent action, is gonna go in past simple. And for the first action, the past perfect action, think if you want to emphasize the duration of the action or not. If you do want to emphasize the duration, use the past perfect continuous. If not, use the past perfect simple. In this case, we don't want to emphasize any duration. We're just asking if you have ever heard of this movie before. So it's gonna go in past perfect simple, and then the second action in past simple. So it's had you ever heard of this movie before you went to the cinema. Another example. I never been in Sicily until I go last year. The correct answer is I had never been in Sicily until I went last year. The most recent action is gonna go in past simple, and the first action is gonna go in past perfect. It's a state verb, so we're gonna use it in past perfect simple. Next one. When my sister get home, my dad be very angry because she forget to lock the front door. The correct answer is when my sister got home, my dad was very angry because she had forgotten to lock the front door. Had forgotten is the first action to happen, so it's gonna go in past perfect. In this case, past perfect simple. There's no need to emphasize any duration. The other two actions are gonna go in past simple because they are the last ones to happen. Next one. For the following sentence, I know that before he crashed his car, he drank for hours. There's going to be two actions. One goes first, the other one goes second. The action that goes first is going to go in past perfect. If you want to emphasize duration, it's going to go in past perfect continuous. And then the latter action is going to go in past simple. In this case, I know that before he crashed his car, he had been drinking for hours. He drank before driving his car. We want to emphasize duration, in our case for hours, so we're going to use the past perfect continuous. Another one. As I not trained much lately, I not can win the tournament. As I hadn't trained much lately, I couldn't win the tournament. So not the action of training occurs before winning or not winning the tournament. So this is why it goes in past perfect. As we don't want to emphasize duration, we're just gonna use the past perfect simple. Next one. For the following sentence. Just before I finish my exam, I realized that I do it wrong since the beginning. Again, which action is the first action to happen? Is doing it wrong since the beginning, and then realizing and finishing the exam. So finished and realized, it's gonna go in past simple. And past perfect action, we want to emphasize duration, so it's gonna go in past perfect continuous. Next one. For the following sentence, my boss ashamed when he find out that the results awful for the last quarters. Again, which action happens first? Which action happens later? Do we want to emphasize duration or not? Check all these before answering the question. The first action is that the results had been awful. And then my boss got ashamed and found out. So these two are the latest actions. I'm gonna go in past simple. Next one. The correct solution is that Susan gave the watch back when she discovered that someone had been using it for a long time. Someone used the watch, then Susan discovers that and then gives it back. As we want to emphasize duration, that it had been using it for a long time, you're going to use past perfect continuous. Another one. I can't understand why you buy these shoes when you already buy a couple more 2 days ago. The correct answer is I can't understand why you bought these shoes when you had already bought a couple more 2 days ago. So there's two actions. One is buying a couple more 2 days ago, that happens first, and then he buys some other shoes. So there's two actions in two different moments in time, both in the past. Again, the first to occur, it's gonna go in past perfect, simple or continuous, and the latest of the two actions happening in the past gonna go in past simple. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson.
Don't waste your money.
I hope I win the lotto.
Your chances are very small.
But you can't win if you don't play.
Ha! You can't win if you do play.
Someone has to win.
That's what everyone says.
Might as well be me.
That's what everyone says.
You're trying to tell me something?
That didn't take long.
You think I should quit playing?
Save your money for school.
The party was fun, wasn't it?
It was. It was a bit of a shame that everyone was told to bring anything they wanted rather than making a list of who should bring what.
Yes, it certainly meant that lots of people brought the same thing.
Not having lots of stuff to choose from doesn't bother me as long as you like what's there, which I did.
Me too. I didn't see anyone eating what I brought. Apart from us, of course.
No, but that meant there was more for us.
True.
Now listen again.
The party was fun, wasn't it?
It was. It was a bit of a shame that everyone was told to bring anything they wanted rather than making a list of who should bring what.
Yes, it certainly meant that lots of people brought the same thing.
Not having lots of stuff to choose from doesn't bother me as long as you like what's there, which I did.
Me too. I didn't see anyone eating what I brought. Apart from us, of course.
No, but that meant there was more for us.
True.
Did you see the soccer match last night?
Sure did, and although I can't say I was unhappy at the result, it wasn't the most interesting game I've ever seen.
They've played better, I agree, but I didn't think they did that badly, especially that guy you really like.
He did well, but he was the only one who did. Imagine if he got injured and couldn't play for a few weeks. They'd lose every game.
Let's hope that never happens. Anyway, I thought it was a pretty entertaining game.
I've seen our school team play more interesting soccer.
Now listen again.
Okay, so I don't know every single detail about Stella. What's this really about? Do you not like her or something?
No, Ted, I like Stella a lot. She's a Mets fan.
Really?
It's just that everything with you guys has moved so fast. You've only known each other a few months. Don't you think maybe you should slow things down a little bit, get to know each other better?
I'll have a whole lifetime to get to know her better. Right now, I know the one thing that I have to. That I love her.
You love her. Barney, how can you be in love and still be sleeping with anything that moves?
I'm sorry, I don't follow you. That's like saying, how can an ant carry 20 times its body weight, but root beer floats are still delicious? Are the two even related? Really?
Ow!
Barney, you're gonna have to stop screwing around if you want to be Robin's boyfriend.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ahaha, boyfriend? I don't want to be Robin's boyfriend.
Well, what do you want then?
I don't know. I just want to be with her all the time. I want to hear about her day and tell her about mine. I want to hold her hand and smell her hair. But I don't want to be her stupid boyfriend.
Barney, what you just described is a relationship between a boyfriend and a girlfriend. And
Uh-huh.
I know dudes think it's girly for a guy to cook, but us ladies, we find it mighty sexy.
Really? You know, my grandma taught me how.
Oh, yeah, she did.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of time after school to watch her cook because I wasn't good at sports.
Oh, I'm on fire right now. Delicious. What's in this pesto?
You know, the usual basil, garlic, olive oil, but can you guess my secret ingredients?
Peanuts?
Yes, how did you know that?
Look at the car chase on TV.
That driver's crazy.
I can't believe he hasn't crashed.
How fast is he going?
They say he's going 80 miles per hour.
He's going to kill someone.
Look, he just hit that car.
Oh my goodness. No one is safe on the streets.
Now he's slowing down.
Maybe he ran out of gas.
Look, he just got out of the car and started running.
I hope the police catch him. TV news is so stupid.
They shouldn't even call it news.
Last night, they told us about a cat in a sofa.
Yesterday, they told us about a dog in a pipe.
Last week, they told us about a bear in a backyard.
Last month, they told us about a mouse in a restaurant.
The weatherman tells us the temperature in every town.
The sports guy shows us players fighting.
They always tell us what's next.
They always make what's next sound exciting, but it never is.
It's more like news for kids.
They should have kid reporters.
I love my computer.
Computers are so cool.
I love to go online.
The internet is amazing.
You can travel all over the world.
I know. I went to China yesterday.
What did you do?
I stood on the Great Wall and looked all around.
What was it like?
It was like the real thing.
It was like being there?
Yes, I felt like I was actually there.
He heard the door banging. Tom looked into the rooms. Then he heard footsteps. He walked along the corridor. Joe was ready. He was standing in front of him.
Sentence structure, the SVO formula. Hello, in this video, we're going to explain to you how the sentences are created in English, their order and elements. This lesson is very important. Please pay attention. In English, all sentences have the same structure. Subject plus verb plus object. For example, I read a book, where I is the subject, read is the verb, and a book is the object. If we want to say when the action happens or where it happens, we can put it at the beginning or at the end of the sentence. For example, yesterday, at home, I read a book. Or, I read a book yesterday at home. We have the same structure, but we put the time and place at the beginning or at the end of the sentence. If we want to say how the action occurs, we put it at the end of the sentence. For example, he speaks English very well. Something more to know. A subject and an object can have this structure: an article plus adjective plus noun. The first thing is a word that we call article, that can be the words in the previous lessons. For example, a, an, the, this, that. It tells us if it is something near, one thing, a lot of things, etc. The second thing is the adjective. We put adjectives in brackets because sometimes we don't use an adjective. An adjective is a word that describes a person or a thing. For example, big. The last thing, but the most important, is the noun. It can be a person or a thing. Let's put this all together. In the morning, I paint this old house. I is the subject, paint is the verb, and the object has three parts. This is the article, old is the adjective, and house is the noun. Another example. The brown dog eats a big cookie. In this sentence, the brown dog is the subject. The is the article. Brown is the adjective. And dog is the noun. Eats is the verb. A cookie is the object. A is the article. Big is the adjective. And cookie is the noun. Be careful, there are some exceptions. Don't use this formula in passive, because the order is different. In imperative, because there is no subject. And when you use the verb there is or there are, because there is no subject. Please watch this lesson again if you don't understand. How to create a question. The WASV formula. This is a very important lesson. We created the WASV formula so you can use it when you need to ask a question. Always use this formula to remember how to create a question, because you can use it in all verbal tenses. Let's see the formula. WASV question mark. Where W are the interrogative pronouns like what, when, where, how, why, who, how much, how many, etc. It is in brackets because it can be or not in the questions. When we ask something in a yes or no type of answer, we don't use any interrogative pronoun. We call the A in the formula the auxiliary, and it is the word we use when we do a negative sentence, but without the not part. For example, in present simple, a positive sentence is, "You speak English." And when we change the positive sentence into a negative sentence, we say, "You don't speak English." So in this case, the auxiliary, or A, is do. That is the word we use to change a positive sentence into a negative sentence. As you can see, to find the A for our WASV formula, we first make the negative and then take out the part of the word before the not part, or N''T. Another example. She plays tennis. Then the negative. She doesn't play tennis. So for the WASV formula, just use does as it is the part next to the N''T. Please remember how to find the A because it is a trick you can use for all verb tenses. S is the subject. V is the verb. So if you have to create a question, use the WASV formula, and you won't forget any element, and you will put each element in the correct place. Let's see some examples with the WASV formula. Where do you live? What are you reading? Some examples without the W, interrogative pronoun, when we ask something in a yes or no type of answer. In these questions, the answer is yes or no. For example, do you like the Beatles? Does she speak English? Be careful. Exceptions in which you don't use this formula. 1. When you use the verb there is or there are. 2. For the imperative tense. 3. When you are asking for the subject. For example, who is your brother? 4. When you use the verb to be. For example, when is your birthday? Future continuous. In this video, I'm going to show you another verb tense you can use for the future, besides present continuous, going to, or the future simple. Let's start. 1. When we use this verb tense. As all continuous tenses, we use them to describe an action that is happening in a specific moment. In the future continuous case, the specific moment is in the future. 2. How we create a sentence in future continuous. As it is a continuous tense, we have to use the continuous form. That is, be plus verb in ing form. Then, the verb will be in the future. That is, will be. Let's see some examples. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. I will be working in my office. You will be sleeping tonight when I get home. Or in negative, you won't be sleeping tonight when I get home. Or in a question, will you be sleeping tonight when I get home? Remember to use the WASV formula when you create a question. In our case, there is no W or interrogative pronoun. The A or auxiliary is will. The subject or S is you. The V or verb is be sleeping. 3. The typical words from this verb tense. There are no specific words to use in this tense besides all the words that tell us the action is happening in a specific moment in the future, like tomorrow at 10 a.m., tonight, in 1 year, or any other.
Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. Choose the correct answer for the following sentence. After lunch, I work in the office. I'll be working, or will be working. The correct answer is that after lunch I will be working. It is a continuous tense, so the verb to be is gonna go in future. And then the verb to work is gonna end in ing or gerund form. Next one. For the following sentence, if you call me at 9 a.m., I arrive at work. Will be arriving, will being arriving, or will arriving. The correct answer is that I will be arriving at work. It's a future continuous that expresses an action that occurs at a specific moment in the future. In this case, is at 9 a.m. For the following sentence, don't call me tonight because I watch a football game. Again, future continuous for an action that's gonna happen during the game tonight, at a specific moment in the future. In this case, the correct answer is will be watching. The verb to be in future and the verb to watch in gerund form, pointing at a specific moment in the future. For the following sentence, tomorrow around 10 p.m. you meet my parents. The correct answer is that at 10 p.m. you will be meeting my parents. Future continuous, again, used for a specific moment in the future. In this case, it's tomorrow around 10 p.m. describing what's gonna happen at that time. You will be meeting my parents. Next one. In 2 weeks' time, I start a new job. I will be starting, or will be starting. Again, will be starting is the correct answer. We have the verb to be in future simple and the verb start, ending in ing or gerund form. Next one. For the following sentence, next month we move to New York. Will be moving, will moving, or will being moving. Correct answer is that we will be moving. When? Next month. So at a specific moment in the future, we describe this action using the future continuous. Another one. If you want to join me, I have dinner at 6 p.m. Again, what's gonna happen at 6 p.m.? It's gonna be in future continuous. So, I will be having dinner at 6 p.m. The verb to be in future and the verb have ending in ing or gerund form. For the following sentence, between 7 and 8 p.m. my mom cooked dinner. You're gonna be describing what's happening at that time. Is that she will be cooking. You're gonna use a future continuous to describe an action that's gonna happen in the future at a specific moment. For the following sentence, at this time tomorrow I drive from work to the restaurant. Please remember how to do a future continuous. The verb to be in future and then add the verb in ing. So in this case, will be driving. Next one. For the following sentence, tomorrow night I do some more exercises on this web. The moment in the future is tomorrow night. And to describe what you're going to do, you're going to use a future continuous. In this case, it's going to be I will be doing some more exercises on this web. Verb to be in future plus the verb to do ending in ing or gerund form. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson. Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. Choose the correct answer for the following sentence. Next week, I drink a tequila on the beach. Again, we use the future continuous tense to say an action that's happening in a specific moment in the future. In this case, it's going to be I will be drinking a tequila on the beach. The verb to be in future simple plus the verb to drink in ing form or gerund. Next one. Tomorrow at 5, I fly to London. Again, remember verb to be in future plus the verb, in this case to fly, in gerund form or adding ing. Next one. Next week, I leave the office at 3 p.m. Future continuous, to express an action that's going to happen in the future at a specific moment in time. Next week at 3 p.m. I will be leaving the office. For the following one, tonight at 10 p.m. I watch a game on TV. Again, future continuous. Action that's gonna happen at a specific moment in the future. In our sentence is tonight at 10 p.m. I will be watching a game on TV. For the following sentence, at 12 p.m. he worked. At 10 p.m. he will be working. The verb to be in future simple plus the verb work in gerund or ing form. Let's see another one. For the following sentence, I wait for you at the airport when you arrive. When you arrive is the moment, indicates the moment in the future. So what's gonna happen at that specific moment? It's gonna be that I will be waiting for you. So you're gonna describe what's gonna happen at this specific moment in future continuous tense. Will be waiting. For the following sentence, what time you arrive tomorrow? This is a question, so remember to use the WASV formula to create a question. In this case, it's will you be arriving tomorrow? Will you be arriving tomorrow? For the following sentence, Saturday afternoon my parents dinner out. Remember to create a future continuous tense properly, using the verb to be in future plus the verb to have in ing. So, my parents will be having dinner out. Another one. Tomorrow from 3 to 4 p.m. I clean my room. What you're going to do tomorrow at a specific time, so in the future at a specific time, you're going to use a future continuous tense to describe it. So you're going to be cleaning. I will be cleaning my room. Next one. You still do the same job in 5 years. Again, it's a question. Remember to use the WASB formula to create a question in every single verb tense. Remember how to use the formula. The correct answer here is, will you still be doing the same job in 5 years? Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson.
Future perfect. In this video, I'm going to explain to you another verb tense you can use for the future, besides present continuous, going to, the future simple, and the future continuous from the previous videos. Remember that in each verb tense we must know 3 things. 1. When we use this verb tense. We use the future perfect tense when we are explaining something that happened in the future and there are 2 actions. We need to say that one action happened before the other action. We use the future perfect tense for the action that happens first, or before the other action, or before a specific time. Look at these examples. By the time you get home, I will have gone shopping. As you can see, by the time you get home is the action that happens second. And I will have gone shopping is the action that happens first. So it goes in the future perfect. Another example. I won't have finished my homework by 9 p.m. Scientists will have discovered life on other planets by 2050. 2. Now let's see how we create a sentence in future perfect. As you saw in the English verb tenses structures videos, we create the perfect structures using the 3rd column of irregular verbs or plus ed of regular verbs. Putting the verb have in the present, past, or future. If you remember, in the present perfect simple, the verb have goes in present. In the past perfect simple, the verb have goes in past. So, in the future perfect simple, the verb have goes in the future. Look at these examples. I have just gone to the gym. This is present perfect. I had just gone to the gym. This is past perfect. I will have gone to the gym by 6 p.m. This is the future perfect. Remember that in the future, we don't differentiate he, she, it from the rest of subjects. So, in the future perfect, all subjects are will have plus the 3rd column of irregular verbs or plus ed of regular verbs. Remember that for negative questions, we change will for won't. And that's it. Let's see the same sentence, but in negative. By the time you get home, I won't have gone shopping. Scientists won't have discovered life on other planets by 2050. To create a question, always remember the WASV formula. Remember that the A, or auxiliary, is the word you use to make a negative sentence. In our case, it is will. So now that we know our auxiliary, let's create the same sentence in a question. Will you have gone shopping by the time you get home? Will scientists have discovered life on other planets by 2050? Where there is no W or interrogative pronoun, the A or auxiliary is will. The S or subject is scientists. The V or verb is have discovered. Remember to always use the WASV formula. Now let's see which are the typical words from this verb tense. There are no specific words except those that give us a deadline or specific time. For example, by Monday, by March, in a week, in 2 days, in 3 hours, etc.
Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. Choose the correct answer for the following sentence. By the end of the week, I read the whole book. Remember to use the future perfect when we have 2 actions happening in the future and we want to say the first action to happen is in future perfect and the second action to happen is in future simple. In this case, the correct answer is that I will have read the book by the end of the week. Next one. For the following sentence, I improve my skills when I finish my training program. Again, one action occurs before the other action, and both actions are happening in the future. In this case, the correct answer is I will have improved my skills when I finish my training program. So before finishing the program in the future, my skills will have improved. Another one. In today's, I do all my homework. So before 2 days, my homework will be done. It's another way of saying the same sentence. In 2 days, I will have done all my homework. That means that I will have finished. I finish all my homework before 2 days. Remember, the future perfect is created with the verb have in future plus the third column of the irregular verbs or adding ed if the verb is a regular verb. Let's see another one. By tomorrow morning, I clean my room. So before tomorrow morning, I will have cleaned my room. Again, future perfect to express an action that happens before another action, both in the future. Let's see another one. She ran 15 kilometers by the end of the competition. Will have run, or will run. Again, remember how to create a future perfect. The correct answer is that she will have run 15 kilometers by the end of the competition. Verb to have in future plus the third column of the verb run. Next one. We meet a lot of new people by the end of the party. The last action that will happen in the future is the end of the party. And the action that's going to happen before that action, it's going to go in future perfect. So it's that we will have met a lot of new people. And then the party is going to be over. Next one. By 2015, scientists discover a cure for cancer. The correct answer here is that will have discovered the verb have in future because it's a future perfect. So have in future plus the third column or ed of the verb. By 2028, I traveled to a lot of countries. Again, before 2028, I will have traveled to a lot of countries. So that action's gonna finish before the other action's gonna happen first. Another sentence. I finished lunch before the movie starts. We have two actions in the future and one happens before the other one. This action that happens before the other one is the future perfect. In this case, I will have finished lunch before the movie starts. So I will have finished my lunch and then the movie's gonna start. Another one. We visit many countries by the end of our trip. When we finish our trip, we will have visited many countries. So that is gonna happen before finishing the trip. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson. Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. Choose the correct answer for the following sentence. My wife suspects that in 2 years' time we have kids. Remember, future perfect is an action that's gonna happen in the future, but before another action in the future. In this case, is the action that having kids. So we'll have kids before 2 years. Another one. The shop closed by the time we get there. Watch out, because this is a question, so use the WASV formula to create a question. In this case, will the shop have closed by the time we get there? Another one. I expect that by 2025 I finish my degree in medicine. Again, the action that's gonna happen before 2025 is gonna go in future perfect. In this case, it's finishing. It's will have finished. The verb have in future plus the third column or ed with a regular verb. By the end of our road trip, we drive 1500 kilometers. Remember how to create a future perfect sentence. In this case, it's will have driven 1500 kilometers before ending the road trip. Another one. If you don't come back in 10 minutes, I eat your food. The correct answer is that I will have eaten your food. So that's gonna happen before the 10 minutes, both in the future. Next one. For the following sentence, by the time my mom gets home, I do the laundry. The last action in the future is when my mom gets home. So I will do something before my mom getting home. This action is going to be in future perfect. In this case, it's I will have done the laundry. Another one. If we could keep spending this much at the end of the weekend, we spend a lot of money. The correct one is that we will have spent a lot of money. At the end of the weekend, we will have spent a lot of money. Next one. By the time we get home, the movie ends. So before we get home, in the future, there's going to be another action happening before that action that's going to go in future perfect. In this case, it's going to be will have ended. The verb have in future simple, plus the verb to end in third column, or ed if it's a regular verb. Next one. Before you get to the train station, I arrive. So there are two actions here. One's arriving and the other one is getting to the train station. So someone's gonna arrive to the train station before the other one. So the first one is gonna go in future perfect and the second one is gonna go in future simple, or present simple in this case. Another one. By the end of the tournament, I watched 5 games on TV. Correct answer is I will have watched 5 games on TV. So before the end of the tournament, the second action in the future, the first action is going to go in future perfect. I will have watched 5 games on TV. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson.
Future tenses reminder. Just as a reminder, remember how many different tenses we can use for the future. We have already seen some verb tenses. Future simple. Just add will between subject and verb. I will buy a new car. Use this if you want to say something for the future is not a planned nor arranged action. Going to. I am going to buy a new car. This is for plans in the near future. Present continuous. I am buying a new car. With the same meaning as in the going to form. Now let me show you some other tenses for the future. Present simple. Really? Present simple? Yes. We will use it for timetables and schedules. For example, if a train is leaving at 5 p.m., we can say, the train leaves at 5 p.m. This is present simple. We can also express a future, but in the past. For example, when I saw the accident, I was going to call the police, but they got there very quickly. Another way to express the future is to be about to. This means that it refers to the immediate future. Something will happen in a few moments. For example, I'm about to get home. This means that I will arrive home in a few minutes. As you have seen in the previous videos, we use the future perfect tense for the actions that happens first, or before the other action, or before a specific time. For example, Scientists will have discovered life on other planets by 2050. We use future continuous to describe an action that is happening in a specific moment. In the future continuous case, the specific moment is in the future. For example, tomorrow at 5 p.m., I will be working in my office.
Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between using going to, present simple, future in the past, to be about to, or future perfect of the verbs given. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. Choose the correct answer for the following sentence. Don't worry for me, I be fine. The correct answer is that I'm going to be fine. I will have been fine doesn't make any sense. I'm about to be fine doesn't make much sense either. Next one. If we don't run, we miss the beginning of the ceremony. If we don't run, we're going to miss the beginning of the ceremony. We will have missed, let's say future perfect doesn't make any sense here, and we miss doesn't make any sense either. At the end of the festival, more people take part than in the previous one. We have two actions in the future, at the end of the festival and take part. So we're gonna use the future perfect to indicate that an action happened before another action in the future. So the end of the festival is one action and have taken part is the second action, happening before that action. Next one. When I saw you, I take the bus home. When I saw you, I was going to take the bus home. Those are actions in the past, but expressing a future meaning. For the following sentence, hi Mark, are you home? Yes, but I leave in a few moments. Which expression you use to say that you leave in a few moments? I was about to leave in a few moments. To be about to is that you are going to do something right away. Next one. Yesterday you told me that you almost finished the report. Yes, I finished, but I didn't have enough time. I was about to finish it, but I didn't have enough time. So expresses a future meaning, but in the past. Next one. When you leave for the weekend, I miss you a lot. The correct one is that I'm going to miss you a lot. I was going to miss would be in the past. I will have missed doesn't make any sense. It needs a second action in the future. Next one. Do you think that by the time we get there, the party finish? Do we have two actions here? specific moment in the future and the other action is happening before that action, that moment in the future. So we're going to use the future perfect. In our sentence, the party will have finished when we get there, when we get to the party. We meet yesterday, but at the end, we couldn't. In the future, in the past. So we were going to meet. We were about to meet. We were going to meet, but at the end, we couldn't. We were going to meet would be in present, today or tomorrow. When we meet yesterday, we have to use the past, future. We were going to meet. Where you spend your weekend, we don't know yet. In fact, we stay home instead. Where are you going to spend your weekend? He's asking for a plan, so it's going to use a present continuous or going to. Then we don't know yet. In fact, we were going to stay. We're thinking about staying home. We're going to. It's a plan that we came up in the past. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson.
The Beatles are the best.
They are the best musical group ever.
I love their songs.
I don't know which one I like the best.
I like the ones I can sing along with.
So do I, like She Loves You.
She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And you know you should be glad.
What a great song.
How about Let It Be?
Oh, yes. Let it be, let it be.
There will be an answer, let it be. Let's go see a movie.
I'd rather not.
Why not?
You know I don't like crowds.
Let's go to an early movie.
Okay, that won't be very crowded.
What would you like to see?
Oh, I don't care. You're the one who wants to go out.
Well, I want to go see The Pursuit of Happiness.
What have you heard about it?
It's based on a true story about a divorced man and his young son.
Well, I hope it has a happy ending. What's your favorite thing to do?
I like to watch people.
That's your favorite thing to do?
Well, it's one of them.
Where do you go to watch people?
My girlfriend and I sit outside Starbucks.
That sounds like a good spot.
We watch people walk by with their dogs.
I guess you see lots of different dogs.
We don't even know what kind most of them are.
There are lots of different kinds, but they all have one thing in common.
Yes, they love to sniff each other when they meet. They call him Father Dollar Bill.
Yes, he was on the TV news today.
Every Easter Sunday, he gives away money.
Is it his money?
No, movie stars give him money to give to homeless people.
How much money does he give away?
This year, he gave away $15,000.
That's a lot of money.
He gave $100 to people in wheelchairs.
What about the other homeless people?
They get $1 each.
People stood in line just to get $1?
Phil! Hey, I know we haven't been spending a ton of time together lately, but I scored this amazing villa in Cabo for the weekend, and I wanted to take a special someone.
Listening?
I know you have your big family football game, but it's right on the water. Horseback riding on the beach.
I see us both in white shirts.
Phil.
Claire, I know. It sounds like the best weekend of my life, mi amigo, but I can't. It's family time.
He wants to take Haley.
Yeah,
Did you think I was asking you?
What? Brother can't yank a brother's chain? You tripping?
This guy! I'll send you some pictures.
Okay.
But not from the nude beach.
Oh, that's funny because it's my naked daughter and you're taking her away. I should get this tiny mouthwash for Haley. It's the abandon your family travel size.
Oh, dear God.
I know. Corn nuts, 2 for 1 sale. I feel like God's giving me the middle finger.
No, that's my wife's divorce lawyer.
I can't believe it. That bastard was my ex's lawyer.
Are you kidding me?
Oh.
I bet he's here to buy some extra small condoms, the kind that they keep behind the counter. Shut up.
I keep having this dream that he's dying of thirst in the desert and I hit him with my car.
I thought you were over it.
I thought I was. Let's get out of here before my cuff explodes.
Yeah, he already ruined my family. I don't want him to ruin my Thanksgiving, too.
Nope. We're not going anywhere. It's time someone stood up to the weasels who sweep into our lives, break up our families, and take our loved ones to Cabo.
I feel like you're making this about you, but you're right. Do you know when my high blood pressure started? When I met that guy.
Is this when someone's supposed to say, get him?
You hold him down. I'm gonna beat him with this orthopedic sugar.
Let's not lock into our first idea.
Adjectives ending in ed or ing. In this lesson, we're going to see how you can change a verb to create an adjective. For example, let's use the verb to interest. We add ed at the end of a verb to describe how a person feels, so for people, or to describe the effect that something or someone creates on someone. For example, he is very interested in books. He buys books every month. We add ing to describe something that produces or creates the sentiment. For example, this is a very interesting movie. I can learn a lot from it. Look at another example. Let's use the verb to bore. If we say, he is very bored watching this boring movie, we mean that the person is effective and the movie produces or creates the sentiment.
Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. Which is the correct answer? There was a film festival. I was very. It was an amazing film festival. I was very excited. The hint word is the an. Which is the correct answer? Sally is interested in dancing or interesting in dancing. She likes it a lot. Remember the difference between an adjective ending in ed or in ing. Ed gets or receives interest, ending in ing, in this case, produces interest, creates interests. Okay, let's see another one. Yesterday's lesson was very interesting or interested. If it receives or produces. Produces interest was very interesting, ing. The teacher was saying very things. Something that generated interest or received interest. Very interesting things. The game was very excited or exciting. It received excitement or produced excitement. In this case, exciting produces excitement. It is very when I arrive late to class, embarrassed or embarrassing. It generates embarrassment or you get that feeling. It produces embarrassment, so it's embarrassing. It creates embarrassment. Do you feel easily? Do you feel embarrassed easily or do you feel embarrassing easily? Again, if it's a feeling that you receive, it's gonna end in ed, as this is the case. If it produces, it's gonna end in ing. The running competition was very, the competition was very exhausting and I got really exhausted. Here we have both things, the one that generates and the other one that receives. Another one, the party was very really boring and I was very bored. The party generated boredom, so I got bored. I received this boredom. I felt very by the party. How you feeling, how you receive this adjective, it's gonna end in ed. I felt very surprised by the party. Thank you for watching and I hope this video helped you understand this lesson better. Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You will have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. The news about the accident were shocking or shocked. Remember, if it produces, it's gonna end in ing. If it receives, it's gonna end in ed. In this case, the news produced shocking. The test results were she felt very. What's producing, it's gonna end in ing. What receives, it's gonna be in ed. The results were very disappointing, she felt very disappointed. I had a very conversation with my uncle, a pleased or pleasing. If it produces a feeling, it's gonna end in ing. I had a very pleasing conversation with my uncle. Next one. It was when the accident happened. If it produces, it's gonna end in ing. If it's a feeling received, it's gonna end in ed, as this is the case. I was shocked when the accident happened. I didn't know what to do. I was very confusing or confused. If it's a sense, it's a feeling that you received, it's gonna be ed. If you're creating, it's gonna be ing. Confused is the correct answer. I didn't want to argue. I was very disgusting or disgusted. If it's a feeling you received, it's gonna be ed. If it's a feeling that you're producing, it's gonna be ing. The correct answer is I was very disgusted. Which is the correct answer? It was very late. I was, or tired or tiring. Are you producing or are you receiving? In this case, I was very tired. You received that because it was late. I was to meet your friends yesterday. I was pleasing or I was pleased. Again, the solution is ending with ed. I was pleased. It's a feeling that you received. The film wasn't very I got. So if the film produces or receives, and if you produce or receive. Remember, when producing ing, when receiving ed. Amusing and bored. The sound was very. I couldn't study. If it's producing or if it's receiving. Again, it's producing. The sound produces annoyance. So the sound was very annoying because it produces that. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson.
Gerund and infinitive. In this video, we will show you what we can do with the forms gerund, working, or infinitive, to work, and when to use the infinitive or gerund form. Please pay attention to this video. Let's start with the gerund, ing ending. We use a verb in gerund form after a preposition. Like, I'm worried about working too many hours. Or, sorry for explaining the story to her. We also use a verb in gerund form to create a noun and use it as a subject in a sentence. For example, smoking is bad for you. When you see that the verb smoke in the gerund form is at the beginning of the sentence, acting as a subject. So, we use gerunds after prepositions and as a subject at the beginning of a sentence. Let's see now the verbs in infinitive form. We use a verb in infinitive form after an adjective. Like, it is important to remember this lesson. Or, it's easy to understand this formula. Where important and easy are adjectives. We also use a verb in infinitive form to reply to the question, why? For example, why do you work? I work to make money. Notice that the negative of the infinitive is not to. Like in, I decided not to go to bed late today. Remember that when we have to say two verbs one after the other, we need to know if the second verb will be in gerund or infinitive form. The only way to know it is by memorizing the list of verbs in ing or to form.
I think you're very pretty.
Thank you.
Would you have dinner with me?
I would like to.
Can I pick you up? Friday night?
What time?
8 o'clock.
That sounds great.
We'll go to a French restaurant.
I've never been to a French restaurant.
I think you'll love the food.
I'm not going to eat any snails.
You have pretty eyes.
Thank you. So do you.
I wish my eyes were blue.
What's the matter with green eyes?
Nothing except my favorite color is blue.
Maybe in your next life you'll have blue eyes.
But what if I'm a fish in my next life?
I think some fish have blue eyes.
I hope I don't come back as a fish.
I hope I come back as a cat.
Cats have beautiful eyes.
I would love to have blue cat eyes.
I'm in love with that girl.
Have you told her?
Of course not.
Why not?
She would laugh at me.
How do you know?
Because they always do.
Maybe she's different.
They're all the same.
Just ask her out to dinner.
And then what?
And then she'll know that you like her. Would you like to go on a blind date?
You must be joking.
No, I'm serious.
I don't want to date a blind woman.
A blind date doesn't mean that she is blind.
What does it mean?
A blind date is a date with someone you don't know.
Why would I date someone I don't even know?
To try something new and exciting.
What if I don't like her?
Then you don't date her again.
I love to watch Judge Judy.
Is that a TV show?
Yes, it's on every afternoon.
What's so good about it?
They have interesting lawsuits.
Such as?
Yesterday, a woman complained about a cell phone she bought on eBay.
Was something wrong with the phone?
It works only in Canada.
Did the seller know that?
Yes, and he didn't tell the buyer.
I hope Judge Judy made the seller take the phone back.
Old movies are the best.
Even though they're in black and white?
A good story is more important than color.
Actors didn't curse back then.
And there was no violence.
People today don't like that.
No, today people like lots of action.
I like a good story.
I like to see actors who are like real people.
Like real people with real problems.
They still make movies like that.
Yes, but they never make much money.
The passive 1. Here you'll learn how to create a sentence in the passive form in 5 easy steps using our methodology. You will also learn how to detect a sentence in passive form. Let's start. The passive tense is one of the few tenses that doesn't follow the SVO structure. The passive tense is a way to restructure a sentence and say it in a different way. Let's see an example. One way to say it: my mom cooked a nice dinner. Another way to say it: a nice dinner was cooked by my mom. Notice that in the first way of saying it, my mom is the subject, cooked is the verb, a nice dinner is the object, following the normal structure. But in the other way of saying the sentence, a nice dinner can't be the subject, because a dinner can't cook itself. So the order of the sentence has been restructured. So now, at the beginning of the sentence, we find the object, and at the end, after by, we find the subject. The first way of saying the sentence is called the active sentence, and the second way is the passive sentence. We use a passive structure when we don't know who did something, when the action is more important than who did it, or when it's obvious that someone did something. Let's see how we can create a passive sentence from an active sentence. It's very easy if you follow these steps. Let's use this example. The police arrested the thief. First, identify the subject and the object of the active sentence. In our example, the police is the subject and the thief is the object. Second, identify the tense of the verb in the active sentence. In our example, the verb is arrested, and it is in the past simple tense as it finished in ed. Third, write the sentence starting with the object, in our case, the thief. Then add the verb to be in the same tense as the verb in the active sentence, in our case, past simple. Fourth, the verb in the active sentence, arrest, put in the third column or ed if it's a regular verb. In our example, arrested. Fifth, we will normally put the subject of the active sentence in the passive sentence. It isn't mandatory, but if you think it's useful information, say it. We just have to add the word by before the subject. In our case, we will write, by the police. So the passive sentence is, the thief was arrested by the police. Now let's see another example in another tense. The active sentence is, doctors save lives. So let's start with my system. First step, identify the subject and the object of the active sentence. In our example, doctors is the subject and lives is the object. Second, identify the tense of the verb in the active sentence. In our example, the verb is saves in the present simple tense. Third, write the sentence starting with the object. In our case, lives. Then add the verb to be in the same tense as the verb in the active sentence. In our case, present simple. Fourth, the verb in the active sentence, save, put it in the third column or ed if it's a regular verb. In our example, saved, as save is a regular verb. Fifth, we will normally put the subject of the active sentence in the passive sentence. Just add by before the subject. In our case, by doctors. So the passive sentence is, lives are saved by doctors. Look at some more examples. In present simple, active, they clean the office. Passive, the office is cleaned by them. In past simple, they cleaned the office. Active. Passive, the office was cleaned by them. The most common verbs in passive structure are to be born, to be built, to be invented. The passive to. This is the second part of the passive. In this video, you will see the passive form in more verb tenses than in the first video, as well as the passive with two objects and the passive with reporting verbs. If you do not remember the passive form, please re-watch the Passive 1 video to make sure you understand the passive form before watching this video. You're going to see a passive structure in more complicated verb tenses, but remember that all passive sentences are created using the same process. For example, in present continuous, the active sentence is they are building new houses, and in passive, new houses are being built. In past continuous, the active sentence is they were building new houses, and in passive, new houses were being built. Let's look at some examples. Present continuous. Active. They are building new houses. Passive. New houses are being built. Please check the rest of the table.
Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose between the present continuous passive form from the options. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. For the following sentence, the money transferred today. Create a passive sentence with a present continuous. The correct answer is the money is being transferred. Remember to put the verb to be in present continuous. That is, to be plus the verb to be ending in ing plus the verb to transfer in the third column or ed. Let's see another one. The email send now. As the action is happening now, we're going to use the present continuous. The passive tense would be the email is being sent. Is being is the verb to be in passive form, and sent is the third column of the verb. Next one. A building built. The correct answer is a building is being built. The object is the building. The verb in passive form is being built. The verb to be in present continuous plus the verb to build in the third column or ed if it was a regular verb. Next one. The car washed by the owner now. The car is being washed by the owner now. Next one. The magazine read by me at the moment. Again, the action is happening at the moment, so we're going to use a present continuous. As the object is at the beginning of the sentence, that means that this is a passive sentence. The solution is the magazine is being read by me at the moment. Next one. All our clients serve now. All our clients is the object of the sentence. The passive sentence is all our clients are being served now. Look that the object matches the verb, so it's a plural. All of our clients are being served. Next one. The portrait painted by the artist. The correct solution is the portrait is being painted by the artist. Next one. The 2 rooms used at the moment. See that the verb to be is in plural. It's are. The correct solution is the 2 rooms are being used at the moment. To be in present continuous form. Next one. Prisoners kept by the police. Again, to be in present continuous form plus the verb keep in the third column of perfect form. That is kept, are being kept. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson. Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question, and you have to choose the past continuous passive form from the different option. You will have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. For the following sentence, a different opinion. Consider. Remember, you have to choose the past continuous passive form. In this case, was being considered. That is the verb to be in past continuous form plus the verb consider in third column or ed. Let's see another example. When I got to the school, the lesson explained. In here, correct one is when I got to school, the lesson was being explained. Again, the verb to be in past continuous, which means the verb to be in the past, plus the verb to be ending in ing, that would be the past continuous of the verb to be, plus the verb explain in third column or ed if it was a regular verb. Let's see another one. When the company is shut down, the salaries not paid. The correct one is weren't being paid. As the verb to be for salaries, it's plural. And in negative, weren't being, the verb to be ending in ing because it's a past continuous form of the verb to be, plus the verb to pay in the third column. Weren't being paid. Let's see another one. The store closed by the employees. The correct answer is the store was being closed by the employees. Again, verb to be in past continuous plus the verb close in ed because it's a regular verb. Let's see another one. Until yesterday, my watch repair. The correct one is my watch was being repaired. As always, to be in past continuous form plus repair in third column or ed. Another one. The singer interviewed by the press. The singer is the object because it's who is being interviewed, and the press is the agent that is the subject in the active sentence. In this case, was being interviewed is the correct answer. Let's see another one. Until the police arrived, the thieves not arrested. The correct answer is weren't being arrested. Again, verb to be matching the thieves, that is a they, so it's plural. So it's weren't being, plus the verb arrest in ed because it's a regular verb. Another one, the two main buildings used by the government till yesterday. The past continuous passive form is were being used. The verb to be in past continuous plus use in third column or ed. Let's see another one. The office clean. The office can't clean itself, so it must be a passive sentence. The correct answer is the office was being cleaned. Another one. When we got there, the tickets sell. The correct one is were being sold. Again, to be in past continuous plus the verb sell in third column or perfect form. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson. Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to complete the sentence in the present perfect passive form. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question. And then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. For the following sentence, 3 people killed in the accident. Remember present perfect passive form. The correct answer is have been killed, as the verb to be is in present perfect, plus the verb kill in third column or ed if it is a regular verb. Let's see another example. Many photos taken by this camera. Again, verb to be in present perfect, plus the verb take in third column or perfect form. Have been taken is the correct answer. Next one. The new manager announced to manage the team. The correct answer is the new manager has been announced. Has been is the verb to be in present perfect, plus announce is the verb announce in third column or perfect form. Another one. A lot of work due until now. The correct answer is a lot of work has been done until now, as it's the verb to be in present perfect, so have plus the verb to be in third column, plus the verb from the active sentence, the verb do, in third column or perfect form. Another one. Many medicines offered to the public this year. Again, it's a passive, as many medicines can't offer anything. So many medicines have been offered to the public this year. Present perfect passive form. Another one. All the tickets for the concert sell. The tickets for the concert can't sell anything, so it's a passive. Have been sold is the solution. Have been is the present perfect for the verb to be, and sold is the perfect form of the verb sell. Next one. The newspapers not delivered yet. The correct answer is haven't been delivered yet. It's a present perfect of the verb to be that you do the negative on the have and then you add deliver in third column or perfect form. Next one. 2 new apartments built since last year. Remember present perfect passive form. You're going to create it using a present perfect of the verb to be plus third column or perfect form for the verb from the active sentence. Have been built is the correct answer here. Many weddings cancelled so far this year. Many weddings have been cancelled so far this year. Again, to be in present perfect plus cancel in perfect form. My camera still this morning. My camera has been stolen this morning. Again, verb to be in present perfect, that is the verb have, plus to be in third column, in this case as my camera is an it, the verb have, it's going to be has. my camera has been, and then the verb still in third column has been stolen. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson.
Passive with two objects. This means that the active sentence has two different objects. S, V, O, O. For example, Susan bought a new dress for her daughter. As you can see, this is an active sentence. Susan is the person who buys the dress, following the SVO structure. But in this case, we have two objects. One is the dress, and the other one is the daughter. We can create the passive with either object. For example, the passive can be, a new dress for her daughter was bought by Susan. Or, her daughter was bought a new dress by Susan. Passive with reporting verbs. Let's look at some examples. The active sentence is, people say Paris is nice. The passive sentence is, Paris is said to be nice. Or, it is said that Paris is nice. We use this kind of passive when we describe an opinion. And as you can see, there are two ways to create the passive voice. One way is by changing the verb tense of the active voice into a passive, as we did in all the other passive tenses. That is, adding the verb to be in the tense of the verb in active voice, then the verb of the active voice in the third column or plus ed, and then add the infinitive. People say Paris is nice. Paris is said to be nice. Remember that the negative of the infinitive tense is not to. For example, following the same sentence. Active. People say Paris isn't nice. Passive. Paris is said not to be nice. The other way to create a passive with reporting verbs is by starting it with it. Then create the verb in passive as always. Then add that. Active. People say Paris is nice. Passive. It is said that Paris is nice. The most common verbs to use in this kind of passive are believe, consider, expect, hope, know, say, suppose, think, understand, and accept. For example, we could say, it is said that Paris is nice. But we can also say, it is considered that Paris is nice. Or, it is known that Paris is nice. The last thing we will see in the structure, to have something done. We use this structure when we ask someone to do something for us. For example, I have my nails painted every week. Or, I had my shoes polished yesterday.
Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to fill the gaps with the passive form using the reporting verbs from the active sentence. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. The active sentence is: people consider Michael Jordan is the best basketball player ever. Choose the correct verb with reporting verbs. The correct one is: Michael Jordan is considered to be the best basketball player ever. The second option would be: Michael Jordan considers. That's an active sentence, this is not a passive sentence. Third option: Michael Jordan is considered being. It is wrong. You have to create the reporting verbs with the infinitive form. Michael Jordan is considered, and then the infinitive form, to be the best basketball player ever. Let's see another example. The active sentence is: people consider Madonna is a good artist. Again, the correct sentence is: Madonna is considered to be a good artist. First option, Madonna is considered, is not correct, and Madonna considered is not a passive sentence, this is an active sentence. The only correct choice here is the second one. Remember, Madonna is considered and then the infinitive form. Let's see another one. The active sentence is: experts think that the crisis will end soon. The passive is: the crisis is thought to end soon. Again, the object goes first, that is the crisis, and then the reporting verb, that is thought, and then the infinitive form from the active sentence. The crisis is thought to end soon. Let's see another one. People think the company will hire a lot of people. The correct passive is: it is thought that, and then the company will hire a lot of people. Remember, you start adding it at the beginning of the sentence, and then the verb think, in this case, in passive. So the verb to be in present, and then think in the third column. It is thought, and then you add that, and then you just put the rest of the sentence. The company will hire a lot of people. Let's see another one. Experts believe the world will increase its population 50% in 100 years. The correct one is the first one. It is believed that. And then you just add the same sentence. sentence, the world will increase its population 50% in 100 years. It is believed. You start the sentence with an it, and then the verb to be in present simple, so it is, and believed, third column, and then you add that, and then the rest of the sentence. Another example. They expect to sell a lot of tickets for the concert. Again, correct one is a lot of tickets. That is the object of the active sentence goes first. Are expected. It's the passive form of the verb expect in the active. And then the infinitive verb. To be sold. To be sold for the concert. That is the infinitive form of the verb to be plus the verb sell in the third column. Next one. People think English is very important for your professional career. The correct answer is English is thought to be very important for your professional career. Again, the verb think in passive form, that is the verb to be, in present plus the verb think in third column, and then the infinitive form is thought to be, the infinitive form of the verb to be from the active sentence. Let's see another one. People expect the concert to be exciting. The correct passive is the concert is expected to be exciting. Let's see another one. People consider Spain is a nice place to visit. One way to create a reporting verb with a passive sentence is it is considered that Spain is a nice place to visit. Again, you start with an it, and the verb consider in passive form, it is considered, and then you add that and the rest of the sentence. Another one. People say next year will be warmer. The correct one is next year is said to be warmer. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson.
Do you get PBS on TV?
Yes, everybody gets the public broadcasting system.
It puts me to sleep.
Tell me about it.
A gardening show follows a knitting show.
A cooking show follows a sewing show.
A travel show follows another travel show.
I'll say, I've gone around the world a dozen times already.
Now they're adding old TV shows to the old movies.
I sure would like to see something interesting for a change.
If more people donate money, PBS could offer new shows.
Who wants to donate? Public TV should be free.
That woman is a very good singer.
Yes, but she looks like a man.
What difference does it make?
Female singers are supposed to be pretty.
Singers are supposed to sound good.
They should look good too.
There are lots of ugly men singers.
Men singers don't have to look good.
Then neither do women singers.
Well, I would never buy her CD.
But you would buy her CD if she was pretty?
Yes, I would buy all of her CDs. All the TV stations are going to go digital.
Yes, that will occur next month.
Most of them are already broadcasting in digital.
The digital signal is very clear.
Oh no, it isn't.
What do you mean?
I can't get a single channel.
Do you have a digital TV?
Of course, but I don't have cable.
You don't need to have cable, but you do need a good antenna.
But I have rabbit ears.
Rabbit ears aren't strong enough. Buy a digital antenna.
I need to fly to New York.
When are you going?
During the Christmas holidays.
You'd better buy your ticket now.
You must be kidding.
No, I'm not. It's March. Time is running out. Seats are selling out right now.
I thought I would wait until October.
I'll bet this is the first time you've ever flown during Christmas.
You're right.
Well, listen to me. You need to buy a ticket now.
But maybe prices will be cheaper in October.
Cheaper prices won't do you any good if there are no seats.
I was walking down a street when I saw this in a shop window, and I decided to buy it that day. I don't have any other antiques. But this is the kind of thing which looks good in any big room.
Modals in the past. In this video, we're going to explain to you how to create a modal in the past tense. Remember that most of the modal verbs that we have seen in previous lessons refer to the present and the future. There are a few modals that can be used in the past. For example, could, have to, or be able to. But there are others that cannot be used in the past, like must, can, may, might, or should. For that, if we want to use these modals in the past, we have to say the modal verb plus have plus the verb in the perfect tense. That is the third column, or plus ed for regular verbs. Let's see some examples. I could have done it better than I did. I'm ashamed. You mustn't have driven drunk. You should have told the truth. He may have asked you before. Notice that after would, or the modal verb in the past, all subjects will go with have. You will never say, she should has told you the truth. The correct way is, she should have told you the truth. Check the table to see which is the specific use for each modal verb in the past. Remember that we can use the modal verb could for the past, and that the negative is couldn't. We can also use the modal have to in the past, that is, had to. As in, I had to go back when I saw you. And the negative will be, I didn't have to leave when I saw you. We treat it as a normal verb in the past, so we will need the auxiliary of the past simple, didn't. Now let's see the modal verb, be able to. It is the most flexible way to say an ability or capability, as we can use it in any tense. We just have to say the verb to be in the tense we want. For example, in the past it will be, I wasn't able to finish the exercise until you helped me. Or in the future, I think I will be able to do it myself.
I love cheese.
Me too.
Where does cheese come from?
It comes from cows.
So we get cheese from cows and we get milk too?
Yes, we do.
What else do we get from cows?
We get hamburgers and steak.
Oh, that's so delicious.
We also get leather.
We get a lot of things from cows, don't we?
Yes, a cow is man's best friend.
I used to work in a deli.
How did you like it?
I loved it.
Did you get free food?
I ate free cheese and meat every day.
That sounds like a great job.
Whatever a customer ordered, I sliced off a little more for me.
Did you get fat?
No, but I did put on a few pounds.
That sounds like a dream job.
It was, until one day my manager caught me.
No more free cheese for you, huh?
I'm on a new diet.
What are you eating now?
I switched from pasta to potatoes.
Why did you do that?
Pasta is processed food. Potatoes are natural food.
Natural food has more vitamins.
And it's just as easy to prepare.
How do you prepare the potatoes?
I wash them and then steam them for 15 minutes.
That's pretty simple.
Then I add butter, salt, and pepper.
Can I have all those cans of tomato sauce you bought for your pasta?
My girlfriend's mom got mad at me at the dinner table.
Why was that?
I sprinkled salt and pepper on the food before I tasted it.
What's the matter with that?
Her mom is a great cook.
So, a little salt and pepper never hurt anything.
It hurt her feelings.
Oh?
I apologized to her, but I could tell she was still upset.
Maybe you shouldn't eat there again.
I'm sure everything will be okay in a day or two.
It's your girlfriend's fault. She should have warned you. I eat the same thing every day.
You're kidding.
No, I'm serious.
Doesn't that get old?
No, because I'm eating food that I like.
But the same thing day after day gets old.
Well, I guess if it ever does get old, I'll change to something different.
Do you eat fruits and vegetables every day?
No, I hate vegetables.
But you eat fruits.
I eat 2 apples, 1 banana, and 1 orange every day.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. There's something wrong with my orange.
What's wrong?
It's not orange.
Your orange isn't orange.
No, it's dark pink.
Are you sure? I never heard of such a thing.
I just peeled it, and I'm looking at it right now.
Let me see. Yes, you're right. Your orange is pink.
Who ever heard of such a thing?
Oh, look. Here's the little sticker that was on it. It's called a pink navel.
What is this world coming to?
Who knows? Maybe soon we'll have pink bananas.
Conditional sentences. First conditional. In this video, we're going to teach you what a conditional sentence is, their structure, and their specific use, as well as some tips. Let's start. We use conditional sentences when we want to express a condition. Let's see some examples so you can understand them better. If I have money, I will buy a new jacket. If it rains, I will stay home. You can see that the conditional sentence has two parts. One is the condition, and the other is the result of this condition. In English, there are 4 kinds of conditional sentences, and they all have 2 parts. And either part can go at the beginning of the sentence. It is the same to say, if I have money, I will buy a new jacket. Or, I will buy a new jacket if I have money. Let's start with the first conditional. We use the first conditional when there is a condition and a result of this condition. We create a first conditional using this structure. If plus present simple, will plus infinitive without to, so future simple. For example, if I pass the exam, I will get my license. If I have money, I will buy a new car. In our examples, the conditions are if I pass the exam and if I have money. The results are I will get my license and I will buy a new car. Remember that either part can go first. It is the same to say, if I have money, I will buy a new car. Or, I will buy a new car if I have money. Just notice that if we start the conditional sentence with the part with if, then we need to put a comma between the 2 parts. And if not, we don't need to put a comma. Another thing you should know is that you can use the modal verbs might, could, should, instead of the future simple. Look at the examples. If the weather improves, we will go for a walk. If the weather improves, we could go for a walk. If you want, we could go to the cinema. Second conditional. Let's see how to create a second conditional sentence. As a reminder, remember that the conditional sentences have 2 parts, where one is the condition and the other is a result of this condition. And either part can go at the beginning of the sentence. We use the second conditional for hypothetical, unreal situations. We create a second conditional using this structure. If plus past simple, would plus infinitive without to. Look at the examples. If I had money, I would buy a new car. If I had more time, I would read more. The conditionals are if I had money and if I had more time. The results are I would buy a new car and I would read more. Remember that either part can go first, but if you start the conditional sentence with the part with if, then you need to put a comma between the two parts. If not, you don't need to put a comma. For example, I would call him if I knew his phone number. Something important you should know is that we use the verb to be in the past of the past simple in a second conditional. We can say, if I were you, I would talk to him. Or we can say, if I was you, I would talk to him. Another thing you should know is that you can use the modal verbs could or should instead of would. For example, if I had money, I could buy a new car. If I had money, I should buy a new car. Instead of, if I had money, I would buy a new car. Zero conditional. Now let's see the zero conditional. We use the zero conditional for real situations or facts. We create a zero conditional using this structure. If plus present simple, present simple. If plus past simple, past simple. As you can see, we create a zero conditional using the same verb tense in both parts. Again, as a reminder, remember that conditional sentences have two parts. One is the condition, and the other is the result of this condition. And either part can go at the beginning of the sentence. For example, in the present, if I drink tea in the morning, it makes me feel sick. Water boils if you heat it to 100 degrees Celsius. In the past, if I was cold, I turned on the heating. Again, remember that either part can go first, but if you start the conditional sentences with the part with if, you need to put a comma between the two parts. The third conditional. In this video, we're going to teach you the only conditional you haven't seen yet, what it is, the structure, and its use. Remember that we use conditional sentences when we want to express a condition. For example, if I have money, I will buy a new jacket. As you can see, conditional sentences have two parts. One is the condition, and the other is the result of this condition. Remember that either part can go first, but if you start the conditional sentence with the part with if, you need to put a comma between the two parts. If not, you do not need a comma. Now let's see the third conditional. We use the third conditional for the past. We create a third conditional using this structure. If plus past perfect, would plus present perfect. Look at the examples. If I had known his phone number, I would have called him. If she had known that you were here, she would have come earlier. where the conditions are if I had known his phone number and if she had known that you were here, the results are I would have called him and she would have come earlier. As we saw in the modals in the past lesson, after a would, could, or should, we will always say have, even if we are using he, she, or it. So, for example, he should have been here by now, and not he should has been here by now. Another thing you should know, like in the second conditional, you can use the modal verbs could or should instead of would. For example, if I had known his phone number, I could have called him. Or, if I had known his phone number, I should have called him. Instead of if I had known his phone number, I would have called him. For example, if I had money, I could buy you a new car. If I had money, I should buy you a new car. Instead of, if I had money, I would buy a new car. So now you have seen all 4 kinds of conditional sentence. Take into consideration that sometimes you can mix parts from different conditionals. As in the example, I wouldn't have missed the bus if it wasn't late, where the first part is the third conditional, but the second part is the second conditional. Last, you should know that there are some alternatives to if in a conditional sentence. Please check the theory lesson where you will find all the alternatives you have.
Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to create the third conditional with the verb in brackets. You will have about 5 seconds to answer each question and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. For the following sentence, if they invite me, I go to the wedding. Create a third conditional sentence. In this sentence, if they had invited me, I would have gone to the wedding is the correct answer. Remember that the sentence starting with the if, the verb, goes in past perfect. Then you add a comma, and the second sentence goes with would, could, or should plus present perfect. Let's see another one. If I live in the 18th century, I not could have a car. The correct one is if I had lived in the 18th century, I couldn't have had a car. Again, the part starting with if goes with past perfect. If I had lived. And then the other sentence goes with could, should, or would plus present perfect. In this case, it's a negative, but we're gonna do it in the modal could. We couldn't have had. Let's see another one. If I have a house on the beach, I go last summer. The correct answer is that if I had had a house on the beach, I would have gone last summer. Again, the part starting with the clause with if, the verb, it's gonna go in past perfect tense. Then the other sentence of the conditional sentence, the go, it's gonna go in would, could or should plus present perfect. Let's see another one. If it, with the verb to be, cheaper, I buy it. The correct answer is if it had been cheaper, I would have bought it. Again, the part starting with the clause with if goes in past perfect tense. Then the other part of the sentence is gonna go with could, should, or would plus the present perfect of the verb in brackets. Another one. If you go to the supermarket this afternoon, now we have soup for dinner. Correct answer is that if you had gone to the supermarket this afternoon, now we would have had soup for dinner. Again, part starting with the if, it's gonna go in past perfect tense. And the other one is gonna go in could, should, or would, plus the verb in present perfect. Another one. If I know my friends were there, I go there. The correct one is if I had known my friends were there, I would have gone there. Remember, you use the third conditional for situations in the past. Next one. If they be on time, I say hello to them. The correct answer is if they had been on time, I would have said hello to them. Again, the sentence starting with the clause with if, it's gonna go in past perfect tense. And the other sentence is gonna go with would, could or should plus present perfect of the verb. Let's see another one. If I not work, I come to the party. In this case, the correct one is if I hadn't worked, I would have come to the party. Remember the negative of the past perfect, you're gonna do it on the had. Next one. If you not tell Sam about the surprise party, you not ruin it. In this case, you have to practice the negative sentence. So the correct one is if you hadn't told Sam about the surprise party, you wouldn't have ruined. Please notice where the negatives are created. In the past perfect, we create the negative on the auxiliary had. That's hadn't. The second part of the conditional sentence, you do the negative again in the auxiliary part. The wouldn't, would, wouldn't, and then have ruined. Please don't say you would haven't ruined. That doesn't exist. Let's see another one. If I be home, I watch the program on the TV. In this case, if I had been home, I would have watched the program on the TV. Again, the sentence starting with a clause with the if clause, it's gonna go in past perfect. And then the other sentence, it's gonna go in could, should, or would plus present perfect. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson. Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to create the third conditional with the verb in brackets. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. For the following sentence, if I train harder, I could win the competition. The correct answer is that if I had trained harder, I could have won the competition. Again, to create a third conditional sentence, the part of the sentence that starts with the clause with if, it's gonna go in past perfect tense. Then, after the comma, the other sentence is gonna go with could, should, or would, plus the present perfect tense of the verb in brackets. In this case, win. We could have won. Let's see another one. If I have a brother, I could play with him. The correct answer is if I had had a brother, I could have played with him. Again, the if clause indicates that the verb is gonna go in past perfect. In this case, the past perfect of the verb have. So it's gonna be had. Then, the other part of the sentence is gonna go with could plus play in present perfect. I could have played. Remember, we always gonna say have after could, would, or should. Even if it's a he, she, or it, no matter. It's gonna be she could have played, he could have played, or it could have played. Always have, could have. Let's see another one. If I have a book during the flight, I read it. The correct sentence is if I had had a book during the flight, I would have read it. Again, the sentence starting with a clause with if, it's gonna go in past perfect tense. In this case, the past perfect tense of the verb have. So it's gonna be had. Then, the other sentence, it's gonna go with would, could, or should, and then the present perfect of the verb in brackets. In this case, would have read. Let's see another one. If the alarm clock ring on time, I not be late. In this case, if the alarm clock had rang on time, I wouldn't have been late. Again, the sentence starting with the if clause, it's gonna go in past perfect tense. So had rang, third column of the verb ring. Then the second part is gonna go with would, could, or should, plus the present perfect of the verb to be. In this case, it's a negative. So remember, we do the negative on the auxiliary wouldn't. You're not gonna say you would haven't been. That's not correct. The correct way to do any negative is wouldn't have been. Remember that. Let's see another one. If I know French when I was in Paris, my life be easier. As you might have guessed, the correct one is if I had known French when I was in Paris, my life would have been easier. Again, past perfect, where the sentence starts with the if clause, and then would, could, or should, plus the verb in brackets in present perfect. Would have been easier. Remember, the third conditional is always used for past situations. Next one. I pass the exam if I study harder. In this case, the correct one is I would have passed the exam if I had studied harder. Remember to always start with the part of the clause. You locate the if clause and then you apply the past perfect of that verb. In this case, study. Had studied. Then the other verb is going to go with would, could or should plus the present perfect. Let's see another one. I could take pictures if the camera not break. Again, the sentence is in a different order. It's not starting with the if clause. So the correct one is I could have taken pictures if the camera hadn't broken. Again, the part starting with the if, it's gonna go in past perfect. In this case, it's a negative. If the camera hadn't broken, I, and then could, and then the verb take in present perfect. I could have taken pictures. You rearrange the sentence if you need. Let's see another one. If I be at the ceremony, I take pictures. The correct answer is if I had been at the ceremony, I would have taken pictures. Again, if, then past perfect, comma, and then the second sentence, would, could or should plus present perfect. Please notice the case, it's a hypothetical situation. It's always in the past. This is why we use the third conditional for hypothetical situations in the past. Let's see another one. If I have enough money, I buy it. The correct answer is if I had had enough money, I would have bought it. Again, if and then past perfect, comma, and then would, could or should plus present perfect. Let's see another one. If I remember your birthday, I bring a present for you. If I had remembered your birthday, I would have brought a present for you. If plus past perfect, then comma, and then could, should or would plus present perfect. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson. Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to choose the correct meaning for each word. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. What is the meaning of even if? Is it even supposing, without, if not, or given the fact? Even if has the same meaning as even supposing. Let's see another one. What's the meaning of as long as? Has the same meaning as on the condition that. Let's see another one. What is the meaning of I'd rather? Is it prefer, strong wish, or on the condition that? In this case, I would rather is the same as I prefer. Next one. What is the meaning of unless? Is it a strong wish? Is it without or if not or on the condition that? unless has the same meaning as without or if not. Let's see another one. If only is it without or if not. It's used to mean a strong wish or even supposing. The correct answer is the use if not if only for something strong wish. For in case, is it even supposing? This has the same meaning as if or as without or if not. In case has the same meaning as if. Another one. I wish I is the same as prefer or wish for desire or if. I wish I expresses a wish for desire. Another one. What's the meaning of provided or provided that? It's a wish for desire is the same as if or means given the fact. Provided that or provided means given the fact or given the fact that. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you better understand this lesson.
I love peanuts.
Me too. I love them roasted and salted.
I love boiled peanuts.
Boiled? I never heard of that.
Just boil raw peanuts in salt water until the shells are soft.
I'll have to try them sometime.
They're best when they're hot.
My brother is allergic to peanuts.
That's not good.
No, it isn't. He almost died when he was little.
He has to be very careful about what he eats.
He has a very strict diet. I'm gaining weight.
How much have you gained?
3 pounds just this month.
Do you know why?
I think it's the ice cream.
You started eating ice cream.
It was on sale.
How much did you buy?
I filled up my freezer with ice cream.
Well, it won't last forever.
No, I figure I'll finish it all by next week.
Then you can start losing weight, if there isn't another sale.
I'm stuffed.
Of course you are. You ate everything on the table.
I don't like to eat leftovers.
I'm glad to hear there's something you don't like to eat.
I like my food hot and fresh.
You like to see it disappear.
I don't like it reheated.
Well, you'll have hot, fresh food tomorrow night.
I'm so full I'm going to burst.
You should loosen your belt.
I already loosened my belt and unbuttoned my pants.
Well,
Relative clauses 1. Who, that, which, where. In this video, you are going to learn the most common relative clauses and know which one you can use. Let's first start with an example so you can see what a relative clause is. A doctor is a person who helps people. We use the relative clause or pronoun to refer to something we are talking about. In this sentence, who refers to a doctor, a person. A plane is a machine that flies. In this sentence, that refers to a machine, a thing. The hotel where I am staying is very nice. In this sentence, where refers to a hotel, that is a place. So, in the relative clauses, we have to know if we are referring to a person, thing, place, or time. If we are referring to a person, we use who or that. If we are referring to a thing, we use which or that. If we are referring to a place, we use where. If we're referring to a time, we use when. Look at the examples. A thief is a person who steals things. This is the bus that goes to the airport. This is the restaurant where I have breakfast every day. Today is the day when we celebrate our anniversary. Relative clauses 2. This is the second part of the relative clauses topic. So if you don't remember this topic, please review what is explained in the Relative Clauses 1 video in Unit 2 in the lower intermediate course. As we saw in the Relative Clauses 1 lesson, we use relative clauses or pronouns to refer to something we are talking about. For example, this is the bus that goes to the airport. A doctor is a person who helps people. In this sentence, who refers to a doctor, a person. If you are not familiar with the relative pronouns, please review the Relative Clauses 1 lesson before starting this one. Now let's see when it's necessary to use a relative pronoun in a sentence. We have to use a relative pronoun when it refers to the subject of the sentence. As in, the woman who lived next door works as a nurse. Because the woman is the subject of the sentence and who refers to the woman, we need the relative pronoun. Another example. The man who committed the crime is arrested. The man is the subject of the sentence and who refers to the man. So we need the relative pronoun. Another example. The river that crosses the valley is very long. In this example, the river is the subject, so the relative pronoun that refers to the subject cannot be omitted. Let's see some examples where the relative pronoun can be omitted. That is when it doesn't act as the subject. So, it can be omitted when it acts as an object. Look at the examples. The chair that I am sitting on is blue. In this case, the relative pronoun that refers to the chair. That is the object of the sentence and not the subject, that is I. In this sentence, we could say, the chair I am sitting on is blue. Another example. The restaurant where I went yesterday was very busy. Again, the relative pronoun where refers to the restaurant. That is the object of the sentence and not the subject, that is I. In this sentence, we can say, the restaurant I went yesterday was very busy.
Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question, and you have to indicate if the relative clause is necessary or can be omitted. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. The movie that Susan told me was really exciting. Can the relative pronoun be omitted or it is necessary? In this case, it can be omitted, as that refers to the movie, that is the object and not the subject. Let's see another one. The milk that I put in the fridge was expired. Can be omitted or it is necessary. Again, the relative pronoun that can be omitted because it refers to the milk, that it's not the subject, it is the object. So here we could say the milk I put in the fridge was expired. It is not necessary. Let's see another one. The milk that was expired is in the trash bin. Is it necessary or can be omitted? In this case, it is necessary, because the milk is the subject of the sentence. So in this case, you cannot say the milk was expired is in the trash bin. You need the relative pronoun that, because that refers to the milk, that it is the subject in this sentence. Let's see another one. The cinema where I went last night has really good movies. In this case, the relative pronoun where refers to the cinema, but it is not the subject of the sentence. The subject is I went. So in here it can be omitted. It is not necessary. You can say the cinema I went last night has really good movies. There's no need to use the relative pronoun where. You can use it or not. It's up to you. Let's see another one. The people who work in my school are very nice. In this sentence, who refers to the people, and the people is the subject of the sentence. So you cannot omit that. It is necessary. You need to use who. Let's see another one. The movie that was about zombies was very scary. Is it necessary or can be omitted? Again, check the relative pronoun who refers to. In this sentence, it refers to the movie, and then check if the movie is the subject or not in this sentence. In this sentence, the movie is the subject. The movie was. So the movie is the subject. So you need that relative pronoun. Let's see another one. My brother, who loves horror movies, is working in the army. Again, check the relative pronoun who refers to. In this case, it refers to my brother, who is the subject of the sentence. So in this case, you need the relative pronoun. Let's see another one. The CD that I lent you is very good. Again, check the relative pronoun if refers to the subject or the object. In this case, it refers to the object because the subject is I. I lent you. So the CD is the object, so that can be omitted. You could say here, the CD I lent you is very good. Let's see another one. The cinema that has really good movies is near my apartment. Again, check the relative pronoun who's referring to. In this case, it's referring to the cinema. And the cinema here acts as a subject. It's the cinema that has really good movies, so it's a subject. If the relative pronoun refers to the subject of the sentence, it is necessary. You can't omit it. Next one. The dress that I bought yesterday doesn't fit me. You do the whole process. In this case, it can be omitted. It is not necessary, as that refers to the dress that is the object and not the subject, because the subject is I bought. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you understand this lesson better. Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to indicate if the relative clause is necessary or can be omitted. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. Which is the correct answer? The school where I studied had a lot of students. Can be omitted or it is necessary. Remember to check what refers to the relative clause. In this case, the relative clause where refers to the school, that it's not the subject. The subject is I, because I studied, I am the subject, and the school is the object. So it can be omitted. It is not necessary. You could say here, the school I studied had a lot of students. Let's see another one. The bike that I had when I was a kid was red. Can this relative clause be omitted or it is necessary? Again, check what it's referring to. In this case, it's referring to the bike, that it's not the subject. Because the subject is I. I had a bike when I was a kid. So in this case, it is not referring to the subject, it can be omitted. It is not necessary. You can either say the bike that I had when I was a kid or the bike I had when I was a kid. Let's see another one. The day when the accident happened was raining. Do the whole process and check what the relative clause refers to. In this case, refers to the day, that it's not the subject. The subject is the accident. So, the relative clause can be omitted. The day the accident happened or the day when the accident happened. Both are completely correct. Let's see another one. The dress that I normally wear is being washed. Do the whole process again. Is this referring to the subject or an object? In this case, refers to an object, to the dress, that it's not the subject. So it can be omitted. It is not necessary to say it. Let's see another one. The bus that goes to the train station is always late. Again, do the whole process. That refers to the bus, that in this case, it is the subject, is the bus which goes to the train station. So in this case, you need the relative clause. You need to say the bus that goes to the train station is always late. It is necessary. Another one. The dentist that I visited had lots of magazines. It can be omitted because it refers to the dentist, which is not the subject of the sentence, because the subject is I. I visited. So it can be omitted. Let's see another one. The movie that I watched last night was very boring. Is it necessary or can be omitted? It can be omitted because it's referring to the movie, which is not the subject of the sentence. It's an object. The subject is I. I watched a movie. Next one. The chairs that I have in my living room are black. Again, the same process over and over again. That refers to the chairs, which are not the subject, are an object here because the subject is I have in my living room. I have chairs in my living room. The chairs are the object. That is referring to the object, so it can be omitted. It is not necessary. You can either say the chairs I have or the chairs that I have. Next one. The park where I used to play when I was a kid is closed. Where refers to the park, which is not the subject because the subject is I used to play. The park is the location. So in this case, where can be omitted. You can either say the park I used to play or the park where I used to play. Let's see another one. The dress that was in your closet is being washed. Here, that refers to the dress, and the dress is the subject of the sentence. The dress was in your closet, so the dress is the subject. So in this case, the relative clause that is necessary. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you understand this lesson better.
Relative clauses 3. Now let's see the difference between a defining or non-defining relative clause. We will call a relative clause defining when it helps us specify and identify who the subject is. For example, the bus that goes to the airport is blue. We see the relative pronoun that refers to the bus and helps us find out which bus exactly is the one that goes to the airport. Let's see another example. The shop that opened yesterday is very nice. In this case, the relative pronoun that refers to the shop and helps us set up which shop exactly is from all the other shops in the street. It's the one that opened yesterday and not a different one. So, when the relative pronoun helps us identify the subject, we call it a defining relative pronoun. And we can use the relative pronoun that instead of who or which. Now let's see the non-defining relative pronouns. We will call a relative clause as non-defining when it gives us extra information but does not help us identify the subject. Look at the examples. My brother, who is a doctor, works in Paris. In this case, the part of the sentence that tells us that his brother is a doctor doesn't help us identify the subject, as we already know that the subject is his brother. So, it just gives us extra information. Let's see another example. Susan's mother, who is 58, is very healthy. You can see that the part that tells us that Susan's mother is 58 years old does not help us identify the subject because we already know that Susan's mother is the subject. This part just gives us extra information about Susan's mother. In the case of non-defining relative pronouns, we need to put the part of the extra information in commas, as you can see in the examples. In this case, the relative pronoun acts as a subject of the sentence, so we can't use that as the relative pronoun. We have to use who for people or which for things. We cannot say Susan's mother, that is 58, is very healthy.
Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to indicate if the relative clause is defining or non-defining. You will have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. Which is the correct answer? The house where I live has 3 rooms. Is it defining or is it non-defining? In this case, the relative clause where is a defining clause, as it helps us identify which is the house that has 3 rooms. It's the house where I live. Let's see another one. The restaurant where we ate last night was very expensive. Is it a defining relative clause or is it non-defining relative clause? In this case, where helps us identify which is the restaurant that was very expensive. So it is a defining relative clause. It helps us identify who the subject is, which restaurant exactly it is. Let's see another one. I love London, where I used to live. Is it defining or non-defining relative clause? In this case, where refers to London, but we already know what London is. So this is a non-defining relative clause. It just gives us extra information. Let's see another one. Tom is the boy who helped me with my homework. Is it a defining or non-defining relative clause? Here, who refers to the boy, to Tom, and it's helping us identify who the subject is. So it's defining relative clause. Next one. The month when I was born was very hot. Is when a defining or non-defining relative clause? In this case, when is defining, because it's helping us identify exactly which month was very hot. It's the month when I was born. It's defining. Let's see another one. My computer, which is really old, still works. In this case, which is really old, is adding extra information to the subject, to my computer. But it's not defining which computer it is, because we already know that it's my computer. It's in between commas. Let's see another one. The place where I'm used to take the bus is near the park. in here, where, is defining which exactly is the place where I take the bus. It's helping us identify who the subject is, which place exactly it is. Let's see another one. The picture that I have in my room is very big. Is that helping us identify who the subject is or not, or just giving us extra information? It is helping us identify which picture it is the one that I have in my room. So it's defining. Another one. Sandra, who works in a school, is my best friend. Is a defining or non-defining relative clause? In this case, Sandra, who works in a school, is just adding extra information. It's not helping us identify who the subject is, because we know it's Sandra. We're just giving us information that works in a school. That's it. So it's non-defining relative clause. Let's see another one. My mom, who is a very good cook, made a cake for me. The relative clause, it's in between commas, so it's in another sentence. That means that it's giving us extra information. So it's not helping us identify who the subject is, because my mom, we already know who she is, just giving us extra information. So it's a non-defining relative clause. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you understand this lesson better. Now it's time for you to test this lesson. I'll give you a question and you have to use that for defining relative clauses and which or who for non-defining relative clauses. But be careful, commas are omitted in the sentences. You will have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer and give you an explanation. So let's go. Which is correct? The Picasso Museum is in Spain is reopening in May. Is it that or which? Is it defining or non-defining? Is it acting as a subject or not? In this case, the correct one should be which, as which is in Spain is just extra information that is giving us. It's not helping us identify who the subject is. So we need to use which. The Picasso Museum, which is in Spain, is reopening in May. And this sentence would go in commas. The Picasso Museum, comma, which is in Spain, comma, is reopening in May. Let's see another one. The non-defining relative clauses give us extra information, always need commas. Remember, is it a relative clause? Is it non-defining or defining? In this case, the correct answer is which. Let's see, it is non-defining relative clause. It's just giving us extra information. Let's see another one. The school is in front of my house, has lots of children. Again, if it's a defining relative clause, you use that. If it's a non-defining relative clause, you need to use which. In this case, the correct answer is that, as this is helping us identify exactly which is the school. It's the school that is in front of my house. So it's helping us identify the subject. Then we can use that. It's not going to go in between commas. Let's see another one. My phone was broken, is already repaired. Again, is the relative clause helping us identify the subject or no? Can go in between commas or not. In this case, which is the correct answer because it's which was broken. It's giving us extra information of the subject. That is my phone. It's not helping us identify who the subject is because it's my phone. So we have to use which. We cannot use that. And which would go in between commas. So we'd go my phone, comma, which was broken, comma, is already repaired. Let's see another one. Bob Marley was famous reggae singer, was from Jamaica. Is it helping us identify the subject or it's just giving us extra information? Depending on the answer, you have to use that or who. In this case, it's just giving us extra information because we know who the subject is. It's a name, it's Bob Marley. So it's just giving us extra information. So we would use who in between commas. Bob Marley, comma, who was a famous reggae singer, comma, was from Jamaica. Let's see another one. My neighbor Sarah is always very noisy, has a big terrace. Is it helping us identify the subject or not? Is it defining or non-defining relative clause? In this case, my neighbor Sarah, we know already who she is. So it's a non-defining relative clause. It's just giving us extra information. So we're going to use who. My neighbor Sarah, comma, who is always very noisy, comma, has a big terrace. Let's see another one. The company I used to work for is hiring new people. Is it helping us identify the subject or giving extra information? In this case, it's helping us identify which company are we talking about. It's the company that I used to work for. So there's no commas here, and we can use that. The company that I used to work for is hiring new people. It's a defining relative clause. Let's see another one. My dad knows lots about gardening, has just planted a palm tree. Is it defining? Is it helping us identify the subject, or it's just giving us extra information? So it's a non-defining relative clause. As this is the case, it is non-defining. My dad, we know already who he is. So it's just giving us extra information about the subject. So we're going to use who in between commas. My dad, comma, who knows lots about gardening, comma, has just planted a palm tree. Let's see another one. The plants my mom gave to me are growing fast. Is it helping us identify who the subject is, so which plants are, or is just giving us extra information about the plants? In this case, it's helping us identify which plants we are talking about. So this is a defining relative clause, and we can use that. The plants that my mom gave me are growing fast. Let's see another one. My apartment is on the 4th floor, has 3 bedrooms. Is it defining or non-defining? Is it helping us identify the subject, or it's just adding extra information? In this case, it's just adding extra information because we know which apartment we are talking about. We are talking about my apartment. So it's gonna add extra information. So it's gonna be non-defining relative clause. So we have to use which in between commas. So the sentence goes, my apartment, comma, which is on the 4th floor, comma, has 3 bedrooms. Thank you for watching, and I hope this video helped you understand this lesson better.
I saw what you did.
I didn't do anything.
Oh, yes, you did.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about.
I don't have any idea.
You know what you did.
Maybe I know, but how could you know?
Because I was watching you.
Okay, I'm sorry I did it.
Don't drink milk out of the carton. Use a glass.
I promise I'll never drink out of the carton again.
Boy, it's chilly outside, isn't it?
It sure is.
In fact, it's chilly in the apartment too.
Let's turn on the heat.
I'll check to make sure that all the windows are shut.
It should be warmer in a few minutes.
It's so nice to have a heated apartment.
How did they survive in the old days?
They had fireplaces
Someone had to chop the wood.
and carry it into the house.
All we have to do is flip a switch. What are those wipes for?
You use them to wipe the handle of the shopping cart.
That's a great idea.
Yes, all of the markets just started offering wipes to shoppers.
I'm going to take 5 wipes.
What do you need 5 of them for?
One to wipe the handle and the others to wipe the produce.
What's the matter with the produce?
Do you think the bananas fell from the sky?
What do you mean?
I mean, someone used their dirty hands to pick the bananas, the apples, and the oranges.
Well, you better save a wipe for the dirty dollar bills you're going to pay with. Did you go to the 99-cent store?
Yes, I did.
What did you buy?
Well, I got a lot of good deals as usual.
Like what?
Well, a dozen large eggs were only 99 cents.
That's a good deal.
And a 1-pound tub of soft butter was the same price.
Another good deal.
But the best deal was 5 pounds of potatoes for 99 cents.
I don't know how that store makes money.
Neither do I, but they're doing something right. I need a new computer.
What's the matter with yours?
It's 6 years old.
That's pretty old.
It still works, but I'm going to give it to charity.
Are you going to buy a desktop or a laptop?
Oh, a laptop, of course.
A PC or a Mac?
I haven't decided yet.
More and more people are using Macs.
But 90% of the world uses PCs.
And that's not going to change anytime soon. I got ripped off.
What happened?
I had a car problem, so I went online.
Did you find a solution?
Yes, I did. A site I went to said they would send me the solution.
So what's the problem?
I sent them $20 using my credit card, but they never sent me the solution.
What are you going to do?
I sent them an email asking for my money back.
Have you heard from them?
Not yet. It's been a week.
Well, I guess that's a $20 lesson for you.
I'm ordinary, I suppose. Nothing special. Most important of all, not special enough for her. She's great. really pretty and always smiling? I'm looking forward to seeing her again.
English sounds, an overview. Vowels, short versus long. Length matters. Consonants, voiced versus voiceless. Feel the vibration. Unique sounds, TH, R, L, W, and the schwa. Practice those specific placements. Intro. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're diving into the fascinating world of English sounds. English can sound a little different from what you're used to, but once you understand its building blocks, pronunciation becomes much clearer. We're going to explore vowels, consonants, and even some special sounds that make English unique. Ready? Let's start with vowels. Vowels, the heart of words. Short and long sounds. Vowels are the heart of every word. In English, we have more vowel sounds than letters. They're often categorized as short or long. And length can change meaning. Let's look at the main ones. Let's try sheep versus ship. First, the long E sounds like in sheep. Now the short I sounds like in ship. My mouth is more relaxed and the sound is quick. Next, cake versus cat. Next, the long A sounds like in cake. My mouth is wide compared to the short A sounds like in cat. Here, my jaw drops more and the sound is open and quick. Boat versus hot. Now, the long O sounds as in boat. My lips round forward, and for the short O sound, like in hot, my mouth opens wider, almost like an ah sound. Let's practice. Boat. Hot. Repeat. Boat. Hot. Finally, the long O sounds like in moon. My lips are very rounded. Then we have two common short U sounds. The short U, as in cup. This is a quick relaxed U sound, and sometimes a short U that sounds like an U, as in book. Moon versus cup versus book. Your turn. Moon. Cup. Book. Repeat. Moon. Cup. Book. Vowels are tricky because they depend on how open your mouth is and where your tongue is placed. Practice makes perfect. Consonants, the shapers of sound. Consonants are the sounds we make by blocking or restricting airflow. They can be voiced or voiceless. This is super important for English. A voiced sound means your vocal cords vibrate. You'll feel a buzz in your throat. A voiceless sound means they don't vibrate. Let's look at some pairs. P voiceless versus be voiced. Pat versus bat. P, no vibration, like in pat. Now B, vibration, like in bat. Lips closed for both. Hear the difference. Pat, bat. Repeat. Pat, bat. T, voiceless versus D, voiced. Tie versus die. T, no vibration, like in tie. And D, vibration, like in die. Tongue behind front teeth. Listen. Tie, die. Repeat. Tie, die. F, voiceless versus V, voiced. Fan versus van. Fan versus van. F, no vibration, like in fan. V, vibration, like in van. Top teeth on bottom lip. Feel it. Fan, van. Repeat. Fan, van. S, voiceless versus Z, voiced. Sip, zip. S, no vibration, like in sip. Z, vibration, like in zip. Tongue behind teeth. Hear it. Sip, zip. Th, voiceless versus D, voiced. The tricky th. Thin versus this. English also has unique sounds like the th. For voiceless, th like in thin. No vibration. For voice, th like in this. You feel the buzz. Tongue between your teeth for both. Try. Thin. This. Repeat. Thin. This. Feeling the vibration difference is key to distinguishing these consonant pairs. Practice them every day. Unique English sounds. Beyond standard vowels and consonants, English has some sounds that can be particularly challenging or just plain unique. The R sound. The English R sound, it's often formed by curling the tongue back and not rolling it or flapping it like in some languages. Think red. Repeat. Red. The L sound. The English L. We have a light L at the start of words like light, where the tip of your tongue touches behind your teeth. But we also have dark L at the end of words or before consonants, like ball. Here, the back of your tongue might lift a bit and it sounds heavier. Repeat. The W sound. The W sound. Your lips round, then quickly open. It's not a V sound. Think wet. Repeat. The chua, the lazy bowel. And finally, the chua, This is the most common vowel sound in English. It's a very lazy, relaxed, unstressed sound. You'll find it in words like about or banana. If a vowel is an unstressed syllable, it often becomes a chua. These unique sounds, especially the th, the different r and l's, and the chua, are what give English its distinct rhythm and melody. Pay special attention to them. Conclusion and practice tips. That was a lot, but you just got an overview of the amazing range of sounds in English. Remember, it's not about being perfect, it's about being clear and understood. Vowels, short versus long. Consonants, voiced versus voiceless. Unique sounds, th, r, l, w, and the chua. Here are your key takeaways for your practice. Listen actively. Pay attention to how native speakers pronounce words, especially the vowels and the voiced, voiceless consonants. Record yourself. Use your phone to record your practice. Compare it to a native speaker. Focus on mouth and tongue position. Pronunciation is physical. Experiment with your mouth and tongue until you get the right sound. Thanks for watching. Practice English sounds. These sentences focus on distinguishing between common English vowel and consonant sounds. Particularly, those are often challenging. Please listen and repeat. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. The big ship sailed on the deep blue sea. The big ship sailed on the deep blue sea. He grabbed a cup of hot coffee in the morning. He grabbed a cup of hot coffee in the morning. Is this thin thing thicker than that? Is this thin thing thicker than that? Pat and Bat went to their fair to fly their fan and van. Pat and Bat went to the fair to fly their fan and van. I put my full book on the table, not the foolish one. I put my full book on the table, not the foolish one. The cheap jeans were just $5. The cheap jeans were just $5. Did he leave or leave by the late bus? Did he leave or leave by the late bus? That wild dog ran with a wagging tail. That wild dog ran with a wagging tail. About a banana for breakfast, it's enough. About a banana for breakfast, it's enough. Connected speech. Sound like a native. Introduction. Why English sounds different. Hey everyone! In this video, we're going to cover a critical aspect in English pronunciation. Connected speech. Have you ever noticed that when native speakers talk, words often blend together and it sounds really fast? You're speaking too quickly. But often, it's not about speed. It's about how sounds connect. Understanding connected speech is a game changer. It helps you sound more natural, and more importantly, it helps you understand native speakers much better. So let's break it down. Rule 1. Linking sounds. Consonant plus vowel. The first major rule of connected speech is linking sounds. This happens when a word ends within a consonant sound and the next word starts with a vowel sound. They simply flow together. Think of it like this. If I say take off separately, it sounds a bit choppy. Take off. But a native speaker will say take off. The K sound from take links directly to the O sound from off. It becomes one smooth sound. Listen and repeat. Take off. Take off. Another one. Turn around. We link the N to the A. Turn around. Turn around. This happens all the time, like pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up. The K links to it, and the T links to up. It's all one fluid phrase. Practice finding those links. It feels like you're putting words together, not just saying them separately. Rule 2. Elision. Sounds disappearing. Next up is elision. This is when a sound disappears completely, usually a weak consonant sound, to make speaking easier and faster. A super common example is the word and. Often, the D sound disappears, especially when and is between two other words. Listen, fish and chips. It often sounds like fish and chips. The D is gone. Try fish and chips. Fish and chips. Another common one is when a T or D is between two other consonants, like next day. The T in next often disappears. It sounds like next day. Repeat, next day. Next day. Rule 3. Assimilation. Sounds changing. Assimilation is when a sound changes to become more like the sound next to it. It's like sounds influencing each other. In changing to M. A classic example is the AND sound. When an AND is followed by a B or P sound, it often changes to an AM sound. So, in bed often sounds like in bed. The N changes to M because your lips close for the B. Try in bed. In bed. Another one. Good morning. The D in good can change to a B sound because of the M that follows. It sounds like good morning. Repeat. Good morning. Good morning. Assimilation helps sound transition more easily, making speech flow better. Conclusion and practice. So, there you have it. The 3 big ideas of connected speech: linking, elision, and assimilation. These aren't just mistakes. They're natural features of spoken English. Linking. Consonant plus vowel blend together. Elision. Sounds disappear. Example, D in AND. Assimilation. Sounds change. Example, N to M. Your homework. Start listening. Watch movies, TV shows, podcasts, and try to identify where native speakers are linking, eliding, or assimilating sounds. Then, try to imitate them. The more you practice, the more natural your English will sound. You've got this. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Practice connected speech. These sentences illustrate common patterns of linking, elision, disappearing sounds, and assimilation, changing sounds. Please listen and repeat. I want to eat an apple. I want to eat an apple. Turn around and pick it up. Turn around and pick it up. He passed out at the party. He passed out at the party. Fish and chips are delicious for lunch. Fish and chips are delicious for lunch. Next door, there's a new cafe. Next door, there's a new cafe. I must go now to find my friend. I must go now to find my friend. Did you get a good morning text? Did you get a good morning text? She got her 10 pounds changed. She got her 10 pounds changed. What do you want to do about it? What do you want to do about it? They arrived at 8 o'clock. They arrived at 8 o'clock. Intonation, the music of English. Introduction. Why English sounds different. Hey everyone, in this video we're talking about intonation, the music of English. Intonation is how your voice rises and falls when you speak. It's the melody of a sentence, and it's incredibly important in English. Sometimes learners focus so much on individual sounds, they forget about the overall rhythm. But intonation helps convey meaning, emotion, and even signal if you're asking a question or making a statement. So, let's learn how to make your English sing. Rising intonation, questions and uncertainty. First up, rising intonation. This is when your voice goes up at the end of a sentence. We mostly use it for two things. Yes, no questions. If you're asking a question that can be answered with yes or no, your voice usually rises at the end. Listen, are you coming? Hear how my voice lifts? Try it. Are you coming? Repeat. Are you coming? Asking for confirmation or expressing uncertainty. You're not sure or you want someone to agree. For example, it's over there. It shows I'm asking for confirmation. Try. It's over there. Repeat. It's over there. Rising intonation signals I'm asking for information. Please tell me more. falling intonation, statements, and certainty. Next, falling intonation. This is when your voice goes down at the end of a sentence. This is the opposite for when you're sure about something. Statements and commands. When you're simply giving information, making a statement, or giving a command, your voice falls. Listen, I'm coming. My voice goes down. It's a statement. Try it. I'm coming. Repeat. I'm coming. WH questions. For questions that start with what, where, when, why, or how, your voice usually falls at the end. For example, where are you going? My voice drops. Try. Where are you going? Repeat. Where are you going? Falling intonation signals I'm giving information, I'm done, or I expect an answer, not just a yes or no. Rise, fall intonation. Lists and emphasis. Finally, we have a rise, fall intonation. This is where your voice goes up and then down, often within the same phrase or at the end of a sentence. Lists. When you're listing items, your voice rises on each item, except the last one, where it falls. Listen. I need apples, bananas, and oranges. Try it. I need apples, bananas, and oranges. Repeat. I need apples, bananas, and oranges. Strong feelings or emphasis. To show surprise, excitement, or strong agreement, your voice might rise and then fall on a keyword. For instance, that's amazing. Hear that peak and then drop. Try. That's amazing. Repeat. That's amazing. Rise-fall intonation adds color and clarity to your speech, making you sound more engaging. Conclusion and practice. So, now you know the basics of English intonation. Rising, falling, and rise-fall. These melodies are crucial for clear and natural communication. Rising, yes-no questions, uncertainty. Falling, statements, WH questions, certainty. Rise, fall, list, strong feelings. Your homework, start listening. When you watch English videos or talk to native speakers, pay attention to their voice melody. Try to imitate them. Exaggerate at first and record yourself. You'll be sounding more natural in no time. You've got this. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Practice intonation. These sentences demonstrate rising, falling, and rise-fall intonation patterns, indicating questions, statements, and lists or emotions. Please listen and repeat. Are you ready to go? Are you ready to go? I'll be there by 5 o'clock. I'll be there by 5 o'clock. What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? Can I help you with that? Can I help you with that? He visited London, Paris, and Rome. He visited London, Paris, and Rome. Oh, really? That's amazing. Oh, really? That's amazing. Please, close the door in your way out. Please, close the door in your way out. Are you absolutely certain? Are you absolutely certain? The weather has been rainy, windy, and cold. The weather has been rainy, windy, and cold. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Useful list of 50 idiomatic expressions and 50 phrasal verbs valuable for the B2 and C1 official exams. These idiomatic expressions and phrasal verbs will be valuable for B2 and C1 level exams and enhance your English language. Idiomatic expressions: burning the midnight oil, working late into the night. Bite the bullet, to face a difficult situation with courage. A penny for your thoughts, asking someone what they are thinking. Don't cry over spilled milk. Don't waste time on things you can't change. Hit the nail on the head, to be precisely correct. A piece of cake, something very easy. Jump on the bandwagon, to join a popular trend. Give the benefit of the doubt. Trust someone's innocence. Walking on air. Feeling extremely happy. Break a leg, a way to wish someone good luck. A taste of your own medicine, to experience the same bad treatment as one has given to others. Let the cat out of the bag, to reveal a secret. Cost an arm and a leg, to be very expensive. To get a second wind, to regain energy or motivation. A shot in the dark, a guess with little information. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Don't assume success prematurely. A wolf in a sheep's clothing, someone who appears harmless but is actually dangerous. Raining cats and dogs, heavy rain. A blessing in disguise, something that seems bad but turns out to be good. A bitter pill to swallow, something unpleasant but necessary to accept. Add fuel to the fire, make a situation worse. A silver lining, a positive aspect in a difficult situation. A little bird told me I heard a secret from someone. Skeletons in the closet, hidden secrets or embarrassing facts. The ball is in your court. It's your turn to take action. The straw that broke the camel's back. The final issue that caused a problem. Burning bridges. Ruining relationships beyond repair. Spill the beans. Reveal a secret. Saved by the bell. Rescued from a difficult situation. A hot potato. A controversial or difficult issue. Throw in the towel, to give up or surrender. The ball's in your court. It's your responsibility to make a decision. Two heads are better than one. Collaborative thinking is beneficial. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. To diversify to reduce risk. To have your head in the clouds, daydreaming and not paying attention. Bite off more than you can chew. Take on more than you can handle. A taste of your own medicine. Experience what you've inflicted on others. Once in a blue moon. Very rarely. A needle in a high stack. Extremely hard to find. Knock on wood. Superstitious phrase for good luck. A storm in a teacup. A small problem exaggerated into a big one. Make a long story short. To summarize a long story. A real eye-opener. Something very enlightening. A piece of the pie. A share of something. Keep an eye on. Watch or monitor. Burn the candle at both ends. Overwork oneself. A day late and $1 short. Too little, too late. A bird's eye view, an overall perspective. As easy as pie, very easy. The best of both worlds, an ideal situation that combines two different things. Phrasal verbs. Back up, support or reinforce. Give in, surrender or yield. Catch up on, get up to date with. Fill out, complete a form. Carry out, execute a, or perform a task. Pick up, learn or acquire something. Turn up, arrive or appear. Bring up, mention or raise a topic. Hold on, wait or keep holding something. Check out, examine or investigate. Set up, establish or create. Cut down on, reduce the consumption of something. Take after, resemble a family member in behavior. Come up with, invent or devise a solution. Look up to, admire and respect. Bring about, cause or initiate a change. Go over, review or discuss in detail. sort out, resolve, or organize a situation. Come across, encounter or find something unexpectedly. Look into, investigate or examine closely. Give up, quit or stop trying. Put off, delay or postpone something. Run into, unexpectedly meet someone. Look forward to, anticipate something with excitement. Pick on, bully or unfairly criticize someone. Stand out, be noticeably better or different. Give back, return something that was borrowed. Turn down, decline an offer or request. Give away, distribute something for free. Look down on, view with contempt or disdain. Take on, accept a responsibility or change. Set up, arrange or establish. Look out for, be watchful or vigilant. Put up with, tolerate or endure something. Turn off, deactivate or switch off a device. Get across, communicate or convey a message. Carry on, continue or persist. Turn on, activate or switch on a device. Hand in, submit or deliver a task. Give in, yield to pressure or temptation. Live up to, meet expectations or standards. Look up, search for information. Look up to, respect and admire. Go on, continue or proceed. Look after, take care of someone or something. Get over, recover from an illness or setback. Look out, be cautious or watchful. Hand over, give something to someone. Bring up, raise or mention a topic. Run out of, deplete a supply often unexpectedly.
To enhance your English, it is necessary to build up your vocabulary. Prepositional phrases are commonly used by natives, so please try to use them in your speech. I'll give you a prepositional phrase followed with a sentence so you can understand its meaning. Let's start. Under the impression. He was under the impression that we were going out together. Whatever gave him that idea? For instance, is there anything non-alcoholic, orange juice for instance? By accident. I'm sure he broke the window by accident. He can't have done it on purpose. By air. He usually travels by air as it's much quicker. At first. At first, I hated math, but later I got quite keen on it. Underage. She was underage, but she managed to get into the club because she looks much older than she really is. Under guarantee. The television is still under guarantee, so there was no charge. For sale. We saw a new house for sale at quite a reasonable price. Without warning. The magician pulled a rabbit out of his hat without warning, astonishing the audience. At present. There aren't any vacancies at present, but there should be some in a week or two. At least. We expect at least 200 people to turn up as there has been lots of publicity. By far. This is by far the cheapest holiday we've ever been on. We usually pay much more. At times. Usually the heat doesn't bother me, but at times it can get pretty unbearable. From now on. A new system starts today. From now on, all latecomers have to wait in the canteen until the next lesson starts. Under control. You must keep that dog under control as we go across the fields, or he will chase after the sheep. By all means. She was determined to succeed in her new job, and by all means, she achieved her goals through hard work and dedication. At any rate, I'm not sure if the party will be indoors or outdoors. At any rate, we should bring some comfortable clothing just in case. Without delay. The package was delivered without delay, and I received it the very next day after ordering. Without a doubt. She is without a doubt the most talented musician in the orchestra. By mistake. I, by mistake, deleted the important email from my inbox. Under pressure. She performed exceptionally well under pressure during the final exam. For the time being. For the time being, I will focus on completing my assignments before taking on any additional tasks. From time to time. She visits her grandparents from time to time to catch up with family and share stories. In common. They have so little in common, but in spite of this, he's still going out with her. In order. If you kept your files in order, you would be able to find information much more easily. In tears. I found her in tears after her boyfriend had walked out on her, so I tried to cheer her up. In the end, he wasn't too happy at first, but in the end, we managed to persuade him. In ink. In the exam, you must write your answers in ink, not in pencil. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. In pain. The dog was obviously in pain, so the vet gave him an injection in order to stop it hurting so much. In silence. They listened to him in silence, and even after he'd finished, it was some time before anyone spoke. In the past. In the past, families used to stay together, but nowadays they often live in different parts of the country. In time. If we hurry, we might get to the station in time. In public. She looks confident, but in fact, she's never sung in public before today. In a moment. She should be back in a moment, so would you like to sit down and wait for him? In love. You could tell they were in love by the way they walked along hand in hand and kept gazing into each other's eyes. In a whisper. So as not to disturb anyone, we had to speak in a whisper, and I didn't catch everything that Claire said. In a good mood. That seems to be in a good mood, so why not ask him if you can borrow the car? On sale. Her latest hit is on sale in all good record shops. On his own. He prepared the whole meal on his own. I offered to help, but he wanted to prove he would do it. On the phone. She spends hours talking on the phone to all her friends. On time. I've never known this bus to arrive on time. On average, it arrives about 5 minutes late. On strike. The staff threatened to go on strike if the manager did not meet their demands. On fire. It looks as if the whole building is on fire. There are flames everywhere. On purpose. That was no accident. She did that on purpose. On foot. We had to complete the journey on foot after the car ran out of petrol. On the radio. I was listening to some music on the radio when you came along to surprise me. On the increase. The latest figures show that crime is on the increase, especially in urban areas. On business. Miss Swanson is away on business at the moment, visiting one of our agents, and unfortunately, her secretary is away on holiday. On his way. Jake was on his way to the office when the accident occurred. On a diet. It looks tempting, but I won't have any dessert. I'm supposed to be on a diet. Out of order. The lift was out of order, so we had to use the stairs. Out of sight. I watched them until they went behind an edge. Out of tune. It only takes one person to sing out of tune, and the whole performance is ruined. Out of date. This catalog is out of date, so the information about prices is no longer correct. Out of practice. He says he's out of practice, but I don't think he was ever good at tennis. Out of work. She's been out of work for over a year now, and she's almost given up hope on ever finding a job. Out of luck. I'm afraid you're out of luck. I sold the last copy 5 minutes ago. Out of control. The steering wouldn't work and the tractor went out of control and crashed into the wall. Out of doors. Those children should be out of doors, in the fresh air, rather than in here watching television. Out of the question. It's out of the question. I can't possibly lend you any more. Out of breath. You get out of breath just climbing the stairs. You really must do some exercises to get fit. Out of reach. It is essential to put all medicines out of reach on a high shelf so that small children can get to them. Out of her mind. Wendy's crazy. She must be out of her mind to think that she can get away with stealing all that money. Out of necessity. We had no choice and took a plane out of necessity. We wouldn't have arrived on time otherwise. Out of fashion. That's all news. That news is out of fashion. Out of danger. We're safe. We were out of danger. Now it's time for you to test the vocabulary I showed you in the previous video. I'll give you a sentence and you have to choose the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer. Let's begin. There's a beautiful house down the street. For sale, by sale, or at sale. For sale is the correct answer. I am. The last train just left. I am out of necessity, I am out of tune, or I am out of luck. I am out of luck is the correct answer. We explored the city to see all the sights. By foot, on foot, or out of practice. So we explored the city on foot, walking. It's the correct answer. Learning to play the guitar seemed difficult, but with practice it became easier. At present, at last, or at first. At first, learning to play guitar seemed difficult, but with practice it became easier. Keep the valuable items to prevent theft. Out of order, out of tune, or out of sight. Keep the valuable items out of sight to prevent theft. I'm not sure if I can make it to the party, but I'll try to attend, at any rate, at first, or by far. I'll try to attend at any rate. He traveled to New York to attend a conference. In business, on business, by business. On business is the correct answer. She performs well, especially in exams, under impression, on purpose, or under pressure. She performs well, especially in exams, under pressure. I need to organize my desk, be more productive, in order to, in time, or on purpose. The correct answer is in order to. The purpose. I like to treat myself to ice cream from time to time, for the time being, or for instance. From time to time is the correct answer. Unfortunately, he is after the company downsized, out of doors, out of work, or on fire. He is out of work. He got laid off. Pollution levels in the city are on purpose, on the increase, or without a doubt. Are on the increase, are rising, on the increase. It is important to behave appropriately when you are in public, on time, or in order. In public is the correct answer. I'll be with you just finishing this task in a moment, on a moment, or on my way. I'll be with you in a moment, in a moment. He ate the last piece of cake. He was starving. Out of his mind, out of necessity, out of luck. He ate the last piece of cake out of necessity. He was starving. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to our video on expanding your vocabulary. Remember that words are the building blocks of language, shaping our ability to communicate effectively. They enhance our linguistic skills and enable a clearer expression. Learning new vocabulary is crucial when learning English because it expands our communication possibilities. allowing us to express ourselves more precisely and convey complex ideas. Remember to revisit and rewatch vocabulary to solidify its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more we rewatch and practice new words, the more proficient and confident we become in using English. Repetition deepens our understanding, making these words a natural part of our conversations. So let's unlock the full potential of your English language skills. Let's begin. Here are some B1 level phrasal verbs with sentence examples, so you can better understand their meaning. Show off. She always shows off her new designer clothes. Break up. They decided to break up after years of dating. Carry on. You can carry on your work while I'm away. Look for. I need to look for my keys. I can't find them. Turn down. They turned down my job application. Give in. He finally gave in and agreed to help us. Put up with. Can't put up with his constant complaining anymore. Run into. I ran into an old friend at the grocery store. Get over. It took her a long time to get over her breakup. Come across. I came across an interesting article online. Hand in. Don't forget to hand in your assignment by Friday. Call off. They called off the meeting due to bad weather. Look up to. I've always looked up to my older sister. Take on. She took on the responsibility of managing the project. Go on. The show must go on, despite the technical difficulties. Look out. Look out for the step, it's slippery. Take after. He takes after his father in terms of personality. Point out. She pointed out the mistakes in my report. Turn up. He didn't turn up for the party. I hope he's okay. Bring about. The new law brought about significant changes. Remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice new words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Let's unlock the full potential of your English language skills with some useful vocabulary. Here are some B1 level phrasal verbs with sentence examples, so you can better understand their meaning. Set up. We need to set up a meeting with a client. Look after. Can you look after my dog while I'm away? Take off. The plane will take off in 10 minutes. Put off. Don't put off studying for your exams. Turn on. Please turn on the lights. It's getting dark. Get along. I get along well with my colleagues. Break down. My car broke down on the way to work. Give up. Don't give up on your dreams. Keep trying. Pick up. Can you pick up some groceries on your way home? Make up. They made up after their argument. To hang out. We like to hang out at the park on the weekends. Turn off. Remember to turn off the lights when you leave. Bring up. She brought up an interesting point during the discussion. Give back. Don't forget to give back the book you borrowed. Settle down. They decided to settle down and start a family. Look up. You can look up unfamiliar words in the dictionary. Remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice new words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Here are some B2 level phrasal verbs with sentence examples, so you can better understand their meaning. Carry out. The research team carried out a series of experiments. Stand out. Her talent and skills make her stand out from the rest. Look forward to. He looked forward to hearing your decision. Figure out. I need some time to figure out the solution to this problem. Take up. she decided to take up painting as a hobby. Put off. We had to put off the meeting until next week. Come up with. They came up with a brilliant idea for the project. To get across. It is important to find a way to get your point across. Look into. The authorities will look into the matter. Bring up. He was brought up in a small town. Settle for. Don't settle for less than what you deserve. Show up. He showed up late for the interview. Give away. They gave away free samples of their product. Catch up on. I need to catch up on my reading. Break out. A fight broke out at the concert. Look down on. She looks down on people who don't share her views. Take on. The company decided to take on more employees. Call off. They called off the event due to unforeseen circumstances. Run out of. We ran out of milk, so I need to buy some. Hold on. Please hold on while I transfer your call. Remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice new words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Thanks for watching. Now it's time for you to test the vocabulary I showed you in the previous video. I'll give you a sentence and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question and then I'll show you the correct answer. Let's begin. To indicate or highlight. Is it to put up, to point at, or to point out? Which phrasal verb means indicate? It is point out. To point out. Recover from or move past. Is it to get on, to get over, or to run over? Which phrasal verb is to recover from or move past? Get over is the correct phrasal verb. To stumble upon or to find. Is it to turn up, to run across, or to come across? To come across means to stumble upon or to find something or someone. Tolerate or endure. Is it to put up with, to get over, or to take after? The phrasal verb that means tolerate is to put up with. To submit or to turn in. We have to call off, to turn on, or to hand in. Which phrasal verb means to submit or turn in? The correct answer is to hand in. To cancel or abandon. It's to call off, to take on, or to give up. The phrasal verb that means to cancel or abandon is to call off. To switch on or activate. Is it to call off, to turn up, or to turn on? The phrasal verb that means to switch on and activate is to turn on. To continue or proceed would be to go on, to get along, or to run into. The phrasal verb that means to continue or proceed is to go on. To split or separate is to turn down, to break up, or to put off. The correct answer is to break up, which means to split or separate. To care for or to attend to is to hang out, to look after, or to look up. The correct answer is to look after, which means to care for or attend to research or investigate. Is it to look up, to set up, or to turn up? The phrasal verb that means to research and investigate is to look up. To establish or create, is it to come across, to set up, or to make up? The phrasal verb that means to establish or create is to set up. To return or restore, we have to give back, make up, or give in. Give back means to return or to restore. To collect or gather, is it to make up, to pick up, or to put up with? The phrasal verb which means to collect or gather is to pick up. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Now it's time for you to test the vocabulary I showed you in the previous video. I'll give you a sentence and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer. Let's begin. Which phrasal verb means distinguish or shine? Is it to take on? Is it to break out? Or is it to stand out? Stand out means distinguish or shine. Postpone or delay could be to come up with, to put off, or to take off. Which phrasal verb means to postpone or delay? To put off means to postpone or delay. To undertake or assume. Is it to turn up, to show up, or to take on? Which phrasal verb means undertake or assume? Take on is the correct phrasal verb. To erupt or start. Is it to break out? Is it to take on? Or is it to carry on? Which phrasal verb means to erupt or start? To break out is the correct answer. To distribute or offer could be to come across, to get away, or to give away. The phrasal verb which means to distribute or offer is to give away. To raise or mention could be bring up, look into, or look up to, which is the phrasal verb which means to raise or to mention. To bring up is the correct phrasal verb. To accept or compromise. Is it to put off? Is it to catch up on? Or is it to settle for? Settle for is the phrasal verb that means to accept or compromise. To update, inform oneself about, could be to catch up on, to figure out, or to bring about, which is the phrasal verb that means to update or inform oneself about something. It is to catch up on. To cancel or abandon, we have to settle for, to call off, or to put out. To call off is the phrasal verb which means to cancel or abandon. To arrive or appear could be to get across, to show up, or to show off. The correct answer here is to show up, which means to arrive or appear. To solve or determine, we have to figure out, to stand out, or to give up. The phrasal verb that means to solve or determine is to figure out. Wait or pause, we have run out of, hold on, or give in. To wait or pause is to hold on. To exhaust or deplete could be to run out of, to put off, or to take up. The phrasal verb which means to exhaust or deplete is to run out of. To execute or perform, we have carry up, carry out, or carry away. The correct answer here is to carry out, which means to execute or perform. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Remember that collocations are combinations of words that are commonly used together that create a specific meaning that may not be deduced from the individual words alone. Understanding and using collocations correctly allows you to express yourself more effectively and sound more like native speakers. Here is a list of lower intermediate collocations along with sentence examples. Make friends. I hope to make new friends at the language exchange event. Take a break. Let's take a short break and have a cup of coffee. Give advice. Can you give me some advice on how to improve my English speaking skills? Have fun. We had a lot of fun at the amusement park. Do homework. Don't forget to do your homework before tomorrow's class. Make a decision. It is time to make a decision about which university to attend. Take a shower. I always feel refreshed after taking a hot shower. Give a presentation. She gave a great presentation at the conference. Have a problem. If you have a problem, don't hesitate to ask for help. Do housework. I need to do the housework before guests arrive. Make a reservation. I made a reservation at the restaurant for tonight. Take a photo. Let's take a photo to capture this moment. Give a speech. He gave an inspiring speech at the graduation ceremony. Have a question. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Do exercise. It is important to do regular exercise for good health. Make a mistake. It is okay to make mistakes. We can learn from them. Take a vacation. I am planning to take a vacation next month. Give a compliment. She gave him a compliment on his new hairstyle. Have a conversation. Let's have a conversation in English to practice. Do the dishes. After dinner, I always do the dishes. Please remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice these words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Remember that collocations are combinations of words that are commonly used together that create a specific meaning that may not be deduced from the individual words alone. Understanding and using collocations correctly allows you to express yourself more effectively and sound more like native speakers. Here is a B1 level list of collocations along with sentence examples. Take responsibility. It is important to take responsibility for your actions. Make progress. I'm happy to see that you're making progress in your English studies. Give a hand. Can you give me a hand with carrying these boxes? Have an opportunity. I am grateful for the opportunity to work on this project. Do research. We need to do some research before we start the experiment. Make an effort. She always makes an effort to arrive on time for the meetings. Take a risk. Sometimes you need to take a risk to achieve your goals. Give a presentation. He gave an informative presentation about the company's new product. Have a conversation. Let's have a conversation to discuss the upcoming changes. Do business. Our company does business with clients from around the world. Make a plan. We should make a detailed plan before starting the project. Take into account. When making decisions, it is important to take everyone's opinion into account. Give feedback. It is valuable to give constructive feedback to help improve performance. Have an impact. His speech had a significant impact on the audience. Do your best. Don't worry about the outcome, just do your best. Make a difference. Every small action can make a difference in someone's life. Take advantage of. I want to take advantage of this opportunity to learn a new skill. Give permission. My manager gave me permission to leave early today. Have a meeting. We have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow to discuss the project. Do a favor. Can you do me a favor and pick up my package from the post office? Please remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice these words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Remember that collocations are combinations of words that are commonly used together, that create a specific meaning and that may not be deduced from the individual words alone. Understanding and using collocations correctly allows you to express yourself more effectively and sound more like native speakers. Here is a list of B2 level collocations along with sentence examples. Take into consideration. When making important decisions, it is crucial to take all factors into consideration. Make a difference. Your contributions to the charity will make a significant difference in the lives of those in need. Give rise to. The new policy gave rise to a series of debates among the employees. Have an impact on. Climate change has a profound impact on our environment and future generations. Do research on. Scientists are doing extensive research on the potential benefits of renewable energy sources. Make an impression. Her confident presentation made a lasting impression on the audience. Take measures. The government is taking strict measures to improve road safety. Give priority to. Our team gives priority to customer satisfaction in all our business operations. Have a discussion. Let's have a discussion to explore different perspectives on this issue. Do a thorough analysis. The financial analyst did a thorough analysis of the company's performance. Make an exception. We don't usually allow late submissions, but we can make an exception this time. Take responsibility for. As a project manager, you need to take responsibility for the team's success. Give consideration to. We should give careful consideration to the potential risks before implementing the new strategy. Have an understanding of. It is important to have a good understanding of your target audience needs. Do a favor for. Can you do me a favor and proofread this document before it gets submitted? Make an investment. The company plans to make a significant investment in research and development. Take initiative. Don't wait for instructions. Take initiative and show your leadership skills. Give credit to. The success of the project should be given credit to the collaborative efforts of the team. Have a positive impact. Volunteering in the community can have a positive impact on people's lives. Do justice to. The photographs don't do justice to the breathtaking beauty of the landscape. Please remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice these words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Thank you for watching. Now it's time for you to test the vocabulary I showed you in the previous video. I'll give you a sentence and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer. So let's begin. If you have any question about the assignment, feel free to ask the professor. If you think, if you get, if you have. If you have any question is the correct answer. Don't worry if you make a mistake while learning a new language. It's part of the process. If you do a mistake, make a mistake, or have a mistake. If you make a mistake is the correct answer. Regularly, exercise can improve your overall health and fitness. Making exercise, having exercise, or doing exercise. Doing exercise is the correct collocation. I suggest you a reservation at the restaurant for Saturday night. Make a reservation, do a reservation, or book a reservation. The correct collocation is to make a reservation. Let's a photo to capture the beautiful sunset over the ocean. Make a photo, do a photo, or take a photo. The correct collocation is to take a photo. She hopes to new friends when she joins the local community club. Make new friends, do new friends, or have new friends. The correct answer is to make new friends when she joins the local community club. After months of hard work, I plan to a vacation to a tropical island. To make a vacation, to do a vacation, or to take a vacation. Take a vacation is the correct collocation. She complimented on her colleagues' innovative ideas. Gave a compliment, made a compliment, or did a compliment. The correct collocation is to gave a compliment. I need to a decision about which university to attend for my master's degree. do a decision, make a decision, or get a decision. The correct collocation is to make a decision. Can you give me some advice on how to prepare for job interviews? Tell me some advice, give me some advice, or say me some advice. The correct collocation is to give some advice. Give advice. She an impressive presentation on the company's annual performance. She gave an impressive presentation, made an impressive presentation, or did an impressive presentation. Gave an impressive presentation is the correct collocation. After hours of studying, it is essential to a break to relax your mind. Make a break, take a break, or do a break. The correct collocation is to take a break. Take a break. If you ever a problem with your computer, our IT team can assist you. Have a problem, get a problem, or find a problem. The correct collocation is to have a problem. He an inspirational speech at the charity fundraiser event. She said an inspirational speech, gave a speech, or did an inspirational speech. She gave an inspirational speech to give an speech. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Now it's time for you to test the vocabulary I showed you in the previous video. I'll give you a sentence and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer. Let's begin. Although we typically close at 9, we can an exception and stay open until 10 p.m. tonight. Have an exception, do an exception, or make an exception. The correct collocation is to make an exception. When planning the budget, we must into account all potential expenses, get into account, take into account, or have into account. And the correct collocation is to take into account. Entrepreneurship often involves a risk to achieve financial independence, making a risk, having a risk, or taking a risk. It's taking a risk, the correct collocation here. Implementing eco-friendly practices can a positive impact on the environment, have a positive impact, do a positive impact, or give a positive impact. Have a positive impact is the correct collocation. To succeed in the project, we should a detailed plan with clear objectives. Take a detailed plan, do a detailed plan, or make a detailed plan. To make a detailed plan is the correct collocation here. Don't forget to advantage of the library's extensive resources for research. Take advantage, get advantage, or give advantage. The correct collocation is to take advantage of. When planning the event, it's vital to into consideration the preferences of all the attendees. Have into consideration, give into consideration, or take into consideration. Take into consideration is the correct collocation. Could you give me a hand with assembling these furniture pieces? Give me a hand, have me a hand, or do me a hand. The correct collocation is to give me a hand with assembling these furniture pieces. Can you do me a favor and proofread my essay before I submit it? Make me a favor, do me a favor, or give me a favor. The correct answer is to do me a favor. Do me a favor. In the exam, just relax and your best. Make your best, do your best, or give your best. Do your best is the correct collocation here. To combat air pollution, the city has strict measures to reduce vehicle emissions. Taken strict measures, made strict measures, or done strict measures. Taken strict measures is the correct collocation. With consistent practice, you will significant progress in your musical abilities. You will do significant progress, you'll make significant progress, or you will have significant progress. You will make significant progress is the correct collocation. Even on challenging days, she an effort to maintain a positive attitude. Makes an effort, does an effort, or has an effort. Makes an effort is the correct answer. We should credit to the research team for their groundbreaking discoveries. Make credit, give credit, or get credit. Give credit is the correct collocation. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Just as a reminder, here's a list of adjectives at an A2 level along with sentence examples. Happy. I am happy when I spend time with my friends. Sad. She felt sad after watching the sad movie. Big. The elephant is a big animal. Small. The puppy is small and adorable. Tall. He is tall and can reach the top shelf. Short. She is short, so she wears high heels. Hot. The weather is so hot today. Let's go to the beach. Cold. Don't forget to wear a jacket. It's cold outside. Fast. The cheetah is known for its fast running speed. Slow. The snails move slowly across the garden. Busy. The office is always busy with phone calls and meetings. Quiet. Please keep the library quiet for others to study. Tired. After a long day at work, I feel tired and ready to rest. Active. She leads an active lifestyle and enjoys outdoor activities. Funny. His jokes always make everyone laugh. He's a funny person. Serious. The meeting requires serious discussion and attention. Hard. Learning a new language can be hard, but with practice it becomes easier. Easy. Solving math problems is easy for him. He's good at it. Nice. Thank you for your nice words. I appreciate it. Mean. He can be mean sometimes, but he also has a kind side. Please remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice new words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Thanks for watching. Remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice new words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Thanks for watching. Here is a list of adjectives at a B1 level, along with sentence examples. Exciting. Going on a roller coaster ride is always exciting. Challenging. The puzzle was challenging, but I enjoyed solving it. Beautiful. The sunset over the ocean was a beautiful sight. Delicious. The pizza was delicious. I couldn't stop eating it. Comfortable. The chair was very comfortable to sit in. Reliable. I trust him. He is a reliable person. Interesting. The documentary I watched last night was very interesting. Creative. He has a lot of creative ideas for the project. Successful. After months of hard work, he finally achieved his goal and became successful. Patient. The teacher was patient and helped me understand the difficult concept. Responsible. As the team leader, he was responsible for coordinating the project. Generous. She is known for her generous nature and always helps others. Motivated. He is highly motivated to achieve his dreams and works hard for them. Independent. Moving to a new city made her more independent and self-reliant. Polite. He always speaks politely and shows respect to others. Organized. She keeps her workspace organized and tidy. Flexible. He is very flexible with his schedule and can adapt to changes easily. Confident. She gave a confident presentation and impressed everyone in the room. Remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice new words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Thanks for watching. Here is a list of adjectives at a B2 level along with sentence examples. Innovative. The company introduced an innovative solution to improve efficiency. Ambitious. She has ambitious career goals and is determined to achieve them. Resilient. Despite facing challenges, she remained resilient and bounced back stronger. Impressive. The art exhibition showcased impressive works by talented artists. Sophisticated. The new smartphone features a sophisticated design and advanced technology. Sincere. He expressed his sincere gratitude for all the support he received. Versatile. She is a versatile actress who can perform both comedy and drama roles. Efficient. The new software system streamlined the company's processes and made them more efficient. Reliable. The internet connection in the office is reliable, ensuring smooth workflow. Accomplished. He is an accomplished musician who has released several successful albums. Empathetic. She showed empathetic understanding towards the struggles of her colleagues. Influential. The speaker delivered an influential speech that inspired the audience. Adaptable. He quickly adapts to new environments and is comfortable in various situations. Resourceful. She is resourceful and always finds creative solutions to problems. Assertive. He confidently and assertively expressed his opinions during the meeting. Knowledgeable. The professor is highly knowledgeable in his field and shares valuable insights. Proactive. The team takes a proactive approach to address potential issues before they arise. Engaging. The speaker delivered an engaging presentation that held everyone's attention. Eloquent. She is an eloquent speaker, captivating the audience with her words. Competent. The project was completed successfully thanks to the competent team members. Remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice new words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Thanks for watching. Now it's time for you to test the vocabulary I showed you in the previous video. I'll give you a sentence and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question, and then I'll show you the correct answer. Let's begin. The cheetah is known for being one of the land animals, the shortest, the smallest, or the fastest. The fastest is the correct answer. The office is always, especially during the holiday season, is always busy, mean, or sincere. It's always busy. The weather in Antarctica is incredibly, even in summer, incredibly cold, incredibly exciting, incredibly quiet. Cold is the correct answer. The art gallery displayed an collection of paintings, knowledgeable, impressive, or confident. Displayed an impressive collection of paintings. Martin Luther King Jr. was a leader in the civil rights movements, unadaptable, uninfluential, or mean. Influential is the correct answer. Learning a new language can be, but it's rewarding. Can be confident, can be reliable, can be challenging. Challenging is the correct answer. She's an employee who can quickly adjust to new tasks. Challenging, adaptable, or short. She's an adaptable employee, can quickly adjust to new tasks. His goal is to become a CEO before the age of 40, a competent, motivated, or ambitious. His competent goal, motivated, ambitious goal. His ambitious goal is the correct answer. Our history teacher is incredibly about ancient civilizations, knowledgeable, adaptable, or ambitious. Knowledgeable is the correct answer. She's highly to achieve her fitness goals. She's highly impressive, highly motivated, or highly reliable. To achieve her fitness goals. She is highly motivated is the correct answer. In survival situations, individuals find ways to adapt. Resourceful individuals, busy individuals, or engaging individuals. Resourceful individuals is the correct answer. Traveling to exotic destinations is always and full of adventures, successful, reliable, or exciting. Exciting. Traveling to exotic destinations is always exciting. Her apology was, and she genuinely regretted her actions, was sincere, was confident, or was motivated. was sincere. Bullying is behavior that should never be tolerated. Is confident, is mean, or is polite. Bullying is confident, mean, or polite. Is mean. It's a mean behavior. An actor can excel in both comedy and drama. Versatile, quiet, or patient. Versatile, quiet, or patient. A versatile actor can excel in both comedy and drama. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Just to review and consolidate, here's a list of useful verbs along with sentence examples. Read. I like to read books in my free time. Write. She writes emails to communicate with her colleagues. Listen. He enjoys listening to music while working. Speak. They speak English fluently. Learn. We learn new vocabulary every day. Understand. Can you understand what the teacher is saying? Practice. It's important to practice speaking English regularly. Study. She studies English grammar for an hour every day. Watch. They watch movies to improve their English comprehension. Use. You can use a dictionary to look up unfamiliar words. Need. I need some help with this project. Want. She wants to improve her speaking skills. Like. They like to study together at the library. Love. He loves to travel and explore new cultures. Enjoy. We enjoy going to the park on the weekends. Meet. Let's meet at a cafe for a discussion. Help. Can you help me with this task, please? Practice. They practice pronunciation exercises in class. Start. We should start working on the project now. Finish. He finishes his work before leaving the office. Just to review and to consolidate, here's a list of useful verbs for A2 level English learners, along with sentence examples. Improve. I want to improve my English speaking skills. Use. Can you use this vocabulary word in a sentence? Continue. Let's continue studying for the test. Ask. Don't hesitate to ask questions if you don't understand. Practice. It is important to practice English every day. Remember, I can't remember the answer to that question. Explain. Can you explain this concept to me again? Choose. We need to choose a topic for our presentation. Share. Please share your ideas with the group. Talk. Let's talk about our plans for the weekend. Join. Would you like to join our English Conversation Club? No. She knows a lot about history. Attend. He attends English classes twice a week. Read. Reading books help to improve vocabulary. Write. We need to write a report for our project. Speak. I want to speak English fluently. Listen. Please listen carefully to the instructions. Understand. Do you understand what I'm saying? Communicate. Effective communication is important in the workplace. Study. They study grammar rules for their English exams. Remember to practice using these verbs in various contexts to build your language skills and confidence. Here is a list of useful verbs for B1 level English learners, along with sentence examples. Participate. I actively participate in group discussions. Analyze. We need to analyze the data before drawing conclusions. To develop. The company is developing a new product line. To express, she expresses her opinions clearly and confidently. Adapt. It is important to adapt to new situations in the workplace. Organize. Let's organize a team meeting to discuss the project. Contribute. Each team member should contribute their ideas. Manage. He manages a team of 5 employees. Discuss. Let's discuss the pros and cons of the proposal. Present. She will present the findings at the conference. Recommend. I recommend trying the new restaurant downtown. Negotiate. They are negotiating the terms of the contract. Evaluate. It is essential to evaluate the performance of employees. Support. We should support each other's ideas and initiatives. Demonstrate. He will demonstrate the new software to the team. Adapt. The company needs to adapt to the changing market trends. To implement. We need to implement new strategies for growth. Resolve. They work together to resolve the conflict. Manage. She successfully manages multiple projects at once. Improve. We should strive to continuously improve our skills. Remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice new words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Here is a list of useful verbs for B2 level English learners, along with sentence examples. Facilitate. The manager's role is to facilitate effective communication among team members. Innovate. The company is known for its ability to innovate and introduce new products to the market. Implement. We need to implement the new software system across all departments. Prioritize. It is crucial to prioritize tasks based on their importance and urgency. Delegate. As a leader, you should delegate responsibilities to team members. Coordinate. The project manager coordinates the efforts of the team to ensure smooth progress. Collaborate. The marketing and sales teams collaborate closely to achieve their targets. Streamline. We should streamline our processes to improve efficiency and reduce costs. Synthesize. The report synthesizes the findings from various research studies. Optimize. We need to optimize our website to improve its search engine ranking. Influence. Good leaders have the ability to influence and motivate their team members. Foster. The company fosters a culture of creativity and innovation. Revise. Take some time to revise your work before submitting the final draft. Examine. The investigators will examine the evidence to determine the cause of the incident. Contribute. Each team member should contribute their unique skills and expertise. Analyze. It is important to analyze the data to identify trends and patterns. Critique. The art professor critiques the students' work to help them improve. Remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice new words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Now it's time for you to test the vocabulary I showed you in the previous video. I'll give you a sentence and you have to choose between the different options I'll give you. You'll have about 5 seconds to answer each question and then I'll show you the correct answer. Let's begin. Would you like to our hiking club this weekend? To choose, to join, or to improve? Would you like to Join is the correct answer. Joining our hiking club. Feel free to your thoughts and ideas during the meeting. Feel free to share, feel free to talk, or feel free to choose your thoughts. To share your thoughts and ideas. To share. Employees are encouraged to ideas for process improvement, to contribute, to attend, or to continue. Employees are encouraged to contribute, attend, or continue. To contribute ideas for process improvement. We should the implications of this decision with the team. We should adapt. We should resolve, or we should discuss the implications. Discuss the implications with the team is the correct answer. Tomorrow, I will our research findings to the board of directions. I will present, I will improve, or I will innovate. Tomorrow, I will present our research findings to the board of directors. She efficiently project timelines and resources. She efficiently manages, participates, or fosters project timelines and resources. And correct is to manage. She efficiently manages project timelines and resources. As a manager, you should tasks based on team members' strengths. You should critique, delegate, or resolve tasks. You should delegate tasks based on team members' strengths. Students are encouraged to the lecture on Friday, to attend, to know, or to talk. Students are encouraged to attend the lecture on Friday. Our goal is to sustainable practices throughout the organization. Our goal is to participate, to contribute, or to implement. To implement sustainable practices in the organization. Despite the challenges, they decided to their journey. They decided to practice, to remember, or to continue their journey. To continue their journey is the correct answer, despite the challenges. They need to the terms of the partnership agreement. They need to demonstrate, they need to negotiate or participate. So they need to negotiate the terms of the partnership agreement. Let's work together to any conflicts that may arise. Let's work together to resolve, to synthesize, or to contribute. Let's work together to resolve any conflicts that may arise. To meet the deadline, it is essential to the most critical tasks. To collaborate, to present, or to prioritize. It is essential to prioritize the most critical tasks. Analysts will the market trends to predict future behavior, will collaborate, will analyze, or will negotiate. Analysts will analyze market trends. Friends and family always each other during challenging times. Always demonstrate, support, or discuss each other. Friends and family always support each other during challenging times. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Here's an extended list of more advanced words for you to expand your vocabulary. Acquire. She worked hard to acquire new skills and knowledge in her field of expertise. Adversity. Despite facing numerous adversities, he persevered and achieved his goals. Convey. The artist used vibrant colors to convey a sense of joy and energy in her paintings. Discrepancy. There was a discrepancy between the witness testimonies, causing confusion during the trial. Endorse. The celebrity endorsed the new product, leading to a significant increase in sales. Fabricate. The detective discovered that the suspect had fabricated an alibi to mislead the investigators. Inherent. Risk-taking is inherent in entrepreneurship, as it involves venturing into the unknown. Justify. The lawyer presented evidence to justify her client's actions and prove his innocence. Nominal. He paid a nominal fee to attend the workshop, considering it a small investment in his professional development. Perpetuate. The media's coverage of the incident perpetuated stereotypes and misconceptions. Reconcile. The couple sought therapy to reconcile their differences and rebuild their relationship. Sustain. The organization implemented sustainable practices to reduce its environmental impact. Tolerate. The teacher had a zero-tolerance policy for bullying in the classroom. Validate. The study's findings were validated by independent researchers, strengthening its credibility. To advocate. The activists tirelessly advocated for equal rights and social justice. Coexist. Different cultures coexist peacefully in this multicultural city, celebrating diversity. Diversify. The company decided to diversify its product line to appeal to a broader range of customers. Exemplary. Her academic achievements and community involvement made her an exemplary student. Illuminate. The professor used visual aids to illuminate complex concepts and make them easier to understand. Remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice new words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Here is another extended list of more advanced words so you can expand your vocabulary. Ambiguous. The politician's statement was intentionally ambiguous, leaving room for interpretation. Coherent. The professor delivered a coherent lecture, making complex concepts easy to understand. Diligent. She's a diligent student, always putting in extra effort to excel in her studies. Formidable. The team faced a formidable opponent in the championship match. Impeccable. Her presentation was impeccable, with flawless delivery and well-researched content. Mitigate. The government implemented measures to mitigate the impact of the economic crisis. Tenacious. The lawyer displayed tenacious advocacy, never giving up on fighting for her client's rights. Alleviate. The medication helped alleviate the patient's pain and discomfort. Credible. The journalist provided credible evidence to support her investigative report. Exemplify. The athlete's dedication and hard work exemplify what it takes to become a champion. Inevitable. Change is inevitable. We must learn to adapt and embrace it. Prolific. The author is known for his prolific writing, publishing several books each year. Unprecedented. The company achieved unprecedented growth, surpassing all previous records. Remember to revisit and rewatch this vocabulary video to consolidate its meaning, pronunciation, and usage. The more you rewatch and practice new words, the more proficient and confident you become in using English. Word patterns. Words plus Prepositions. 1. Hi, in this video I'm going to show some word patterns. Remember to use them in the exam or in your daily life. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important when writing or speaking during an exam or in your daily life. Let's see what a word pattern is. For example, with the adjective bored, the preposition that goes after bored has to be of or with, plus a verb ending in ing, because after any preposition, the verb is going to go in ing form. In our case, I'm so bored of with practicing the piano. I'm so bored of or with. Let's see another example. To concentrate on. It's not concentrate in, it's concentrate on. I couldn't concentrate on doing my homework because of the noise outside. Concentrate on. Let's see another one. Criticize somebody for doing something. For example, people criticized the government for increasing taxes. Criticize for. Criticize somebody for. Another one. To decide against, with the verb ending in ing, as always. We've decided against going abroad on holiday. To decide against, meaning you decide not to do that. Another one. Experienced in. He's very experienced in something. For example, they need a coach experienced in working with players of all different levels. Experienced in. Interested in, plus a verb in ing form. I'm not really very interested in watching TV. To be interested in. It's not on, it's in. Remember that one. Pay attention to. Have to pay attention to my videos. Make sure you pay attention to any announcements. To pay attention to. Just not pay attention with or pay attention whatever. Pay attention to. To qualify as. To qualify as. After 7 years, I finally qualified as a doctor. Qualified as. To succeed in. Succeed in. For example, the burglars succeeded in opening the door and got in. They succeeded in. It's wrong with. To be wrong with something. What's wrong with telling someone you find them annoying? What is wrong with telling someone you find them annoying? Thank you for watching. Happy learning. Bye bye. Word patterns. Words plus prepositions. 2. Hi. In this video, I'm going to show you some word patterns. Remember to use them in the exam or in your daily life. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important when writing or speaking during any exam or in your daily life. Let's start. To adjust to plus a verb ending in ing. It took me a few months to adjust to my new school. To adjust to. Anxious about. Let's see. Anxious about. Are you anxious about tomorrow's exam? To be anxious about, it's not to be anxious of or anxious with, it's anxious about. Let's see another one. Ban somebody from doing, for example. The player was banned from participating in the match after cheating. Ban someone from. To benefit from as well. Benefit from. I really benefited from doing more exercise. Benefited from. From. Not for or of. It's from. To cheat at. Cheat at. Athletes who cheat at their sport by using banned substances should be banned. To cheat at something. To consist of. The reading paper consists of 5 tasks. To consist of. No, consists in. Consists of. Difference between. The difference between. What's the difference between tennis and badminton? The difference between two things. To insist on. Insist on. Not in. Insist on. She insisted on including pictures in her project. Including with ing after a preposition. To participate in. Participate in. More than 100 people participated in the fun run. Participated in. To prevent somebody from. Prevent you from failing. We were prevented from going on the trip because of bad weather. Thank you for watching. Happy learning. Bye bye. Word patterns. Words plus prepositions 3. Hello. In this video, I'm going to show some word patterns. Remember to use them in the exam or in your daily life. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important when writing or speaking during any exam or in your daily life. Let's start. Affected by. Affected by. Affected by. Were you affected by the recent floods? Were you affected by the recent floods? Exposed to. Exposed to. Young children shouldn't be exposed to cigarettes smoking. Harmful to. Harmful to. Building another airport will be very harmful to the local environment. Harmful to the local environment. Another one. protected from. You're going to be protected from someone. Elephants need to be protected from local hunters. Protected from local hunters. Threatened by. Threatened by. The local wildlife is threatened by pollution from factories. Threatened by pollution from factories. Waste of. This is a waste of. Trying to explain something to Harry is a waste of time because he never listens. So it's a waste of time, waste of money, waste of resources. And that's all for this video. Thank you for watching. Happy learning. Bye bye. Word patterns, word plus prepositions. 4. Hi, in this video I'm going to show you some word patterns. Remember to use them in the exam or in your daily life. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important when writing or speaking during any exam or in your daily life. Let's see. Crowded with. That was crowded with. The town center was so crowded with shoppers that we decided to go home. Crowded with shoppers. Do about. To do about. What are we gonna do about planning the party? What are we gonna do about planning the party? To do about. Interfere with. Interfere with. I watched your backs the whole time. No one's interfered with them. Interfered with. Another one. To keen on. To keen on. I'm keen on doing something. I'm really keen on cycling, but I don't like playing team sports. I'm really keen on cycling. I love it. I like it. I'm really keen on. Another one. To look forward to, plus a verb in ing. Remember, look forward to, but the verb in ing form. For example, I'm really looking forward to going on holiday next week. I'm really looking forward. I can't wait for this to happen. Point in. Point in. There's no point in complaining. It won't change anything. There's no point in. It's completely useless. Separated from. To be separated from. I got separated from Helen at the concert, and it took me ages to find her again. I got separated from someone or from something. To upset about. To be upset about something. Don't get upset about having to change your travel plans. These things happen. Useful for. That is useful for carrying something. For example, this app's really useful for finding bargains nearby. Useful for. And then a verb in ing form. This is valid for. Valid for. This exam certificate is valid for 3 years. It is valid for 3 years in this case. To warn somebody about. Warn somebody about. I've warned you about being late before. If it happens again, I'll be in real trouble. Well, you'll be in real trouble, actually. Thank you for watching. Happy learning. Bye bye. B2 level phrasal verbs 1. So let's start with phrasal verbs. Hello. In this video, I'm going to show you the most important phrasal verbs for the B2 level. So please pay attention. Please focus on the pronunciation and try to memorize as many as possible. Before the sentence example, I'll give you a few seconds to try to figure out what it means. So let's start. Act out. Act out. That means to perform. Let's see the example. In the game charades, you have to act out the title of a book, film, or a song. So you have to perform. To chill out. To chill out. It just means to relax. To chill out is to relax. Let's see the example. Let's just chill out at home tonight. So let's just relax at home tonight. Come on. Come on. In TV and movies, that means start to be broadcast. Ollie's favorite program comes on TV in a few minutes. So it's gonna be on TV. It's gonna come on TV soon. Next one. To hang out. Hang out. It just means to spend time doing nothing in particular. So just hanging out with friends, doing nothing. For example, on Saturdays, my friends and I often just hang out in the park. You just sit there doing nothing, spend time with your friends. That means to hang out. Another one. Sit through. Sit through. You can use it to stay until the end of something, particularly if you're not enjoying it. For example, in a movie, you could say, I couldn't sit through the film till the end. It was too long. Something negative. Next one. Take up. Take up. That refers to the use of space or time. For example, I've got exams soon, so revising takes up most of my evenings. So I spend a lot of time revising my exams. Next, turnover. Turnover, you can use it in many different situations, but in this particular topic that we are dealing now, that it's TV, you use it to change the channel. So for example, this program is boring. Let's turn over and watch something else. To catch up with. Catch up with. Remember, with. That means get to the same level as. Let's see the example. If you work hard,
you will soon catch up with the rest of the class. So you get to the same level as the rest of the class to catch up with the class. Next one. Creep up behind. Creep up behind. That means slowly and quietly get closer to somebody. You want to creep up. Oh, for example, the example. It's, oh, you frightened me. Don't creep up behind me like that. So it's like approaching slowly and quietly to someone. Next one. Dig up. Dig up. That means to find or discover information about something by investigating it. This is what researchers do. For example, where did you dig that article up from? It's perfect. So where did you discover this information? Where did you go? Where did you find this information? That's to dig up. Next one. To end up. End up. That's pretty common. That means be in a particular place or state after doing something. In the example, it's going to be more clarifying. We took a wrong turn and ended up in completely the wrong place. So you ended where you didn't want to go at first. Look up. Look up. That means to try to find a particular piece of information. For example, look the word up online. You will normally use it in a dictionary or on internet or online. Look up. Next one. Speak up. Speak up. Speak up. It just means to talk louder. For example, the phone line is terrible, so you'll have to speak up. You'll have to talk louder. Raise your voice. Next one. Think up. Think up. It means to create or invent an excuse for something. This is what kids normally do, right? Think up for an excuse. I need to think up a good reason for being late. See? I need to invent an excuse to think up. Next one. Use up. Use up. It means use all of something. You use it completely. For example, have you used up all the paper we had in the printer? Have you used up? Have you finished it? Have you used it all? Have you used up? Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. B2 level phrasal verbs 2. Let's see more phrasal verbs. That you love them, I know that. Hello, in this video, I'm going to show you the most important phrasal verbs for the B2 level. Please focus on the pronunciation and try to memorize as many as possible. Before the sentence example, I'll give you a few seconds to try to figure out what it means. So do this exercise. Read the word and try to figure it out. Okay, let's start. Carry out. To carry out. That means to do work, research, to experiment, etc. Let's see an example. They're carrying out a survey about recycling. So they are doing, they are working on a survey, right? Okay. Come up with, to come up with. So remember, with, come up with. That means to think of an idea or a plan. So you come up with a plan, you come up with an idea. Let's see the example. We need to come up with some good ideas for raising money. We need to think of an idea or a plan to raise money. It's the same. Next one. To figure out. Figure out. That means to calculate, solve a problem, or understand a situation. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out the answer to this crossword clue. It's try to think, try to understand, try to guess. Next one. Look into, look into. Be careful because with the verb look, there's lots of phrasal verbs, okay? Look into means to investigate. Investigate something. Look into something. Let's see the example. Police are looking into a series of burglaries in the local area. So they are investigating a series of burglaries, right? Look into, investigate. Next one. Plug in. That's an easy one. Plug in. Do you know what a plug is? So plug it in just means to connect to a machine or the electricity supply. You just plug in whatever, the cell phone or whatever it is. Plug the printer in, then turn it on. It's that simple, right? Just plug it in. Next one. Check out. I'm pretty sure you know what it is. You know what it means because you've been in a hotel sometimes. But that's not the case. Because we're not working on the hotel topic right now. So in this case, check out. It's to look at something in order to evaluate it. So check out this website. It might help us work with our project. To knock out. Knock out. That means to make somebody leave a competition after losing. So it's knock out. K-O. K-O. Knock out. She was knocked out of the singing competition in the 4th round. So she didn't pass. She was knocked out. Next one. To listen out for. Listen out for. That just means to listen carefully, to try to hear something. So just listen out for, to see what they are saying. You're just trying to hear what they are saying. So for example, let's listen out for any announcements about trains being delayed. So you want to pay attention if they say that your train is delayed. So you listen out. Next one, to make out. Make out. That means to see, hear, understand, and distinguish. Let's see an example. Can you make out what that sign over there says? It means like, do you understand what this sign says? Can you distinguish that? Is it something understandable? Next one, mind out. To mind out. It just means to be careful, to mind out. Just to mind or to mind out, they're very, very similar. For example, mind out. That car's reversing, so be careful Watch out. Be careful. Mind out. Next one. Pull out. To pull out. That just means stop being involved in an activity, event, or situation. For example, Tina was gonna be in the team but had to pull out because of an injury. So she had to leave the team or stop in being involved in the team. She had to pull out. Stand out. To stand out just means to be more visible, better, etc. than others. To stand out over the others. For example, one camera stood out from all the others in terms of design. So that camera was better, was more visible, so everyone could see it. Next one. Stick out. That's pretty similar to the other one, to the previous one, but let's see. That also means to be more visible, etc., than others. To stick out. For example, she wasn't a great player, so she really stuck out in the baseball team. So she stuck out, but in a negative way, because she wasn't a great player. So you don't want to stuck out. You don't want to stick out in English, right? At work. Thank you for watching. Bye bye. B2 level phrasal verbs 3. Let's see more phrasal verbs. Hello. In this video, I'm going to show you the most important phrasal verbs for the B2 level. Please focus on the pronunciation and try to memorize as many as possible. Before the sentence example, I'll give you a few seconds to try to figure out what it means. So do this exercise. Try to figure out what the phrasal verb means. Let's start. To burn out. Burn out. It just means to become unable to work through working too hard. So you just got burnt out. For example, Jake burnt out after a few years in show business. She got unable to work because she worked too hard. So he had to spend some time out of work. Copy in. Copy in. Just means to send a copy of an email to somebody. So that's kind of a formal phrasal verb. For example, when you reply to Amy's email, could you copy me in? You just add me on this email so I can get it. Copy me in. Next one. To fill in for. To fill in for. That means to do somebody's job while they are away. So you have to do his job while they are away. For example, Noah's off sick, so Noah is not in the office. So could you please fill in for him? So could you do his job? Next one. To get ahead. Get ahead. Get ahead. That means to be more successful than other people. You get ahead of other people. For example, if you want to get ahead, you need to work hard. So if you want to be successful, more successful than other people, you need to work hard. Next one. key in. To key in. Just means to put information into a computer using a keyboard. The keyboard key in. It's just on a keyboard. You're just going to use it on a keyboard. I key in my security number and the door opened. It's not writing, it's typing on a keyboard. Key in. Next one. To lay off. Lay off. It's also a noun, a lay off or a verb, to lay off. That means to end somebody's employment because there isn't enough work for them to do. It is different than to get fired, to get laid off. For example, the company laid off over 1,200 people when it got into difficulties. Next one. To take on. Take on. That means to start to employ somebody. Start to employ somebody. We'll take you on for a month and see how things go. So you're gonna start working for a month and then we're gonna see what goes on next. Next one. Work your way up. Work your way up. That means to gradually get to a higher position in an organization. So it's climbing up the ladder as well. Martine worked her way up from shop assistant to director of the whole company. So she climbed along different positions in the same company. Next one, to draw up. Draw up. That means to prepare, draw, or write a plan. When you plan it out, it's the same to draw up, to prepare something. The government has drawn up plans to evacuate the area. So they have a plan prepared to evacuate the area. To draw up. Next one. To edit out. Edit out. That means to remove parts of something, for example, a film or a newspaper article. You edit it out. It was a good film, but they could have edited out the scenes where nothing important happened. So they could have removed those scenes, to edit out. Next one. To grow on. Grow on. That means to start to like more. Something starting to like more into you. I didn't like that picture at first, but it's growing on me now. So I'm starting to like it more now. It's growing on me. Next one. To tear up. Tear up. That means to tear or rip into pieces. Tear or rip into pieces. I realized I had misunderstood the question, so I tore it up and started again. So you broke it, you rip it into pieces. Next one. Turn out. Turn out. That's pretty common. So remember this one. Turn out. To develop in a particular way or have a particular result. For example, I thought the play was gonna be boring, but it turned out to be excellent. So you thought that it was gonna be boring, but then it developed becoming excellent. Thank you for watching. B2 level phrasal verbs 4. Hello, in this video I'm going to show you the most important phrasal verbs for the B2 level. Please focus on the pronunciation and try to memorize as many as possible. Before the standard example, I'll give you a few seconds to try to figure out what it means. So let's start. To call for, call for. That means to require or demand, to require or demand. For example, this situation calls for immediate action. So this situation requires immediate action, calls for immediate action. Next one. To chop down, chop down. It means to make a tree, etc., fall by cutting it. So you chop down a tree. We decided to chop down the old oak tree in the garden. So you cut it to remove it. Next one. To clean up, to clean up. That means make a place completely clean and tidy. So you clean up everything. You make it completely clean. For example, why don't you clean up your room before your friends arrive? So you clean it completely. You clean it up. Next one. To die out. Die out. Die out. That means to become less common and then disappear. For example, in technology, let's see an example. Does anyone know why the dinosaurs died out? Does anyone know why they disappeared? Next one. Do away with. Do away with. That means to get rid of something. To get rid of. For example, they've done away with the traffic lights outside the school. So they got rid of the traffic lights. They removed them. Next one. To run out. Run out. Very, very common. Remember this one. Very common. To run out. If something runs out, you don't have any more of it. For example, one day, all the world's oil supply will run out. What will we do then? So there's not going to be any more oil. It's going to run out of the world. To throw away. Throw away. It means to get rid of something you no longer want. So you don't want something, so you just throw it away. So for example, do you mind if I throw away all these old magazines? So you just put them in the rubbish and you throw them away. Next one. To wipe out. Wipe out. That means to destroy completely. Destroy completely. You wipe out. For example, wolves were wiped out in Britain centuries ago. So there's no more wolves in Britain. Next one. Bring up. To bring up. That means to mention something in a conversation. You just bring up a topic. For example, I'm not sure if now is the right time to bring this up, but have you thought any more about our holiday? So I don't know if it's the right time to mention this. To mention. Get across. Get across. That means to explain or communicate. That's it example. We need to get across the idea that this product is the best. So we need to explain the idea that this product is the best. We have to get it across. To put forward. Put forward. That means to suggest. Some of the students have put forward the idea of a trip to a castle. So some students suggested the trip. Read up about. Read up about. That means to get detailed information about something by doing research. For example, I read up about the author before I went to hear him read extracts from his new novel. So I did some research by reading before I went to hear him. Talk through. Talk through. That means to discuss something, for example, a problem or an idea. To discuss something, to talk through something. For example, let's sit down and talk it through. I'm sure there's a solution. So you talk about it, you discuss something, you talk it through. Talk it through. Thank you for watching. Bye bye. B2 level phrasal verbs 5. Hello, in this video I'm going to show you the most important phrasal verbs for the B2 level. So please pay attention. Please focus on the pronunciation and try to memorize as many as possible. Before the sentence example, I'll give you a few seconds to try to figure out what it means. So do this exercise and try to figure out what each phrasal verb means. Let's start. Carry on. To carry on. It just means to continue. To keep on doing something. To carry on. Continue. For example, please carry on until I get back. Please carry on until I get back. So please continue until I get back. Next one. To pick on. To pick on. That means to keep treating someone or somebody badly. To picking on someone. For example, I wish you wouldn't keep picking on me all the time. Most probably it's brother and sister, right? That they keep picking on each other. Next one. To press on. Press on. That means to continue doing something despite difficulties. I was tired, but I had to finish before the end of the day, so I decided to press on. Next one. To sleep on. Sleep on. That means to wait until next day to make a decision. You sleep on it, right? When you have to take an important decision, you go to bed and try to think about it the next day. So I'll sleep on your suggestion and let you know tomorrow. To sleep on your suggestion. To switch on. Switch on. It's to make a machine or piece of electrical equipment start working. You press on the switch, so you switch it on. You need to switch the computer on at the back. So you need to press the button to turn it on. You have to switch it on. Next one. To check out. We've seen that one before, and now it's time to see the meaning in a hotel. To check out means to leave a hotel. We'll pay for the room when we check out. So you check out, you leave the hotel, and then you pay for the room, right? Next one. To drop off. Drop off. That means to stop to allow somebody to leave, usually from a vehicle. The driver dropped me off at the hotel. So the driver stopped and I left and I got out of the car. So the driver dropped me off. Next one. To head for. To head for. That means move towards a place. You move towards a place. You head for a place. When the fire alarm went off, everyone headed for the car park. Everyone went or moved towards to the car park. Next. To pick up. That goes with it drop off. Pick up. Drop off. Pick up. Pick up means to collect, often in a vehicle. That's the opposite of drop off. So my dad picks me up from school every Tuesday and Thursday. So my dad collects me, goes to see where am I and collect me. Next one, to set out. That means to start a journey. Start a journey. The explorers slowly set out on their journey across the ice. They set out, they started a journey. Next one, turn round. It's not turn around, it's turn round. To turn round. It's to reverse direction. So go to the opposite direction where you were heading. The road was blocked, so we had to turn round and go back. So we had to reverse direction. Next one. To set off, set off, set off. That means make something explode. To set it off. We heard that somebody had threatened to set off a bomb in the city center. So they wanted to make the bomb explode in the city center. To spark off, spark off. That means to make something happen. make something happen, to spark it off. For example, when I forgot to do the washing up, it sparked off an argument. So it created an argument because I didn't do the wash up, to spark off. So next one, wipe off. We've seen wipe out, now it's time for wipe off. That just means to remove something by whipping. For example, let me just wipe my makeup off. So let me just remove my makeup. Thank you for watching. Bye bye. Collocations with go and get. Hello. In this video, I'm going to show you some collocations with go and get. Remember to use them in the exam or in your daily life. They're so important. Let's see what a collocation is. A collocation refers to a group of words that often go together or that are likely to occur together. For example, pay attention or heavy rain. There are lots of collocations, so try to remember as many as possible. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important when writing or speaking during any exam or in your daily life. Let's start. Get a placement. Get a placement. Example is, while he was still studying, he got a placement in a law firm. So get a job. A placement. Get a placement. Next one. Get fired. To get fired. The example is that, did you hear that Freddie got fired from his job last week? Next one. To get lost. Get lost. For example, sorry I'm late. I got lost on the way here. Get lost. Remember, get lost. Next one. Get ready. To get ready. For example, the actors got ready and waited for the curtain to go up. The actors got ready and waited for the curtain to go up. Next one. Get the impression. Get the impression. I always get the impression that Lila finds me a bit boring. Get the impression. Next one, with get. Get the sack. Get the sack. You're going to use get with the sack. I can't believe I got the sack just for being late. So I got fired. I got the sack is the same, to get fired. Next one. Get upset. You get upset. Lucas got upset when I told him his exam results. Lucas got upset when I told him his exam results. Go abroad. Go abroad. So for example, next time you go abroad, send me a postcard. Go abroad. Get out of the country. Go abroad. Go bankrupt. You go bankrupt. You're going to use it with go. You're not going to use it with get, go bankrupt. Anushka went bankrupt when her business failed. To go bankrupt. Next one. To go crazy. You go crazy. You're not going to say you turned crazy or something like that. You go crazy. Charlie's going to go crazy when he finds out what you've done. So he's going to go crazy. He's going to get outraged. Next one. Go missing. You're going missing. Some money has gone missing out of my bag. So it's not there anymore. You can't find it. It's gone missing. Next one. Go quiet. Go quiet. The audience went quiet as the show started. So they remain in silence. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Collocations with do, have, make, and take. Hello, in this video I'm going to show you some collocations with do, have, make, and take. Remember to use them in the exam. A collocation refers to a group of words that often go together, or that are likely to occur together. For example, to pay attention or heavy rain. There are two words that often go together. Pay attention, heavy rain. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important when writing or speaking during any exam or in your daily life. So please pay attention. Let's start. First one, do nothing. Do nothing. For example, I love doing nothing on Sundays. Do nothing, just chilling out, relaxing. Do nothing. Do somebody a favor. It's not to make a favor, it's to do a favor. Could you do me a favor and lend me a dictionary? Do a favor. Or do me a favor. Next one. Do your best. It's do your best. It's not make your best. You do your best. As long as you do your best, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. Do your best, always, in English. Next one. Do business with. You're doing business with. They are so demanding that I really can't do business with them. And I want to do business with them. It's not make business. Have a good time. I'm having a good time. They go together. Have a good time. Did you have a good time at the party last night? To have a good time. You had a terrible time. You had the best time. It's to have a time. Next one. Have a holiday. Have a holiday. For example, are you having a holiday abroad this year? Are you having a holiday abroad this year? Having a holiday. Have a holiday. Have a good time. Have time. Holiday. Next one. Have something to do. I can't come out today as I have lots of things to do at home. To have lots of things to do. Have something to do. Next one. That makes a difference. To make a difference. Make a difference. That's an important one. Being able to speak English really makes a difference when you go abroad. You stand out. Remember from the phrasal verbs? That makes a difference. To make an effort. Make an effort. It's to do an effort. It's to make an effort. For example, you really need to make more of an effort to pass the exam. So you need to work harder to make an effort. Make a fortune. Make a fortune. Make lots of money. Sarah made a fortune when she sold her company. She made a lot of money or lots of money. Make a fortune. Make money. It's not do a fortune. It's make a fortune. Make a living. Make a living. It is getting harder to make a living from photography. Make a loss. Make a loss. The business made a huge loss last year. Make a loss. Make money. Make a profit. Make a loss. Everything with money is with the verb to make. Make a profit. Before we saw make a loss. Now we're gonna see make a profit. This year we've made a profit of over £1 million. Again, make money, make a loss, make a profit, go with verb to make. Make a purchase, make a purchase. We'll give you a bonus every time you use your credit card to make a purchase. So when you buy something, it's to make a purchase. It's not to do a purchase, it's to make a purchase. Now with take, we have take a break. Take a break. Let's take a break for 5 minutes and then play again. That means to pause, to chill out for a short period of time, normally. Next one. Take part in. To take part in. For example, let me know if you want to take part in the art competition. So if you want to participate, to take part in, to participate in the art competition. Next one. Take time off work with 2 F's. Time off work. Dad had to take 2 weeks off work when he broke his leg. So he had to stop working and take some time off work. Next one. Take your time. Take your time. For example, take your time. We're not in any hurry. So just relax. Take as much time you need. It's take your time. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Collocations with say, speak, and tell. Let's see. Hi. In this video, I'm going to show you some collocations with the verbs say, speak, and tell. and remember to use them in the exam or in your daily life. Let's remember what a collocation is. A collocation refers to a group of words that often go together or that are likely to occur together. For example, pay attention or heavy rain. It's when two words normally go together. Let's see some examples. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important when writing and speaking during any exam or in your daily life. Let's see some of them. With say hello, say goodbye, or say good night. For example, Dan, your cousins are going now, so come and say goodbye. You're not going to say tell goodbye or speak goodbye. You're going to say goodbye. Next one with say. To say sorry, you're going to say sorry. You're not going to tell sorry or speak sorry. You're going to say sorry. You'd better say sorry to Annie for ripping her jacket. Say sorry. With speak, you can say speak against or speak in favor of something. For example, some people at the meeting spoke against the proposals. You're not going to say tell against or say against. You're going to speak against something or speak in favor of something. Another one we speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. That means speak for yourself. You may be happy about having an extra 30 minutes of classes every day, but I'm not. So speak for yourself. Don't speak for the rest of us. Speak well or speak highly of somebody. For example, the new head teacher is doing a really good job. All of the teachers and students speak highly of her. To speak highly, you're not going to say you tell highly or say highly. Next one. Speak your mind. Speak your mind. My mom always speaks her mind, which some people think is a bit impolite sometimes. So she always says what she's thinking. She doesn't keep anything for herself. So you can get into trouble with speaking out loudly. Next one. To tell a joke. Tell a joke. You're not gonna say a joke. You're gonna say tell a joke. For example, I'm bad at telling jokes. I can never remember the endings. So it's tell a joke. Telling jokes. Next one. Tell a lie or tell the truth. Tell the truth or a lie. Angie told me that her uncle is a millionaire, but I'm not sure she was telling the truth. So remember, it's to tell the truth or tell a lie. Not say the truth or say a lie, it's to tell. Next one. Tell a story. Because you're telling a story. You're not saying a story. You're explaining a story. So it's to tell a story. Remember that. Our dad always used to tell us a story before we went to sleep. It's to tell us a story. Next one. To tell somebody a secret. It's to tell a secret. To explain a secret. If I tell you a secret, will you promise not to tell anyone else? Tell a secret. Tell someone a secret. Next one with tell. tell the difference between things. You're not going to say the difference. You're going to tell the difference. How can you tell the difference between a dove and a pigeon? It's to tell the difference. Remember, tell the difference. Next one. Tell the time. You're not going to speak the time or say the time. You're going to tell the time. I learned to tell the time when I was about 6 years old. So telling the time. Thank you for learning. Happy learning, and thank you for watching. Bye-bye. Word formation 1. Hello. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can change a core word into a noun, verb, adjective, or adverb using the same root as the core word. Let's see. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important for the use of the English part of the exam, as well as for your writing or speaking during any exam or in your daily life. For example, for the core word appear, that is a verb, you could always construct a word saying disappear. The noun appearance or disappearance. Apparent, that's an adjective. Or apparently, that's an adverb. So from the core word appear, you can come up with 4 different other words. So for the same core word, you can compose many different other words. From a verb, you can go into a subject, so a noun, or a adjective, or a adverb, or a verb. So this lesson is very important, so pay attention. Let's move on. Core word, to decide, that is a verb. So with this root word, we can create decision or indecision as a noun, deciding as an adjective, decisive or indecisive as another adjective, or decisively or indecisively as an adverb. So with the same root that is decide, we can create 4 other words. With the core word end, to end, or the end as a noun, we can create another noun that is ending, unending as an adjective, unendingly as an adverb, and endless as an adjective, and endlessly as a adverb. So ending, unending, unendingly, and so on. So by using prefixes or suffixes, we can create many other different words with the same root. Let's move on. With the core word to exist, that is a verb, we can create the noun existence or the adjective existing, existence or existing. Let's see another one. To impress, that is a verb, we can create a noun that is impression, just adding ION at the end. Impressionist, another noun. Impressionism, another noun. Or impressive or unimpressive as an adjective. Or impressively or unimpressively as an as an adverb. Another core word, late. Latest, lateness as a noun, lately as an adverb, later as an adjective. Another word, with the core word please, that is a verb, we have pleasure or displeasure, pleasurable or unpleasurable, that's an adjective, pleased or displeased as an adjective, pleasant or unpleasant as another adjective, or pleasantly or unpleasantly as an adverb. Another one, popular. So from the adjective popular, we can convert it into a verb and say popularize. A noun, popularity or unpopularity. Unpopular as an adjective, or unpopularly or popularly as an adverb. So again, if we want to change a noun or a verb or an adjective or an adverb into something else, we just add prefixes or suffixes or deconstruct it to change it and turn it into a verb, noun, adjective, or adverb. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next videos. Happy learning. Bye-bye. Word formation 2. Hello. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can change a core word into a noun, verb, adjective, or adverb using the same root as the core word. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important for the use of the English part of the exam, as well as for your writing or speaking during any exam or in your daily life. Let's see some examples. Remember that a core word in here is believe, and that we're going to use this root to create an adjective, a noun, and an adverb by adding or getting or taking out a prefix or suffix. Let's see some examples. For example, in our case, we can say believable or unbelievable, believe or disbelieve, believer, or believably or unbelievably as an adverb. They all come from the same root, that is, to believe. Let's see some more examples. Champion, that's a noun. We can add a suffix and turn it into another noun, that is a championship. That was easy. Let's see another one. To compete, that is a verb. We could have competition, that is a noun. Competitor, that is another noun. Competing, the noun. Competitive or uncompetitive, that's an adjective. Or competitively as an adverb. Let's see some more. Difficult, that is an adjective, right? Let's turn it into a noun with difficulty, just by adding a y at the end. Another one. To inform. To inform. Informative as an adjective. Information as a noun. Informer as another noun, or informant as another noun. They all have the same root. Another one. Maths. Maths. Mathematics. Mathematical. Mathematician. And mathematically as an adverb, as ending in ly. Another word. Relate. That is a verb. Relative. That is a adjective or a noun. Related or unrelated. That's an adjective. Relatively as an adverb. Relation as a noun. Or relationship as another noun. They all come from the same root. Relate. Let's see another one. Success. To succeed. We now went from a noun into a verb. Successful or unsuccessful as an adjective. And so successfully as an adverb. Let's see some more in the next video. Happy learning! Word formation 3. Hello. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can change a core word into a noun, verb, adjective, or adverb using the same root as the core word. We're just going to add prefixes and suffixes. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important for the use of English part of the exam, as well as for your writing or speaking during any exam or in your daily life. With the core word to achieve, we can create a noun that's achievement by adding ment at the end of the verb. Achiever as a noun. Let's see some more. To create, let's see, we can say creation as a noun. Creator as another noun. Creativity, another noun. Creative or uncreative as an adjective. Creatively or uncreatively as an adverb. Let's see some more. To discover, let's see how we change a verb into a noun. A discovery is a noun. A discoverer is a noun. With the verb to explore, let's see what we can come up with. Explorer as a noun. Exploration as another noun. Exploratory as an adjective. With fortunate, that is an adjective. We can create another adjective, unfortunate, or fortunately, or unfortunately as an adverb, or fortune as a noun. With the core word science, that is a noun, we can create scientist as another noun, scientific or unscientific as an adjective, scientifically as an adverb, or unscientifically as another adverb. With the core word simple, that's an adjective, we can come up with simply as an adverb, simplicity as a noun, simplify as a verb, to simplify. Let's see some more. To solve, let's create some other words with solve. That is solution, solver, they're both nouns. Solving, that is another noun. And that's it. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Happy learning. Bye bye. Word formation 4. Hello. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can change a core word into a noun, verb, adjective, or adverb using the same root as the core word. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important for the use of English part of the exam, as well as for your writing or speaking during an exam or in your daily life. Let's see with the core word. To burgle, that is a verb. We can create burglary, that's a noun. A burglar, that's another noun, with the same root. Another one. Grow. A growing, that's an adjective. Grown, another adjective. Growth, that is a noun. With the core word to prevent. Let's see. Preventable, that's an adjective. We just added able. Preventive, another adjective. Prevention, that is a noun. Let's see some more. Satisfy. This satisfy, we just added the prefix dis. Satisfying and satisfactory, or satisfaction. Satisfaction. With the core word shock, that is a verb as well as a noun. You can say shocking, that's an adjective ending with ing. Shockingly as an adverb. We just added ly at the very end. With the core word to understand, if we add the prefix misunderstand, that's the complete opposite. Or understandable, that is an adjective. Or understanding or misunderstanding, that is a noun. Another one. Vandal, that is a noun. To vandalize, it's a verb. Vandalism is a noun. Another one. Young as an adjective. to be young. Youngster, there is a noun. Youth, another noun. Youthfulness, another noun. So from young, we have 3 nouns we can create. Happy learning, and thank you for watching. Word formation 5. Hello, in this video I'm going to show you how you can change a core word into a noun, verb, adjective, or adverb using the same root as the core word. Please try to memorize as many as possible as they are very important for the use of English part of the exam, as well as for your writing or speaking during an exam or in your daily life. For example, with the core word anxious, there is an adjective. Let's see what we can create with this root. Anxiety, the anxiety. Anxiousness, another noun. Anxiously, an adverb. They are coming from the same anxious root. With the core word argue, that is a verb, to argue. We can create a noun by adding ment at the end, argument. Argumentative as an adjective, arguable as an adjective, and arguably as an adverb. Let's see some more. Compete, that is a verb. We can create competitive as an adjective. Competition as a noun. Competitor as another noun. Competitively as an adverb. Let's see some more. To develop, that is a verb. We can create development by adding ment at the end and turn it into a noun. Developer, that is another noun, that is a person. Developing, that's an adjective. And developed or undeveloped as another adjective. Let's see with the other core word, fail. A failure, that is a noun. Another one with long, that's the adjective, long. We have length. It's kind of an irregular. To lengthen, that it's a verb, to make something longer. To elongate, that it's a verb. Let's see another one. To swim or swim. That is swimming as a noun. Swimmer as the person who swims. That's another noun. Swimmingly as an adjective. With the core word win, we can create winner as a noun. Winnings as another noun. And winning as an adjective. So watch out here. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Happy learning. Bye-bye. Word formation 6. Hello, in this video I'm going to show you how you can change a core word into a noun, verb, adjective, or adverb using the same root as the core word. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important for the use of English part of the exam, as well as for your writing or speaking during an exam or in your daily life. For example, for the core word employee, that is a verb, we have employed or unemployed as an adjective, employer as a noun, employee as another noun, employment or unemployment as another noun. With the core word finance, that is a verb or a noun, we have financial as an adjective, financially as an adverb. They all come from finance. Another one, friend, that is a noun, right? We have friendly or unfriendly as an adjective, friendship as a noun, with neighbor, that is another noun, we have neighborly, that is an adjective, neighborhood, that is a noun. With poor, we have poorly as an adverb, poverty, poverty as a noun, poorness as another noun, with the core word to satisfy, we can create dissatisfy with the prefix dis, satisfying or unsatisfying as the adjective, satisfactory or unsatisfactory, or satisfaction or dissatisfaction as a noun. With vary, that is a verb, we have various, that's an adjective, variable or invariable as an adjective as well, varying as another adjective, varied as an adjective, variation, ending it in T-I-O-N, that's a noun, variety, variety as a noun, or invariably as an adverb. They all come from the same root, same word, that is vary. Last one, volunteer, that it's a verb as well as a noun. Voluntary or involuntary is an adjective. Voluntarily or involuntarily voluntarily as an adverb. That's the end of the video. Thank you for watching. Happy learning. Bye bye. Word formation 7. Hi, in this video I'm going to show you how you can change a core word into a noun, verb, adjective, or adverb using the same root as the core word. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important for the use of English part of the exam, as well as for your writing or speaking during an exam or in your daily life. Let's see some examples. To access or access as a noun, we can create accessibility accessible or inaccessible as an adjective. For the core word to attract, we have attractive or unattractive as an adjective, attraction as a noun, attractively as an adverb. With the core word beauty, that is a noun, we can create beautiful, that's an adjective, beautifully, that's an adverb, beautify, that is a verb, beautician, that is a noun. With the core word dot, that is a noun, we can create an adjective that is thoughtful, or thoughtfully as an adverb, or thoughtless as an adjective, or doubted as an adjective, undoubtedly that's an adverb. Another one with mass, that is a noun. We can create an adjective that is massive or massively as an adverb. See how we just added ly at the end of the adjective. Next one. To equip, that's a verb. Equipment, ending in ment, change it into a noun. Equipped, that's an adjective. Unequip. With patience, that is a noun. We can create another noun, patient or impatient. That's an adjective. Thank you for watching. Happy learning. Bye-bye. Word formation 8. Hello. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can change a core word into a noun, verb, adjective, or adverb using the same root as the core word. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important for the use of English part of the exam, as well as for your writing or speaking during any exam or in your daily life. For example, with the core word benefit, that is a verb as well as a noun, we can have the adjective beneficial, benefactor, that is a noun. Another one, industry, that is a noun. We have the adjective industrial, industrially, as an adverb. With the core word life, we have life as a noun, or alive as an adjective, or living as another adjective, or lively as another adjective. Ordinary, extraordinary as another adjective. Ordinariness as a noun. extraordinarily or ordinarily as an adverb. With origin, originate, original as an adjective or unoriginal, originally as an adverb. With signify, that is a verb, we have significant or insignificant, significantly or insignificantly as an adverb, significance or insignificance as a noun. With storm, that is a noun, you can create stormy as an adjective, stormy weather. Another one, with tradition, that is a noun, we can create traditional or untraditional, that is an adjective, or traditionally as an adverb, or untraditionally as an adverb. Thank you for watching. Happy learning. Bye bye. Word formation 9. This is the last video of the series word formation. So please, if you haven't seen them, the previous ones, go back and watch them. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can change a core word into a noun, verb, adjective, or adverb using the same root as the core word. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important for the use of English part of the exam, as well as for your writing or speaking during an exam or in your daily life. Let's start with the core word know. To know, we can create knowledge, that is a noun. Knowledgeable, that's an adjective. Known or unknown, that's another adjective. Knowing or unknowing as another adjective, or knowingly as an adverb. With lonely, that is an adjective, we can create loneliness, that is a noun. With the word speak, let's see what we can create with speak. Speaker, that's a noun. We just add ER at the end. Or speech, that's the noun. Speechless, that's an adjective. That's a good one. Or unspoken, or spoken as another adjective. Or unspeakable as another adjective. Unspeakable. Let's see. With surround, that is a verb, we have surroundings as a noun. Surrounding as an adjective. So watch out with the S at the end. Let's see another one. With strong, that's an adjective. We have strength, that's irregular. Strongly as an adverb. Strength and strongly. And with the core word, to storm, that's a noun. We can create the adjective stormy, as in stormy weather. That's all for word formations. See you in the next video. Happy learning. Bye bye. Now let's see the idioms with keep and lose. Hi, in this video I'm going to show you some idioms with keep and lose. Remember to use them in the exam or in your daily life. Please try to memorize as many as possible, as they are very important when writing or speaking during any exam or in your daily life. Let's see. Keep side off. Keep side off. If you keep sight of your aims, I'm sure you will achieve them. To keep sight of. Don't lose them, keep sight of. Keep your head. Keep your head. Keep your head in the final, and you could be the world champion. So be focused, concentrate, keep your head in the final. Keep your word. Keep your word. You can trust Alice because she always keeps her word. She is trustful. She keeps her word. Lose track of. Lose track of. I completely lost track of time when I was playing my favorite video game. So lose track of time. Lose your nerve. You lose your nerve. As we reached the top of the mountain, I began to lose my nerve. Lose your nerve. Lose your temper. You lose your temper. Dad lost his temper when I knocked his cup of tea on the floor. So lose your temper means to get outraged, to get angry. Warn somebody about. I've warned you about being late before. If it happens again, you'll be in real trouble. To warn somebody about. Happy learning. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye. B2 level words connected with studying and learning. Hello. In this video, I'm going to show you the most important words for the B2 level, for the topic studying and learning. Please focus on the pronunciation and try to remember as many as possible. Before the sentence example, I'll give you a few seconds to try to figure out what it means. Certificate. Certificate. I got a certificate when I finished the summer course. Degree. Degree. You usually have to study for 3 or 4 years to get a degree. Graduate. Graduate. That company only hires graduates, so you need to have completed your university studies. Instructor. Instructor. When I'm old enough to learn to drive, I'm gonna have lessons with my mom. She's an instructor. lecturer, lecturer. My aunt is a lecturer at university. She teaches economics. Pass an exam or a test. Pass an exam or a test. He passed the test easily because he had studied very hard. Pupil, pupil. My dad's a primary school teacher with 32 four-year-old pupils in his class. Revise for an exam or a test. Revise for an exam or a test. I need to revise all weekend because I have 4 big exams next week. Take an exam or a test. Take an exam or a test. So it's not do an exam or make an exam, it's take an exam. The best thing about being an adult may be that I haven't had to take an exam for 15 years. Undergraduate, undergraduate. She's still an undergraduate, but she'll finish her final year at university next summer. You can also say with this one, an undergrad, but it's more slang. Thank you for watching. B2 level words connected with TV and cinema. Hello, in this video I'm going to show you the most important words for the B2 level for the topic TV and cinema. Please focus on the pronunciation and try to remember as many as possible. Before the sentence example, I'll give you a few seconds to try to figure out what it means. Audience, audience. The audience was a mix of adults and children. They all loved the theater performance. Box office, the box office. There were no tickets at the box office for the new Star Wars film. Broadcast, to broadcast. Every day, lots of new programs are broadcast on television. Cast, cast. Jen was excited to be part of the cast for the new movie. Channel, channel. The BBC broadcasts over different channels in the UK. Credits, credits. Credits usually feature at the end of a film or a TV show. Director. A director. Steven Spielberg is one of the most successful cinema directors. A flop. A flop. Everyone hated the last dinosaur movie. It was a complete flop. To be a flop. On demand. On demand. Remember, if you miss the TV show tonight on Channel 3, you can record it and watch it on demand afterwards. Producer. Producer. J.K. Rowling wrote the Harry Potter books and was also the producer of the last two films. Release. To release. The verb. When is the new film by Peter Jackson released? Released. Screenplay. Screenplay. The movie's screenplay was difficult to learn for the actors. The screenplay. A viewer. Viewer. Viewers usually watch TV shows from their homes. That's the end of this video. Hope you enjoy it. Happy learning. Bye bye.
Having a plan for learning a new language is crucial. It helps you know what to learn and when, so you don't feel overwhelmed. With a plan, you can set goals and see how you're doing, which makes you engaged and motivated, which is the most important driver to keep you going along this process. Having a plan also lets you focus on what you're good at and what you need to practice more. This way, you don't forget any important parts of the language. In this video, I'll show you different useful strategies to help you achieve your learning goals. Let's first start by some strategies for the whole learning process, and then we'll focus on effective strategies for each language component such as vocabulary, speaking, listening, and so on. When learning English, keep these strategies in mind. Set clear goals. Define your English learning objectives. Is it for travel, work, exams, or personal growth? Having clearer goals will keep you motivated and focused. Surround yourself with the language as much as possible. Watch movies, listen to music, podcasts, and radio in English. This exposure will improve your listening and overall comprehension skills. Practice regularly. Set aside dedicated time each day for language practice. Even short daily sessions are more effective than sporadic, lengthy ones. Patience and consistency are key to success. Celebrate progress. Recognize and celebrate milestones along the way. It could be completing a level in a language course, having your first conversation, or understanding a challenging text. Strategies for your vocabulary learning. Let's see some effective strategies to use when trying to expand your vocabulary. There are multiple ways to effectively learn new vocabulary. I encourage you to try some techniques and find what works best for you. Remember that the key is consistent practice and exposure to the language. I would strongly suggest you first set your vocabulary goals to keep you motivated. aim to learn a certain number of words per week. This way, you would be able to track your progress and keep you focused towards your goal. Strategy number 1. Using flashcards. Write the new word on the side of the card and its meaning and an example sentence on the other side. You can carry them anywhere and flip through them whenever you have a few minutes. It is like a game where you test yourself. Regularly review the cards to reinforce your memory. You can make your own flashcards or use apps that offer digital ones. Using flashcards is a quick and powerful way to make learning words easy and fun. Strategy 2. Using mnemonics. This is a technique used to help remember information more effectively, as it taps into your creativity and imagination, providing a mental framework that enhances retention. This strategy consists in associating new words with familiar words, images, or even personal experiences. The underlying argument is that associations between new information and something familiar or easy to remember make it easier for your brain to retrieve the information when needed. Here's how we can use mnemonics to learn vocabulary. By creating acronyms, that means to create a word or phrase where each letter represents the first letter of a new word. For example, to remember the order of directions, north, east, south, and west, you can use the acronym NEWS. By visualization, create vivid mental images that connect the new word's meaning with a familiar image. For instance, if you're learning the word abundant, you could visualize a garden overflowing with fruits and flowers. Another way is to use the method of loci, which works by associating new words with specific places you are familiar with. For example, you can mentally walk through your house and attach vocabulary words to different rooms. When you need to recall the words, you mentally walk through the house again, retrieving the words as you go. Or you could link new words to different landmarks in your town. This technique taps into spatial memory, making it especially useful for memorizing a list of vocabulary. Strategy 3. Practice spaced repetition. This is a learning technique that involves reviewing and repeating vocabulary at increasing intervals over time. This method is based on the principle that learning is enhanced when studying is spaced out over time, rather than cramming all at once. This technique is particularly effective for long-term retention of vocabulary. For example, you start by studying a set of new words. Then, you review them after a short time, let's say tomorrow. And if you remember them well, you wait longer before reviewing them again, let's say 3 days. If you struggle to recall a word, you review it more frequently, for example, the next day. One important thing to keep in mind is that during each review, try to recall the meaning of the word before revealing it. This is called active recall, which strengthens your memory and reinforces your learning. The spaced repetition technique optimizes your study time and memory retention by focusing on words that are harder to remember and you're most likely to forget. There are digital tools and apps you can use which work with this method for vocabulary learning. Some of the most popular are Anki, Memrise, and Quizlet, which offer customizable options for creating your own vocabulary text and setting review intervals. Strategy 4. Keep a vocabulary journal. Write down new words with their meanings and example sentences in a dedicated notebook. Be actively seeking for new vocabulary. Read articles, books, or online content. Listen to native speakers, podcasts, watch TV shows or movies, YouTube videos with subtitles in English. Anything you like, but when you come across a new word, write it down in your journal with its meaning and an example sentence. Then, review them and keep adding words to it regularly. You can review them using the spaced repetition techniques. Strategy 5. Grouping words. Another way to help you memorize new words is by organizing vocabulary by themes or topics. When words are grouped under a common theme, your brain can create connections between related words, making it easier to remember them during conversations or writing. When you encounter a word related to a specific theme, your brain recalls other words from the same theme more easily. Creating lists of vocabulary by topics allows you to explore related synonyms, antonyms, and idiomatic expressions. It also makes you focus on a set of words with shared meanings, instead of learning words in isolation. Strategy 6. Chunking words. When possible, be aware that you can break down a complex word into smaller, meaningful chunks. For example, unbelievable can be broken down into un, not, believe, and able, capable of, making it easier to understand and remember. This way, you can learn related words called word families that share the same root, prefix, or suffix, expanding your vocabulary and comprehension. Strategy 7. Using vocabulary apps. Apps like Duolingo, Memrise, and Quizlet offer interactive ways to learn and practice new words. You can also play word games such as word puzzles, crosswords, anagrams, and online word games, which make learning fun and challenging. Enhancing writing skills in a second language like English is not an easy task and requires consistent practice and effective strategies. Here are some valuable tips to help you improve your writing. Becoming a proficient writer takes time and dedication, but by consistently applying these strategies, you'll gradually enhance your writing skills and communicate effectively in English. So, in order to develop your writing skills, you first need to keep in mind two things. 1. First, you should read regularly, as it exposes you to different writing styles, vocabulary, and sentence structures, which will help you internalize proper language usage and writing techniques. When reading, it is important to practice active reading. That means that, while reading, you should analyze the text, observe their sentence structures, use of literary devices, grammar and punctuation, and how they organize their ideas. Try to incorporate these techniques into your writing. Second, you should write daily. Set aside time each day to write. I would suggest you keep a journal where you write daily entries in English. You can just describe your day, thoughts, or experiences. Or you could write short stories or practice writing in the exam format. It's up to you, but regular writing will help you apply and become comfortable with expressing yourself in English. Start with short writings, but if possible, try to extend and develop your writings to make them longer as you become a more proficient writer. Always remember to revise your writing, as this helps refine your writing by correcting errors and improving clarity. Here are some strategies to use to enhance your writing skills. Strategy 1. Practice storytelling. Storytelling means telling interesting and fun stories to help you get better at writing. Storytelling is important because it helps you practice writing in a way that keeps readers interested. When you learn how to tell stories, you can write better essays, emails, and other things too. Stories have a structure, including an introduction, rising action, climax, and resolution. Learning to structure a story helps you organize your thoughts and ideas in a coherent and logical manner. Here are some exercises to practice storytelling. Imagination time. Imagine a funny or exciting thing that happened to you and write it down as a short story. Change the ending. Take a story you like and change the ending. Write the new ending yourself. Describe a picture. Look at a picture and make up a story about it. Write down what's happening in the picture. If you can't come up with any ideas for your story, please check shortstoryideas.herb.me.uk/scenarios, as they have an excellent story generator which will provide you with a story to write about. Strategy 2. Use new words in your writing. Incorporate newly learned words into your writing to expand your vocabulary. A rich vocabulary enhances your writing, whether it's journal entries, essays, or emails. By introducing new words into your writing, the narrative will help you remember the context in which the word is appropriately used. Strategy 3. Exam practice. When studying for an exam, practice different types of text you will be tested on. In the B2 First Certificate exam, students are required to produce 2 pieces of writing. The first piece is compulsory and will be an essay of 140 to 190 words. For the second, you can choose from an article, an email, letter, essay, review, or story of 140 to 190 words. So I encourage you to practice all these types of writing, understand what type of language, formality, structures is needed for each of them. Use real exam writing prompts, which will provide specific topics to write about. Another piece of advice for you is to use online resources such as language learning apps, grammar checkers, and writing guides available online. These tools can provide immediate feedback and tips for improvement. But from all, I would strongly suggest you use writeandimprove.com. It's a website from Cambridge University. There, you'll be able to practice with real writing exams, as well as being provided with feedback and a score for your writing according to the Cambridge English scale. There is a free option available and an economical monthly subscription. Please take a look at it, as it's really worth it. General tips to improve your pronunciation and speaking in your daily life. Here are some tips on how to improve speaking skills. 1. Practice, practice, practice. The more you speak, the more comfortable and confident you will become. Try to speak in English as much as possible, even if it's just a few words or phrases. Listen to native speakers. Listen to native speakers of English as much as possible, whether it's through podcasts, music, TV shows, or movies. Pay attention to their pronunciation, intonation, and stress patterns. Imitate native speakers. Try to imitate the way the native speakers speak, paying attention to their pronunciation, intonation, and stress patterns. Use English language media. Watch English language TV shows and movies, and read English language news, articles, and books. This will help you improve your vocabulary, grammar, and comprehension skills. Speak with native speakers. Try to find a language partner or conversation partner who is a native speaker of English. This will give you the opportunity to practice speaking in a more natural setting. Take a class. Consider taking a class or a course to improve your speaking skills. A teacher can give you feedback on your pronunciation and grammar and provide you with exercises and activities to improve your speaking. Record yourself. Record yourself speaking in English and listen to the recording. This will help you identify areas where you need to improve and monitor your progress over time. Be patient with yourself. Remember that learning a new language takes time and practice. Be patient with yourself and don't get discouraged if you make mistakes. Speak at a natural pace. Don't rush when speaking. Try to speak at a natural pace. It is better to speak slower and clearly than to speak fast and make mistakes. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Making mistakes is part of the learning process. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, and don't let the fear of making mistakes prevent you from speaking. Thanks for watching. Hi, In this video, I'll show you why complex sentences are important, the differences between a simple sentence versus a complex sentence, and then I'll give you exercises to practice. 1. Why complex sentences are important. Using complex sentences is crucial for presenting well-structured arguments and ideas. It allows you to express complex thoughts and convey more precise meanings. Utilizing complex sentences demonstrate a higher level of language proficiency. It shows that you have a good grasp of grammar and syntax, which is essential for higher-level language exams. 2. Let's see the difference between a simple sentence and a complex sentence. A simple sentence is a sentence that contains only one independent clause, which means that it has one subject-verb pair and expresses a complete thought. For example, I went to the store. A complex sentence, on the other hand, is a sentence that contains one independent clause, so a simple sentence, and one or more dependent clauses. A dependent clause is a group of words that contains a subject and a verb, but cannot stand alone as a sentence. It depends on the independent clause to make sense. For example, after I went to the store, I bought some groceries. The main difference between a simple sentence and a complex sentence is that a simple sentence contains only one subject-verb pair and expresses a single idea, while a complex sentence contains more than one subject-verb pair and expresses more than one idea. A complex sentence is usually longer and more detailed than a simple sentence. A complex sentence often uses subordinating conjunctions, such as although, because, since, or while, to link the dependent clause to the independent clause. These conjunctions indicate the relationship between the ideas expressed in the clauses. In summary, a simple sentence contains only one subject-verb pair and expresses a single idea, while a complex sentence contains one independent clause and one or more dependent clauses, is longer and more detailed, and uses subordinating conjunctions to link the clauses together. There are several conjunctions that can be used to create complex sentences by connecting independent and dependent clauses. Here are some examples. Subordinating conjunctions: although, because, since, while, when, before, after, if, unless, even though, provided that, and as soon as. For example, although I was tired, I stayed up late to finish my work. Or relative pronouns that are who, whom, whose, that, or which. For example, the book that I read last night was very interesting. 3. Let's practice. Let's start easy. First, I want you to really understand what dependent and independent clauses are. For this, I want you to identify which sentence is the dependent clause and which one is the independent clause. Remember that the independent clause expresses a complete thought that makes sense alone, while the dependent clause doesn't. It depends on the other clause to make sense. Here are some sentences. Try to identify the clauses. In the morning, I went for a jog. For the last time, I will take the field. After the game, we went out for pizza. Although I left, I did not remember my roots. Since he was not there, I was quite upset. Wherever we are, it is the right place to be. Even though I'm tired, I will give my best effort. Although we won, I was not satisfied with myself. Another exercise. I'll give you two simple sentences and you have to create a complex sentence connecting them using the conjunction provided. Simple sentences. She loves to read books. He enjoys watching movies. Create a complex sentence using the conjunction but. She loves to read books, but he enjoys watching movies. Simple sentences. The sun was shining. The temperature was quite low. Create a complex sentence using although. Although the sun was shining, the temperature was quite low. Simple sentences. Maria completed her assignment. She rewarded herself with a movie. Create a complex sentence using so. Maria completed her assignment, so she rewarded herself with a movie. Simple sentences. He missed the bus. He overslept. Create a complex sentence using because. He missed the bus because he overslept. Simple sentences. The party was in full swing. I had to leave early. Create a complex sentence using although. Although the party was at full swing, I had to leave early. Simple sentence. The concert tickets were sold out. We decided to go to the movies instead. Create a complex sentence using so. The concert tickets were sold out, so we decided to go to the movies instead. Simple sentences. John is studying for his exams. He hopes to get good grades. Create a complex sentence using because. John is studying for his exams because he hopes to get good grades. Let's see another exercise a bit more difficult. Combine two simple sentences using a conjunction you choose from as, and, but, or, so, yet, although, because, when, since, if, or a relative clause, who, whom, whose, which, or that. The simple sentence. I want to go to the beach. It is raining outside. Create a complex sentence. Although it is raining outside, I still want to go to the beach. Simple sentences. The woman is my aunt. She lives in France. Create a complex sentence. The woman who lives in France is my aunt. Simple sentences. I missed the bus. I was late for work. Create a complex sentence. I was late for work because I missed the bus. Or, as I missed the bus, I was late for work. Simple sentences. She loves to read books. She also enjoys watching movies. Create a complex sentence. Although she loves to read books, she also enjoys watching movies. Simple sentences. She was younger. She believed in Santa Claus. Create a complex sentence. When she was younger, she believed in Santa Claus. Simple sentences. He was rich. He was still unhappy. Create a complex sentence. Although he was rich, he was still unhappy. Or, he was still unhappy even though he was rich. Simple sentence. The man is a doctor. He lives next door. Create a complex sentence. The man who lives next door is a doctor. Simple sentences. She forgot her umbrella. She got soaking wet in the rain. Create a complex sentence. She got soaking wet in the rain because she forgot her umbrella. Or, as she forgot her umbrella, she got soaking wet in the rain. Simple sentences. The woman is my neighbor. She has 2 dogs. Create a complex sentence. The woman who has 2 dogs is my neighbor. Simple sentences. They stayed up late. They overslept in the morning. Create a complex sentence. They overslept the next morning because they stayed up late. Or, as they stayed up late, they overslept the next morning. Simple sentences. The book is on the shelf. I read it last week. Create a complex sentence. The book that I read last week is on the shelf. Remember, complex sentences add depth and variety to your speech, making your communication more engaging and sophisticated. Practice using different conjunctions to combine simple sentences and create a wide range of complex sentences. Thank you for watching. When it comes to learning grammar, it is important to make sure you understand it clearly. English grammar is easy and simple, but it can be confusing at times. Learning grammar is a fundamental aspect of mastering the English language, as it provides the structural foundation of the language, ensuring that your messages are clear and conveyed accurately, forming sentences that make sense both in your writing and speaking. Good grammar is essential for writing coherent and organized essays, reports, emails, and other written documents. It ensures that your ideas flow logically. A solid knowledge of English grammar will also help you understand spoken and written English more effectively. Additionally, proper grammar is often assessed in language proficiency tests, as it demonstrates you master the language properly. For this, I would suggest you start with the basics. Begin with foundational grammar rules and concepts. Build a strong base by understanding parts of the speech, nouns, verbs, adjectives, and sentence structure, and then move on to more difficult grammar topics. Another effective strategy to consolidate your grammar is to teach someone else. Once you think you have learned a grammar topic, explain it to a friend or family member. Teaching reinforces your understanding and memory. Teaching someone else reinforces your learning as it requires you to thoroughly understand the subject matter in order to explain it effectively. When you teach, you need to break down complex concepts into simpler terms, which deepens your understanding. When teaching others, you need to think, recall, and organize information, making your brain work more intensely than passive learning. It requires clarity, pushing you to review materials, helping reinforce concepts, and fully understand areas you initially don't, filling in gaps in your knowledge, which makes you more confident in your own knowledge. It also reinforces your memory, as you repeatedly access and retrieve information, enhancing your long-term retention and solidifying your grammar learning. Strategies to enhance your listening skills. The listening process involves several skills to help understand and comprehend spoken language effectively. Throughout the listening process, you unconsciously go through different stages, such as word identification. The recognized sounds are matched to known words in your vocabulary. Basically, they are retrieved from your existing knowledge to understand individual words. Then, the identified words are grouped into phrases and sentences. You process these language units to understand the overall meaning being conveyed. While listening, you use the context of the conversation or situation to derive meaning. You might consider the topic, the speaker's tone, and any visual clues to help you understand intentions, emotions, and meaning of the conversation. So, your listening comprehension relies on your language skills, vocabulary, cultural knowledge, and previous exposure to English. For this, regular practice, exposure to a variety of accents, intonations, pronunciations, and speaking styles, and active engagement in listening activities can all contribute to improve your listening skills over time. Then, here are my suggested strategies to enhance your listening skills. Regular listening practice. Engage in daily listening activities such as movies, TV shows, interviews, podcasts, audiobooks, news broadcasts, or YouTube videos. This exposes you to diverse vocabulary, speaking speeds, context, different accents, and speech patterns, which improves your overall listening flexibility. Start with easier and slower paced materials with clear speech. Then, gradually challenge yourself with faster paced content as your skills improve. Use transcripts or subtitles while listening to help connect spoken words with their written forms. This will help you learn vocabulary in context, comprehension, as well as understand the correct pronunciation. Depending on your listening and English level, I would suggest you start using subtitles in your native language to help you match English words and structures with your native language. You can either watch the video in your native language and use English captions, or watch video in English and add subtitles in your native language. Once you are past this point, you can use both audio and subtitles in English, which will help you learn vocabulary in context, understand the correct pronunciation, as well as associate spoken words with their written form. The last step of this process is to get rid of the subtitles and just watch and listen in English, with no visual aid to support your comprehension, enhancing your listening skills. Remember to add any unknown words to your vocabulary list for further memorization. If possible, try to also write some of the context in which you found the word, as well as a sentence example for a better context learning. When preparing for an exam, learn to listen for specific information. Official exams tend to have some questions in their listening papers regarding numbers, dates, names, locations, and addresses. So get used to pick them quickly, as they will definitely appear in your exam. So when practicing your listening, focus on these specific details like numbers, dates, names, and locations. Incorporating regular reading into your language learning routine can significantly enhance your overall language skills and help you become a more effective communicator in English. Remember that reading is crucial when learning English for your vocabulary expansion, as it exposes you to a wide range of words, idioms, expressions, and phrases that are commonly used by native speakers, which you might not encounter in everyday conversation. It also gives you the opportunity to observe how sentences are structured, where punctuation is needed, and how grammar rules are applied in context, which will help you improve your writing skills as well, with an upgraded vocabulary. Reading becomes crucial for test preparation, as reading comprehension skills are tested in each and every English proficiency exam. Here are some strategies I suggest you put in practice, but first remember that improving your reading skills is a gradual and consistent process. Incorporate these strategies into your reading routine to build your vocabulary and comprehension of English text. Begin with reading materials that are specifically designed for your proficiency level. Graded readers provide a gradual progression of vocabulary and complexity. Increase the difficulty level as you become more proficient. Start by reading about topics that genuinely interest you to get you engaged and make the whole process more enticing. When reading, it is important to practice active reading. That means that while reading, you should analyze the text, observe the sentence structure, use of literative devices, grammar, and punctuation, and how they organize their ideas. Highlight keywords, make notes, and underline important sentences. This improves focus and comprehension. When encountering unfamiliar words, try to understand their meaning from the context of the sentence or paragraph. Remember to keep a vocabulary journal to note down new words and their meanings. If possible, try to also write some of the context in which you found the word, as well as a sentence example for a better context learning. When preparing for an exam, practice with authentic materials. Practice your reading comprehension with real exam samples. This exposes you to real exam writing styles and topics. Additionally, add time management into your reading, as your time allocation will be limited in the exam. The more fluent you become reading, the higher chances you will have to successfully pass a language proficiency exam.